In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Unfortunately, several more soldiers lost their lives in this war of choice for a reason no one can tell you that we're fighting, losing blood and treasure, and about to go into a world depression over. Other than Israel, uh, many believe has compromising information about Donald Trump, and therefore we're fighting a war that the United States have a little munitions to continue to fight, that it takes years to create these munitions that we're using in this war, that now the Trump boys are in the Defense Department, the drone department, where they will become billionaires to make the new munitions, which are drones. Since Ukraine has put us up on it is easier and quicker to make drones. So now who is in the Defense Department in drone making other than the Trump boys set to make billions in drone making? Do you understand what is really going on in front of your faces? Do you see what is going on in front of your faces? Did you see what was presented? That I showed you in More Perfect Union, how the Trump boys are set up to make billions of dollars in drones via our Defense Department. Did you see how they are double dealing and have all of these defense contracts to make drones? But what is the reason why it is stated that we are fighting this war? I thought that we had a memorandum of understanding. And one of the understandings that we clearly understood is that Israel was to withdraw from Lebanon, and that never happened. Did you hear your president ever say anything to Israel ever saying that, hey, Israel, you need to get out of Lebanon. But you heard a whole lot of jaw jerking what Iran was not doing. But you never heard a goddamn word about Israel remaining in Lebanon and remaining to assess and take over more land in Lebanon. You never heard a peep about that. No, you didn't hear shit about that. As Israel said, they were not leaving Lebanon, and that they were claiming swath of Lebanon as some I forget what they call it, some type of zone that they were claiming in Lebanon. At the same time that they were to be leaving Lebanon under the memorandum of understanding to broker peace to leave this war. But no, Israel was staking claims of Lebanon land. So here we are again. Now, it was reported that earlier, it was reported that we lost the lives of 2 soldiers, and 1 soldier they couldn't find. Maybe they couldn't find him because he was blown up in so many minute pieces that they couldn't find him. If you had watched any news media besides the America for-profit news media, and you saw all of the fucking missiles that are, those missiles that the American news media continue to play the lies that your presidents is telling you that Iran has no more missiles, has no more ability to strike. If you are watching alternative media and you see the Iranian strikes in these American military installation in the Middle East, and you see all those Iranian missiles coming in fast, and hard into those American military bases. Maybe they couldn't find that third American soldier because they need to find him based on DNA. Maybe that's why they couldn't find him. Maybe they need to collect him in pieces. Is why they couldn't find the third soldier. But instead of the head of our Pete Kegbreath, instead of Pete Kegbreath coming out and saying something that a professional, someone with any type of decency, instead of him coming out and saying something that a real professional, someone with merit in the military, instead of him coming out and saying something with that someone who's not a drunkard, someone with common sense would come out and say about our military, someone with respect. Instead of him coming out and saying something decent. This is what Pete Kegbreath came out and said about the lost soldiers. Now, it was 2 and 1 was missing. And since yesterday, they have reported 2 more. So now there's a total of 4 soldiers reportedly that they have reported. How many more have they not reported is what I want to know. They have reported 4 soldiers have lost their lives, and now it is unclear if the one that is missing is one who is among the 4, or is there 4 who have lost their lives and there is still one missing. The reporting is very haphazard, shall we say? So, with that, the what to see. The head of the Defense Department comes out, and this is his what he has to say. Godspeed, hero. Godspeed. Godspeed to your death is basically what he's saying. Godspeed. 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 You're telling dead people, Godspeed. You're telling soldiers who have died, Godspeed. Godspeed to what? Godspeed to my death? Is that what you're Godspeed? What Godspeed? Not God be with me, Godspeed. This is what Pete Kegbreath had to say about the death of our soldiers who lost their lives because they have gone to war, because they decided to fight for their country, and they did not know that they would have these unqualified fools firing our qualified generals and putting them in harm's way at the whim of people who best thought is to put our soldiers on testosterone. So here comes Pete Kegbreath all shot up on testosterone. The testosterone that he wants to test all of our soldiers who are over the age of 30 and put them on gender affirming care, gender affirming testosterone treatment if they are over the age of 30. He tells you that it will be voluntary. But do you think it's going to be voluntary if they are found to be under a certain amount of testosterone? And what is the amount of testosterone that they are going to be searching for? Is it going to be the natural amount of testosterone, or is it going to be some heightened amount of testosterone that the military deems that a war fighter should have above the regular human male should have? You know, should a war fighter have more testosterone than the average person? So if you as a war fighter chooses to be like, no, I'm good on that, you know, I'll take the regular testosterone that my body is putting out, will the war fighter be allowed to say, no, I'm good on that? Or will that war fighter then be booted from the military? Pete Kegbreath wants you to believe that it's voluntary if you take this gender affirming care. You know, that same gender affirming care that they wanted to talk about all during the election, that these trans people were taking, this gender affirming care that they didn't want to pay for with Medicare and Medicaid, and we shouldn't have to support gender affirming care. But now they want to make it mandatory to give your soldiers gender affirming care because Pete Kegbreath can't do a fucking pull up without his legs bending under him like a bitch. Because Pete Kegbreath can't do a fucking pull up without his legs frailing under him and waning under him and flapping around in circles under him, trying to do a fucking pull up because he's a hoe. Let that sink in. Okay. Godspeed, heroes. Their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve. So is what stiffening his resolve, or is this testosterone he has access to as the head of the Defense Department? This testosterone, is that what's stiffening his resolve, or what's stiffening his dick? Is it the death of soldiers that are going off to fight in a ill-gotten war that's stiffening the resolve? We know that Kegbreath don't need anything stiffened on him. Thus, he has to make secret payoffs to women who are reporting him for SAing him, and he has to pay them off so he won't be charged with SAing them. So this same Pete Kegbreath wants to shoot up our service member. Do we need more SA cases? Do we need more female women being SA'd in the military, being found unalived, SA'd in the service? Do we need more of that being found dead and essayed in the service? Jesse Walters on the Fox Fox News said, "Oh, women in the military, you're about to have a good time, and you're about to it's about to be on in the military." When they were talking about the testosterone that the men are about to receive. He feels that the women in the military are in for a good time with the ratio of unsolved SA cases of women in the military losing their lives and all of these unsolved rape cases in the military already. But Jesse Waters, I think that it's big fun is about to come to the women in the military. Under the idea of an unqualified fool that is firing all the qualified 4-star generals, 3-star generals, because this unqualified fool is so jealous that he didn't have what it took to attain what they attained in the service, because he wants to take shortcuts, because he doesn't have what it has. He doesn't have the moral and the fortitude to get where they were in the military. He wants to take shortcuts and testosterone to get where they got in the military. A loser. But the thing about it is, what you also ought to take from his message. But he can wish these people who lost their life Godspeeds. See you, wouldn't want to be you. He can wish them Godspeeds because what you may have missed, what I have highlighted in my news, Godspeed, because there's more coming behind you. Because if let's not forget that this administration has automatically made it where everyone who turns the age of 18 is automatically signed up for the select services, which also means that they can automatically be drafted into the military without them doing a thing. That's what it means. They don't have to do a thing. This administration has made it available for your sons and daughters to be automatically drafted into the service. On these whim ass wars that this administration has automatically made your sons and daughters available to be the ground meat in the fucking wars of choices that they are engaging in. Yeah, go look at your sons and daughters and imagine them being the ground beef in the war of Donald Trump. And imagine Donald Trump and Pete Kegbreath making the decision to throw your sons and daughters in a war fighting against Iran based upon their wise decisions. Think about that. Think about Donald Trump and Pete Kegbreath making the decisions about the life future of your child. Think about that. As Donald Trump is setting his own children up in the Pentagon to make billions because the United States is running out of munitions to fight this war. The munitions that it takes years to build through Lockheed Martin. It takes years to build these bombs that we're fighting with. And we're running out of them. So what has Ukraine taught the United States? That it don't take years to build these drones. It's real cheap and real quick to build these drones. And who has caught on to this? None other than Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. So all of a sudden, who's into the drone building business? Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, who know absolutely nothing about building drones, but they do know something about grifting. So who are the two of the biggest drone building defense manufacturer? Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. Who has some of the hugest defense contracts in drone buildings? Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. Who have some of the biggest defense contracts in building drones. How do you think this war is going to continue? Who do you think is going to make billions in this war? And while we sit back and feed this war with our children's lives, and Eric and Donald Trump Jr. are going to make billions. Are we serious? Are we serious right now? Are we serious right now? America, are we serious right now? What the fuck are we fighting for, America? Are we serious right now? What are we fighting for? Ooh, we gotta fight. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon? Is that what we're fighting for? Is that the fight? Well, if that's the fight, why is it that Donald Trump just gave Saudi Arabia the right to enrich uranium, and they don't even have to go through all of the channels that every other nation has to go to enrich to enrich their uranium? If that is the point that we are trying to make, why did he just give Saudi Arabia the ability to enrich uranium? Huh? I'm curious. Oh, Saudi Arabia gave Jared Kushner $2 billion. Saudi Arabia gave Donald Trump all of these deals to build all of these hotels and golf courses and all of this stuff in Saudi Arabia, and billions of dollars in his pockets. Huh? If that's what if it's about nuclear weapons, what the fuck we doing, America? What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck is being built in America for Americans, for American jobs, for American lives, to not put American children's lives at risk in war? For whom? Who is benefiting from these wars? How is America being built up? America is the shithole country. Look at all of these other nations and compare America's skyline. What skyline compares to any of these Saudi nations? What America's skyline compare? None. Including New York City. None compares to them. What the fuck is America doing? But making a few oligarchs richer. Okay. Hey, y'all. Let me see what y'all saying. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. Hey, Very Carey. Thank you for being here. Um, if you don't like what I'm saying, please do not put any bullshit in my chat. Uh, if you don't like what I'm saying, thank you for being here as well. Hit the like button. Uh, we can agree to disagree, but don't be disrespectful or you will be blocked. Hey, Fred, it is good to see you. I had started my show earlier, but it was on private, so I had to restart my show. That's what happened. That's why I was so late. I had to restart my whole show, set it up again. Um, uh, Viper, thank you for being here. No, we're not. Oh, no, we're not. Fred Glenn Sanford. We are definitely not. Spicy noodles. God bless you too. You need to do your own research doing using multiple sources. What would you have done about Iran's nuclear program, lady? I would have kept the I would have kept uh, Barack Obama's nuclear the I would have kept Barack Obama's uh, what was it? JCPOA uh intact. That's what I would have done about their nuclear program. Because with all of the testing and all of the inspectors that had gone in, they had no nuclear program when that was in effect. That's what this lady would have done. I would not have torn it up. That's what I would have done, sir. That's what I would have done. I would not have torn it up and then with no proof that they had a nuclear program. Now, had I had proof that they had a nuclear program, I would have shown proof. I would not have had not been able to show proof that they had a nuclear program when the JCPOA was in effect and then torn it up. See, I would have, if they had a program when they were under Obama's program, I would have shown the proof. But they, what when that agreement was disbanded by Trump in his first administration, there was absolutely no proof shown or given that Iran had a nuclear program. See, that's what I would have done. So miss me with the bullshit that you're talking. Just because you say it's so does not mean it's so. And to this day, there has been no proof that they have or had have a nuclear program. One day, the nuclear program has been obliterated and it's dust. And then the next day, they're going to go in and they're going to get their nuclear program, and they're going to go in and they're going to dig out their nuclear program. And the next day, nobody can go in and get the nuclear dust because nobody has the machinery to get the nuclear dust. Well, if nobody has the machinery to get the nuclear dust, that means that the Iranians themselves can't go in and get the nuclear dust. So what the fuck are you talking about? Nuclear dust. What the fuck are we even talking about? Nuclear dust. As our American soldiers are being turned into dust. Are you serious? Let me see what you're talking about. Jewish and Muslims uh, should uh, should fight their own litter boxes and get the hell out of the U.S. Trans bastards, God figgin' speed. That's a lot. I don't see the fight that Jews and Muslims should have. If they have such a big fight, why, if you're Jewish and if you're Muslim, what is your fight? Mind your own business. If you're Jewish, what is your fight with a Muslim? If you're Christian, what is your fight with a different religion? If you're religious, I don't see in any religious book that it tells you that you must hate another person because of their religions. I think that it's sacrilegious to hate another religious sect because of their religion. I think that every religion tells you to love your neighbor like you love yourself. So all of this hate about a person's religion is crazy. It's absolutely crazy to me that people are trying to be self-righteous in their religion, to hate another religion to the point of trying to expel them from living anywhere on this earth is crazy. And to try to hide their racism and uh, uh, their fucking hatred of a group of people behind the mass of religion is just sacrilegious within itself. This has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with Zionism. It has everything to do with with rapid racism. It has nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with religion. So miss me with hiding racism and Zionism behind religion. Because there is no religion that teaches the shit that goes on in Gaza. There's nothing religious about the hatred and the genocide that goes on in these fucking places. And that is upheld and that is ignored. Get the fuck out of here. Hiding all of this behind religion. The fuck out of here. Understand dealing with a non-nuclear country is very different than dealing with a nuclear country. What would you do, lady? Yeah, I do understand dealing with a non-nuclear country is very different than dealing with a nuclear country, because dealing with a non-nuclear country means that you would continue to go in there and fuck with a non-nuclear country, like they continue to go in there and fuck with Iran. But if Iran had nuclear weapons, they'd leave Iran the fuck alone. I well understand that, because if Iran had nuclear weapons, do you think that they would continue to go in there and fuck with Iran? No, they leave Iran the fuck alone. I understand that. Do you understand that? Maybe it's you who don't understand that. What did Iran do to be fucked with? What did Iran do to the United States for the United States to go over there and act like Iran did something to the United States? And the United States talking about 47 years worth of this, that, and the other. What did Iran to do in 2025 for the United States to go over there and drop bombs on Iran? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? When in Trump's first term, he was the one who tore up the JPCOA agreement, based upon Benjamin Netanyahu's lie that they were creating nuclear weapons without zero proof. From that day to this, are you serious? The same lie he had been peddling for 33 years. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No, sweetheart, you're the fool. You're the fool. And why don't you take your foolish ass and go fight for what you believe? I see you're sitting your foolish ass over in the United States of America. But since you want to believe in all of this Republican bullshit, why don't you go put your boots on the ground and fight for what you believe in and go get your fucking head blown off in this war of choice that since you believe so much in what you believe in, bitch. Hey, Parrish. Good to see you. How you doing? Hit the like button. I thank you for being here. The last draft was in Vietnam because people like Donald Trump refused to go to the war because he was rich and drafted. Was drafted and dodged that draft because he had a fake doctor say he had bone spurs. That was the last draft. Tap the phone screen twice to hit the like button. Yes, remember that. Tap the phone screen twice to hit the like button. You're here anyway. You may as well like it. Saudi Arabia is not a terrorist country. They don't want to kill America. What do you think Iran does? I don't think about Iran because Iran. I don't think that Iran has came over and killed any Americans since what was that, the Olympics or something? So what strikes have Saudi Arabia had on America? The barracks in 1982. So since they got struck for hitting the American barracks, I mean, are we a big are we on Saudi Arabia's mind? Didn't America put in a puppet of for Iran, for the Iranian government? Are we going to pretend like America didn't put in a puppet for their whole fucking government to take over their whole government so they couldn't do what they want with their whole fucking oil to divert their fucking oil riches from their own country? Are we going to play like that didn't happen? To skew their oil wealth to American companies. Oh, we're gonna pretend like we didn't know that their oil was going to be distributed for their own wealth to be spread among their own country. But for somehow, some way, Chevron and Shell and American oil companies somehow got a foot in on their oil. Oh, okay. Okay. God forbid a country decide to have a sovereign oil company and not include American companies. Oh no, we're gonna have to circumvent their whole government. Oh, okay. Y'all forgot about that. Good morning, foot soldier. It is good to see you. Do you? Do you believe anything you say? Hey y'all, welcome. Okay, so let's continue. I see there are some upset people in here. I don't care. Let me get you a little madder. You can stay mad. We will continue. I have some more information I wanted to give you today. Where do we start? Let's start from the beginning. It's just so much that has been going on. Now, it sounds like Donald Trump wanted to insinuate that he needed to stop himself from calling Barack Obama a nigger. It seems like he was trying to have a hold me back moment from calling President Obama the N-word this morning on Fox and Friends. You know, Fox and Friends have a raccoon as a host as well. Let me share that with you. As he held himself back, he didn't need any help holding himself back. He held himself back. So let me share this with you. Pondering Politics. If you haven't gone over there to Pondering Politics,
in a follow-up to two of our previous videos from earlier today, during Donald Trump's disastrous interview with Fox and Friends, he ranted and raved about Iran and former President Barack Obama, and it got so bad and unhinged that Trump, who is not exactly a beacon of self-restraint, particularly as he gets older, was forced to stop himself from finishing an insult about President Obama on live TV. And we have to talk about this. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. As I said, Trump's interview this morning with Fox and Friends merits multiple videos because he insulted Lindsey Graham. He also made a particular comment about Graham that we're going to discuss in a separate video, but then he turned to Iran and President Obama. As we also mentioned in a breaking news video from this morning, Trump is escalating his hot war against Iran and is suggesting that he's going to deploy a blockade against the Strait of Hormuz and charge a global 20% fee on everybody. And this is causing the economy to roil as a consequence. Okay, so with that in mind, let's take a look about what Trump has to say about Iran and President Obama. Trump stops himself in the middle of wild rant on Obama. Quote, he's a, well, let's not say. Given all the shit that you've said about President Obama, all the racist things you've said and done about President Obama, what was so bad? What word could possibly be so bad that you had to stop yourself from saying it on live TV? Did it start with an N? Perhaps? Is that where you were going with that, Donald? That's probably the only word I think that even Donald Trump would hesitate to use on Fox News. It just says something that what he was about to say was so insulting towards President Obama, he had to stop himself. But let's continue. In an interview on Fox and Friends Monday, Trump criticized his predecessors for their handling of Iran, saving most of his venom for Obama. So with that in mind, let's play some of these clips.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. President, Lindsey Graham was definitely on your side when it comes to Iran and the threat, them not having a nuclear weapon. It looks like they're back at their business trying to take over the Strait. What's your response?
Well, we're taking over the Strait. They have.
trying to take over the strait. They have a full control of the strait. The straits are closed. What do you mean trying to take over the strait? Whenever they want to close the straits are closed like they are now.
Nothing. They've got nothing. So something that nobody knows, yesterday they had an 11-hour meeting. Everything's 11 hours with these guys. You know, you can't settle a one sentence in 1 hour and 1 minute. It should be 1 minute. And everything was agreed to yesterday. And they leave the room and they call back and they say, we had to make a couple of changes. I said, changes? They're going to make changes? We're not going to make changes. Always changes. They just, you know, they're professional negotiators. That's all they are. I don't even call them good at it. They haven't gotten anything. They got nothing from me.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. President.
So let's start right there. Trump's announcement this morning, again, that he would reimpose a blockade by the United States on the Strait of Hormuz, right? The iconic Jon Stewart line, right? When Trump first issued this threat months ago, Jon Stewart's iconic line was, "You're going to punch me in the balls? Well, watch this. I'm going to punch myself in the balls," right? That's basically the logic here. Trump's blockade isn't just going to hurt Iran, which, you know, collectively the Iranian government are effectively masochists, right? They're religious zealots, they're religious fanatics, they're theocratic oppressors. They have a pain threshold because they don't give a damn about their populace the way the political leaders do here. Not by the way that the Republican Party actually cares about Republican voters, and certainly they don't give a damn about blue states. To the extent that they care, it's because they're subject to election and re-election, right? The Iranian government isn't elected or re-elected, right? So they don't care about how low their approval rating gets. But the point is, Trump is going to hurt not just the people of Iran, but everybody else, including the United States. He's only going to make things worse, as he is wont to do. So this has caused, you know, the markets to tumble. It's caused gas and oil prices to surge. It's a disastrous strategy by Donald Trump. And so you heard what he said there, right? He's even, they're just stringing us along, right? Well, of course, they're trying to extract as much out of you during these negotiations and humiliate you in real time, and you should have never started this war. But that's where Trump reflexively turns his ire to President Obama.
If you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents. Every president got tapped along, didn't do anything, and they became more and more powerful. This should have been done 47 years ago. Shouldn't have been allowed to start. But Clinton let him go, and Bush let him go. Everybody let him go, and Obama was the worst of all, because Obama actually went to their side. Obama, because, you know, he's well, let's not say, let's leave that for another time. He was terrible.
Listen, Donald Trump's racism.
That's where I got the N word from. I got it from what he said. That's where I got it from what he said.
In his private and public capacity, have been well documented for decades, right? It was a private racism that then seeped into his business deals. And then, of course, as the president of the United States, he's racist and xenophobic on a grand scale. The shit that he said about Obama, going back years, remember, Trump was the biggest purveyor of the birtherism conspiracy theory. Like, he had a grudge against President Obama. Of all the things that he has said and supported in terms of attacks on Obama, I'm just trying to think, what particular insult, what particular word, what particular phrase would force Donald Trump to censor himself in his rapidly corroding cognitive decline? I'm convinced he was going to drop the N-word on President Obama. That's my hot take. I think that he was going to do that. I think he was literally like on the cusp of his old man, 80-year-old racism just manifesting in this single moment, and he had to stop himself because I just can't think of anything. He reposted a video depicting President Obama.
I agree. He showed Obama and Michelle Obama as apes. What else do you think he was going to say? Period, point blank. Let's move forward to the Lindsey Graham part of this.
Obama and Michelle Obama as apes. Remember that?
Are we going to
dude's racism is about as extraordinary as it gets. Like, what would stop you from saying that? I'm convinced I'm convinced. Let me know what you think in the comments, but let's continue.
And he allowed Iran to, but he gave them 1.7 billion in cash, in green cash, put in satchels in an airplane and brought to Iran. $1.7 billion. Do you know what that is? Did you ever see $1 million in cash? This is 1.7 billion. It took up an entire Boeing 757.
As a reminder, the memorandum of understanding that Trump signed that he was perfectly content to give to Iran involved not only $24 billion in unfrozen Iranian assets, potentially up to $200 billion in unfrozen Iranian assets, but then that the United States would serve as a facilitator and a guarantor of a $300 billion reparation funds. In other words, if Trump had his druthers, Iran was going to walk away with at least $600 billion, orders of magnitude more than Trump thinks Obama gave Iran. That's what Trump was prepared to do. Potentially $600 billion and more. And he has the temerity to complain about President Obama. Here's another clip.
And I held him down. I stopped him. And, the JCPOA, I stopped it. And stopped it really, really powerfully. I ended, that agreement was the worst. Somebody said C. Maybe it's the C. It ends with the C. That agreement is the worst agreement that has been signed by this country. That's the top 5 bad agreements. And that basically gave them everything. And they built.
Top 5? What are you... folks, again, I can't stress this enough. Number one, it is the JCPOA, you moron, not the JCPOC. It's, again, just Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He's so stupid. But whatever your complaints about the JCPOA may have been, by definition, MAGA Republicans and Republican commentators and Republican politicians, because we've discussed this, have been forced to concede that Obama's deal is objectively better than the deal that Trump got, the memorandum of understanding. Obama actually got them to stop trying to enrich uranium for weapons purposes. They went from 200 kilograms worth of enriched uranium. Obama gets the JCPOA, they go to zero. And then after Trump shredded the deal, they went from 0 to 445 kilograms worth of enriched uranium, doubling what was there when Obama started the JCPOA. 200 to 445. And actually, it's 200 to 0 under Obama. Obama took it from 200 to 0, and then Trump took it from 0 to 445. That's how shitty Trump is. He should have just done what he was told by the vastly superior, vastly more popular president, Barack Obama, maintain the JCPOA instead of shredding it. Instead, Trump shredded it and put us where we are today. A couple more clips.
We hit him very hard last night. Every time they send a drone, we hit them very hard. But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the Strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the Strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the Strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. We guarded the Strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, they wouldn't. It's amazing. It's we never made. We guarded it for nothing, and now we're going to guard it. And we're going to get paid for guarding it, a lot of money. But we just want to be reimbursed for doing all of this, for putting our people in danger. But we're really not putting people. We're really saving people.
Just the stream of consciousness is really, really bad when he's not a particularly gifted improvisational person, right? This guy is an idiot. He's an idiot in a state of rapid cognitive decline. It's only getting worse. There's no cogency there whatsoever, and he's effective.
Okay, I'll end there. Sweetheart, I don't have to put anything in racist terms. It is what it is. I don't have to put anything about Donald Trump in racist terms. Donald Trump puts himself in his own racist terms. Donald Trump is what he is. Donald Trump has proven to be what he is. What Donald Trump has proven in himself and in his administration, he has proven that he is a racist. In my opinion, Donald Trump and his administration has proven to be racist and has supported white supremacy. I don't understand what you think that you are saying to me, that you think that you are one-upping me. What do you think that everything in this administration is upholding other than white supremacy? What policy in all of this DEI talk and this repealing of civil rights means in this administration, other than upholding of white supremacy, sweetheart? What do you think having white nationalist pastors preaching in the Pentagon mean to me? What do you think it means by firing 4-star generals because they're black, not allowing black officers to get stars in the military, to advance in the military, mean to me, other than white supremacy and racism? Are you serious? Do you think you're saying something about me? Or do you think you are saying something about you that you're trying to deny about what's going on in America right now? Huh? What do you think you're saying about me? That I'm not supposed to see white nationalists being comfortable marching in the state, in the state capitol in Washington, D.C., white nationalists feeling comfortable marching in Washington, D.C. on its 250th anniversary. And there was no big uproar about it. They were allowed to just run through of the whole Washington, D.C. And there was no big uproar. It was expected to happen. And your president said nothing about it. Bitch, are you crazy? Are you absolutely crazy? What evidence did I make up? What evidence did I make up? Tell me, what evidence did I make up? I'll wait. I'll wait for the made up evidence I made up. Tell me exactly what evidence I made up. What evidence did I make up? Be specific. You're right. You're right. Black people cannot succeed on their own without it. Because a white supremacy will not allow black people to succeed. Because white supremacy will keep black people out of the positions. That is exactly why they need affirmative action. That is the whole point of affirmative action. You are exactly right. And when they got affirmative action, who stopped succeeding? The unqualified white people. The unqualified white people stop succeeding. You are exactly right. Because Black women are the most qualified, most educated people in the United States. So why are the most qualified people being working for the least qualified people? You're exactly right. What that is exactly why they fought for civil rights. What do you think they were fighting for? You're preaching to the choir. Sweetheart, please, no. Oh, if they're just not smart enough, please, everybody know that Black women are the most educated group of people in the United States. Try harder. Why is it that the EEOC is appealing to white men who are underperforming in their jobs, that they can now go to the EEOC and make a complaint that they have been discriminated on their jobs because they are so underperforming and so underemployed because they are so useless in their jobs, because most of them are hooked on meth and women abusers and useless, that they are giving them a way out to be able to sue because they have been discriminated against, giving them excuses of why they are so useless and so underemployed, and they are giving them a way to gain some money, and giving them an excuse of so why they are underemployed. Why is it that, sir? Explain that. Because everyone knows that Black women are the most educated demographic in the United States. A truth teller talks this way. That's who talks this way. A truth teller. Expected. So why again? So why again were Black people expected with lower test scores in college? Expected or accepted? Excuse me. Excuse me. Expected or accepted? Okay. Conversation over. Conversation over. Conversation over. So tell you what, I'm gonna tell you. Did you even go to college? And you want me to tell you what about college? You want me to tell you what about college? You want me to tell you what about college? So why again were Black people expected with lower test scores over Asians in college? Expected. Were they expected or were they accepted? I'm not telling you anything about college because it seems like you know nothing about college. Yes, Black women are. I'm not going to argue with you about any facts. I'm not going to argue with you about facts. I'm not getting hung up on anything. You're getting hung up on facts. I'm not getting hung up on anything. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. You're hung up. Yes, please make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Next topic. Next topic. They would call that affirmative action. The same affirmative action that an Asian man fought against. The same Asian man that fought against affirmative action, who found himself unable to get into graduate school because he found out that he himself was gifted a spot in school because of affirmative action himself. And then he regretted fighting against affirmative action himself. Because the reason he fought against affirmative action is because he thought that how dare these grimy black people gain because of affirmative action. And when I'm Asian, and they should be able to do what me, a Asian student, does. But when they took away affirmative action in California, he understood that negatively affected him as an Asian student as well. So what is your question, ma'am? Ma'am, why don't you study up on the Asian who bought the case in California against affirmative action because he was so mad that affirmative action helped black students, and then he found out that with him wanting to hurt black students, he only hurt himself in going on to get his, I believe it was his master or his doctorate degree. Because in fact, the affirmative action that he got taken away in California, it also hurt him because he no longer was accepted in college because of affirmative action. Sweetheart, while you're talking about black people, talk about how the same affirmative action helped these motherfucking Asian people that you want to talk about that why did black people get accepted above Asian people? These same Asian people were getting affirmative action too, you dumb bitch. And these same Asian people who were complaining about the black people who went to court to keep black people out of affirmative action, who won the case, found out that they fucked themselves. You dumb bitch. So don't talk to me about affirmative action when a motherfucking Asian motherfucker tried to keep a black person out of affirmative action and turned around and fucked themselves and then wanted to cry tears about it because they tried to fuck a black person who built this country, and they came over here in the comfort of what a black person built and fought in this country for, and then tried to keep a black person out of education in this country, and then in fucking the black person, they fucked themselves, you stupid bitch. And you think I give a fuck about what you talking about? Because you don't know what the fuck you talking about? And you think I'm dumb because you stupid? The fuck out of my face. No, bitch. We built this country. I can balance. I built everything, bitch. I built everything. Don't be mad because we built this country. Bitch, what is a fucking checkbook to balance? Bitch, what is a checkbook to balance? You're mad because we built this country, bitch. The fuck out of my chat. Don't tell me what we didn't build, what I can't balance, bitch. You don't even know me from Adam. No, my ancestors built this country, bitch. You motherfuckers are mad because we built this country and you fucked up talking dumb shit to me. All right, bye, bitch. Bye, bitch. You're mad because you got a chin check with facts. You're mad because you got chin check with facts. Well, bye. If it's painful to listen to, nobody is demanding you be here. Nobody is demanding that you be here. I don't recall anyone demanding you be here. The last time I checked, no one put a chain around your button to stay in this chat. But you're not going to come in this chat and talk dumb shit like nobody knows the history of this country because you get your talking point from white media, from racist media, and think nobody knows the true facts of this country. And come here and talk about dumb shit and talk about what was the initial conversation, and talk about black students getting lower test scores and getting places in colleges and all of this shit, while that Asian student complained about test scores and fucking put in a lawsuit and got his ass put out of fucking college himself, and then was crying crocodile tears because he was so butthurt that black students were getting positions in colleges under affirmative actions, and then did a whole motherfucking paper about how he regretted filing that case about affirmative action because he couldn't get into graduate school. And you think I didn't know about that? Because your ass didn't know about that? While these motherfuckers that didn't do anything to build this country, to fight for the rights of this country. These motherfuckers that come to this country that just walk into all the things that our ancestors fought and died for, and these motherfuckers just take a flight over and walk into the rights that our ancestors fought for into this country, and they walk in and then they want to take turn their nose down on the fucking citizens of this country that fought for these rights, and they want to tell us what we shouldn't have and what we shouldn't expect from the country that we built off of our backs of free labor in this fucking country. And then tell us we shouldn't have a seat at the table in this country. The fuck out of my face. And you dumb motherfuckers think we don't know it? And then you regret it when you take this shit to court. And then you don't have a seat at the table. And then you finally see. You do the bidding of the white man, and then you finally see you finally see that they don't like you either. And then you finally see that you not like them either. And then your eyes are finally opened. Who gives a fuck? Take your open eyes with your blind ass somewhere. We don't give a fuck about you. Fuck out of here. The same ancestors that sold your people. Well, if they sold my people, how would they be my ancestors here that built this country? Make that make sense. How would my ancestors be here building this country if they were my ancestors that sold my people? Make that make sense, because you don't make sense, because you're a stupid motherfucker. Bye. You have zero class as well. And you have 0 sense. All right, let's continue. Okay, let's continue. Oh, I want to check on. Let me check on the Nolan Wales services. I am going to see if they are. I'm going to see if they are going to be streaming the Nolan Wales funeral services live. Let me see. Let me see if they will be. Let me see. If they are streaming it live, I will carry it. I don't see it as of yet. I'm interested if there are questions about. There are a lot of questions about the Nolan Wales case. If his body was battered and bruised, if they will be able to even have an open casket for his body. If there will be some type of protest of having a open casket because his body was battered and bruised, as in the Emmett Till situation, where Emmett Till's mother said, "You will see what they did to my son," and had a open casket that showed the damage that was done to Emmett Till. So there's a lot of questions that are swirling around about the services that will be held for Nolan Wales today. So we will have the answers in a few hours. Tyler Perry is paying for the services. They said do not go to the services if you are looking to meet celebrities. What else? The family has been threatened. There has been hate mail sent to the family. There was a card that was sent to the family where the mother was flanked by Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, where they drew tears coming from Ben Crump and Al Sharpton eyes, connected to dollar signs. And the thing that I would have to say. You notice they never draw anything connected to dollar signs when people like that Shiloh chick who called a autistic 5-year-old who was playing in a park, and these white nationalists collected over $900,000 for her because she got outed on. And it went viral on YouTube, and these white nationalists connected over $900,000 for her because she then played victim. Not only did she call the autistic 5-year-old a nigger over one time, she called him a nigger over 6 times, repeated it and kept repeating it, and then she played victim and talked about she needed to move because her life was in danger, and they collected over $900,000 for her, but not one time was there any uproar about the amount of money that was collected for her. She was rewarded for calling a child that did absolutely nothing to her. Not one time did they was there a uproar. Not Now see, they there's always a a uproar, a someone reporting a collection like they did with the Carmelo Anthony. Oh, well, they're just in it for the money. They're just trying to get reporting the GoFundMe. How many times they reported Carmelo Anthony's GoFundMe? All of this trying to report GoFundMe's. They just in it for the money. How many times did they report? What was that? Uh, the dude who went and shot up all of these people in Carl Rittenhouse. Carl Rittenhouse collected over, I believe, if I'm correct, over $1 million. They never reported his GoFundMe. When they all of these white nationalists, they support them to the fullest. The guy who shot up the grocery store in that black neighborhood. All of these white nationalists that go and all of these other white nationalists that support their GoFundMe. But the simple fact that they made this story a national story, that this family is getting death threats, and there is allegations with dollar signs behind it. Well, should not Ben Crump get paid his regular fee? He is a practicing attorney. Does He does have a he is a high end attorney? Should he not get the regular fee that he deserves? He's a high profile attorney. Uh, do they say these things when Mark Garagos is an attorney? Do you ever see this happens when Mark Garagos or any of these high profile attorneys are on these TV shows, and when a high profile case comes across the airways? No, you never see any of this happens. But God forbid Ben Crump gets a fee that he deserves, that brings attention to a case that needs attention, and that Ben Crump is going to bring the attention to a case that needs attention, and is going to get the fee that his expertise deserves. God forbid that happens. But you know what I have to say to that? Fuck you. You mad? Oh well. Fuck you. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? He's getting paid what he deserves to get paid. That's what I say. You mad? Go look in the mirror and try to analyze why you're mad. What? Why are you here listening to me if you feel that I don't have any facts to back me up? Why are you here? Why are you having a conversation with me if you feel I don't have any facts to back me up? Here, I will help you out. If you feel I don't have any facts to back me up, leave, bitch. Stupid, silly ass bitch. Okay, let's continue. So there's that about Nolan Wells. So now, so they're upset about Ben Crump, and they're threatening the family. Now, the autopsy report, strangely enough, they said the autopsy report was done, but they were waiting on the toxicology report. That should have been done last week. That's the state of Mississippi. They said that the uh, toxicology report should have been done last week sometime. And Ben Crump in the private autopsy report, there is no expectation of when they are to release their report. Now, I certainly would not release my report before the state releases their report. I would never release my report before the state released their report. Why would I do that? I would never release my report before they release their report. But strangely enough, the state of Mississippi is not releasing their autopsy report. They have been mute on anything about releasing their autopsy report. They have not said that they have not gotten their toxicology report back yet. They've been mute on that. They should have gotten it back last week. Why isn't the state of Mississippi releasing their autopsy report? Because it has now been reported that the medical examiner has been accused of finding the deaths of a lot of Black people as never has found the death of mysterious death of Black people in Mississippi as homicides. She's always found them as either suicides or accidents or something like that. Even the death of a person who died at the hands of police. Now, I covered this story of this man who, I forget his name. It was a horrible death. They came to his home to arrest him, and he ran from one house to the other house, and it was some small arrest, and they it was like a misdemeanor arrest or something, and they were on his neck for over 9 minutes or something, and his neck had a I can't recall it. Let me find this story about this. And she said that this was not even a homicide. Now, this medical examiner, in the state of Mississippi, to be a coroner, you don't even have to have. You have to only have to have a high school diploma. That's all you have to have in the state of Mississippi to be a coroner, and you can actually declare the cause of death in Mississippi. But this medical examiner is much worse. So they don't trust the medical examiner in Mississippi. So even in this death of this man, this medical examiner suspiciously found the death of one child, uh, an accidental drowning, and then had the body uh, embalmed without the permission of the parents. She does things like this. Doesn't give the parents the opportunity to have her rulings examined by another independent autopsy. She does shit like this. So it has also been reported that when they transported Nolan Wells' body to the independent autopsy facility in Washington, D.C., when the body was received to Washington, D.C., instead of the body being laid on its back, when they received the body was transported upside down. Instead of him being laid on his back, the body was laid on its face. Now, that is crazy. That's crazy and disrespectful. That is crazy, disrespectful, and in dead bodies, that will allow for any type of bruisings to be distorted. Because in dead bodies, when it allows blood pools, whatever side of your body is on. If you're laying on your back, your blood is no longer circulating, so your blood will pool on your back, and it will pools like on your shoulders, your buttocks, and things like that. So if it's laying on your front, your blood will pool in your face and in the front, your shoulders, and things like that. So they're thinking that that was a means to distort any type of bruisings that could have been on his face, the pooling. But you cannot hide bruisings from a real professional. So they are wondering if that could have been that these are accusations. Now we have yet to hear from the independent medical examiner who did the autopsy, if any of this is fact. So, all of these are accusations. So, I'm interested to hear if these things were done. So, with the accusations that his body was delivered face down, I'm wondering if this could be a mechanism, uh, a a way to try to distort any bruising to his face. So there's a lot of questions surrounding the death of Nolan Wells. So we're waiting on that to come out. So so far nothing new has come out, and we're looking for things to come out. Now, Queen Amaya Shakur. Wait a minute. Queen Amaya Shakur has come out with a laundry list of cases that the medical examiner has just bundled. So I want to go through these cases that this medical examiner in Mississippi has really screwed over. Let me go through this laundry list of cases that she has bundled through. Let me see if I can find this. Just horrible. Let me see. Oh. I think let me go to my saved videos. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's get to it. Hold on 1 second. One second. Here we go. One second. 1 second. Let me get to time stop. One second. Let me find the time stop. One second. Oh, oh, this is about the governor. Hold on. Hold on. This isn't the one. Hold on. I apologize. I apologize. That isn't the one. Mm-mm. I apologize. That isn't the one. I can't find it. I apologize. I guess I didn't save it. Hold on. I can't believe I didn't save it. Oh my god. Oh man. Let me try to find this about this medical one more time. Let me try to find this about this medical. This medical. Hold on, bear with me. I think it's here. I think it's here. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Oh my God, it's so much on this. I apologize. It's just. Oh God. I want to find about this medical examiner. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me search something different. Hold on. Oh, a Mississippi medical examiner placed on leave. Oh, this was 5 years ago. Oh, that was 5 years ago. Now, this is a new one. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Let's get into the medical examiner.
I don't see nothing wrong. Not just this case with Nolan Wells, other cases. It been all nothing wrong. I don't see nothing wrong. Well, we're going to get to this, man. We're going to get to this medical examiner. She needs to go to jail, too. Well, she will be going to jail when they get to the end of it. They ain't caught her. Check this out, y'all. This is another guy named Shannon Wilson.
This link will be in my description box. Please check this out. This is for information purposes only. Thank you for checking this out.
Look what this medical examiner said about this kid. Watch this.
Shannon Wilson, a 13-year-old boy. Friends pushed him in the creek in Mississippi. Guess who was the medical examiner who covered it up? Ding, 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 ding.
There you go. The same medical examiner on Nolan Wells. The one that said, I don't see nothing wrong. Yeah.
Stacey Turner again. Crump, this is 0 for 3 for Stacey. The brother of this kid just came in my inbox. Stacey Turner told this family that they don't perform autopsies on drowning victims.
All right, we're going to stop right there. Y'all got to excuse me for the crackling in the audio, but let's go on over here. Look what we got here, y'all. Check this out. This is Willie D. Y'all go over there to Willie D Live and subscribe. I need to subscribe too. What am I doing? I'm telling y'all to subscribe. I'm subscribing. All right, now this is one of my childhood heroes. I grew up listening to his music, the Ghetto Boys. He became a YouTuber. And man, listen what he got to say about this medical examiner. Let's get to it.
What's up, family? Any idea who this is? That's Tracy Turner. Tracy has a very important job in the state of Mississippi. Dr. Tracy Turner. Tracy has faced significant public scrutiny for mislabeling causes of death in high-profile cases, specifically those involving Black people. Tracy, it appears, has never met a case where a Black person was killed or died, and she thought it was a homicide. Every time, well, it seems to be every time that Tracy finds a Black person on the slab in her office, that somehow, some way, it was an accident or a suicide.
All right. Y'all heard what he said. Every time one of us come into her table, ain't nothing happened. It's like an accident to me. You know why? Because she's covering up. She's covering up the evil that's going on out there, whether it's something that had to do with law enforcement, a hanging, any of that. I don't see nothing wrong. It was, they did this themselves. Hanging, they did this themselves. I don't see nothing wrong here. Oh, yeah, they all tied into this. That's why they took Nolan Wells' body up out of there. Check this out, man.
Never homicide, especially in regards to the police. That is what I'm really getting at here. Police and suspicious deaths involving white people. You know, when the suspect is white, or the person suspected of doing something is white.
Exactly. When they did something to us, she don't see nothing wrong. But when it's us on us, she sees everything wrong. That's basically what they saying.
Yeah. I wonder why. What's the story behind all of this? You need some proof? Okay. I present to you Exhibit A. This, as you know, is Nolan Wells. Stacy is the chief medical examiner overseeing Nolan's autopsy. Yeah. And there ain't a lot of people who is confident in her ability to be truthful. Yeah. In fact, Stacy immediately ruled Nolan's death a drowning. The family didn't buy it. They were like, no, that was too quick, way too quick. How do you know it was a drowning? Did you even conduct a thorough autopsy?
Right. Too fast, too quick. You know why? Because the judge didn't make calls. Yeah, one of the suspect's mother is the judge. She made calls to everybody. Oh, don't worry about it. I got this. Called that old chief. He went and called all his people. Hey, listen, man, we're going to have that body coming down there. We're going to need you to say it was a drowning. So they can cover this up. I heard some other stuff. We're going to do a video on that. Oh, man, this whole stuff is foul. Let's get back to this.
Has there been a thorough investigation? The family is not buying it. But then you have Trey Reed. Trey Reed, remember, was the Delta.
Now, I did this story when it happened. Trey Reed, who was found on his school campus, mysteriously hung in a tree. I guess mysteriously with all the cameras around the school. He wasn't feeling like taking his own life. Mysteriously, he hung himself.
University student, the Delta State University student, who allegedly hung himself under suspicious circumstances. Right. They get the body and they find the body all bruised up and everything. But Stacy ruled his death a suicide. Immediately ruled it a suicide also. Stacy just didn't see any evidence of foul play.
That's because, again, she got that phone call from the
regardless of him being all bruised up and beat up. No, he took his own life.
Chief. Yeah, that's who she got it from. Come on.
Although Trey Reed's body was bruised and battered. And then you have Damian Cameron. Oh, man.
Damian Cameron. That's who I want you. I'm going to look up this arrest. This is the one that I saw and I showed you at the time this happened. This one is interesting. We talked about this at the time of his arrest. I showed you the body cam of his arrest. I want you to follow me. This is important because what these police officers did to him was obvious. And listen at how she said this man died.
So once again,
come on, from the chief. Yeah, that's who she got it from. Come on.
Although Trey Reed's body was bruised and battered. And then you have Damian Cameron. Oh, man. So once again, Stacey just couldn't find it in her heart to give the family the justice they were looking for, or the answers that they were looking for. So let me bring you up to speed on Damian's death. Damian was a 29-year-old black man. He died after a violent encounter with Rankin County Sheriff's deputies. Witnesses and his family stated that the deputies knelt on his back and neck for over 10 minutes. An autopsy showed signs of internal neck bleeding, a swollen face, and severe trauma. This happened in 2021.
And she said, oh, I don't see nothing wrong here.
So what's the problem? Dr. Turner ruled the cause and manner of death as undetermined, citing a lack of access to information. But the backlash came because media investigations by New York Times and Mississippi Today revealed that 3 national independent pathologists reviewed the case and concluded the death should have been ruled a homicide. Her undetermined ruling effectively stalled criminal investigations into the deputies at the state level, though a civil suit was revived by an appeals court. And then you have this youngster right here. Shannon Wilson's case is cold-blooded.
All right. So y'all see the importance of sharing these videos. It's so much coverage on this Nolan Wells situation now that they going back and finding other cases that was just like this from the sheriff's department, the medical examiner, the judge, all these people, and they good too. These people is good. All these people is keeping quiet. This is something that been going on in their town for years and years and years in Mississippi. How they been doing us, man.
This is the 13-year-old who, according to claims from the family, Dr. Turner's office embalmed their loved one without permission, destroying any evidence that could have proven their case.
Cold-blooded, man. That's a man. Y'all see what's going on? He got pushed in the water as well. This is the thing they doing out there. I see push them in the water. Y'all know they can't swim. Cold game, man.
Okay. Hold on. Let's get into Damian Cameron. The police officers actually entered his home. They just bust into his home and started beating him. Let's get into Damian Cameron. Let me see if I can find the dash cam video if they have removed it from YouTube. Let me see if they've removed it from YouTube. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see if they took it off. Let me see if they took the body cam off. Yes, they've taken the body cam video off. Isn't that special? Of course, they've taken the body cam. Well, unfortunately, we are unable to see the body cam video. Hold on. Let me go back to. I know a lot of people. Let's go over here. I saw this body cam video. They've taken the body cam video offline, unfortunately.
Who died after an altercation with Mississippi Sheriff's deputies suggests the deputies may have killed the man by kneeling on his neck for more than 10 minutes. I'm Brian Howie. I'm an investigative journalist. Here's what we know. On July 26, 2021, Damian Cameron died after an encounter with Rankin County Sheriff's deputies Luke Stickman and Hunter Elward. If Elward's name sounds familiar,
Hunter Elward name should sound familiar to you, because Hunter Elward is also one of the 6 men who was a part of the Goon Squad. If that doesn't sound familiar to you, it's the Goon Squad is one of the 6 men who also tied up 2 men in Mississippi, shot one of them in the mouth, and also beat these men, stuck dildos up their rear ends, SA these men with dildos because they were in a white woman's house. They were in the woman's house with her permission and left the man for dead who are serving jail time. One of the men came to beat up these 2 black men from another jurisdiction. The other 5 were known members of a goon squad in this Mississippi county. That was their name, the Goon Squad. And the 6th man came from another county to be a part of this known Goon Squad. They got some years in prison. If you're this is one of the members of the Goon Squad who knelt on this man's neck, and this coroner was unable to determine how this man died. I want you to understand. This is who this man is. Let's go back. Now, I did the story on the Goon Squad as well. We will understand who the Goon Squad is. I did the story on the Goon Squad.
investigative journalist. Here's what we know. On July 26, 2021, Damian Cameron died after an encounter with Rankin County Sheriff's deputies Luke Stickman and Hunter Elward. If Elward's name sounds familiar, it's because he's one of the 6 Goon Squad officers who pleaded guilty earlier this month to torturing Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker and shooting Jenkins in the mouth. Back to Damian Cameron. Damian had allegedly damaged his neighbor's home in Braxton, Mississippi, while the neighbor was away. The neighbor called the police, and after Elward confronted Damian, he chased him into his grandparents' home. According to Elward's police report and affidavit, Damian was aggressive, tried to punch him, tried to knock his taser out of his hand, and then ran into the house. Elward chased him into the bedroom and wrestled him to the floor. According to the sheriff's report, that's when Deputy Luke Stickman arrived and helped Elward handcuff Damian and take him to a squad car. Elward said a few minutes later, he went to check on Damian and found him unresponsive. But Damian's mother, Monica Lee, tells a different story. In a sworn affidavit and interviews with reporters, Lee said her son never tried to hit Elward. When the deputy chased Cameron into the house, he and Luke Stickman knelt on Damian's back and neck for at least 10 minutes, Lee said. She said the whole time, Damian was telling them he couldn't breathe over and over again.
And the video shows exactly what the mother says. And strangely enough, the video is not available on YouTube. Strangely enough, the video has been wiped off from YouTube. If anyone can find it, I would appreciate it. I did see the video at the time where this case was out and new. Strangely enough, you can't find the video now.
He was pronounced dead at the hospital later that day, and pictures of his face show it was swollen nearly beyond recognition. The Mississippi State Medical Examiner ruled Cameron's cause of death as undetermined, saying they didn't have enough information to determine what killed him. But me and my
undetermined. They didn't have enough information to determine what killed him. The information to determine what killed him is his body, and what his body and the effects of the injuries on his body is the information that you use to determine what killed him, bitch. And the story that you gave based upon the injuries of his body, based upon the story that if it was believable or not, bitch. That determines what killed him. If the story is unbelievable, you disregard the unbelievable story, bitch, and understand that he was killed by these police officers in this homicide. But she didn't have enough information. But let's continue.
My colleague Nate Rosenfield sent Cameron's autopsy records, police reports, and an interview with Monica Lee to 3 forensic pathologists. Dr. Michael Bodden, a former New York City Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Zhongshui Hua, Chief of the Forensic Pathology Division at Rutgers University, and Dr. Cyril Wecht, former president of the American College of Legal Medicine and the American Academy of Forensic Science. All 3 pathologists agreed Damian Cameron's death was a homicide caused by the deputies kneeling on his neck. The pathologists say that, paired with Monica Lee and other family members' statements that they heard Damian saying he couldn't breathe, indicates the officers suffocated him when they knelt on his neck. Dr. Stacy Turner, the medical examiner who ruled Damian's cause of death was undetermined, declined to discuss the autopsy with us. But she said the undetermined ruling is normal. In cases where her office is missing information or can't definitively cite a cause of death, quote, "We err on the side of undetermined because we don't want to make a mistake." Dr. Turner and Sean Tendall at the Mississippi Department of Public Safety both said the office would be willing to re-examine the case if asked by the Rankin County District Attorney's Office or the Attorney General's Office. Monica Lee sued the department in 2022. She told us she's always known how her son really died. Now she just wants the world to know too.
Okay.
All right, listen to this. He was told to picture his
Okay. So let's go back a little bit. A bunch of lies.
Civil rights advocates and families demand access to those investigation records. Ross?
Community X and Cameron's mother and brother want justice and answers today, sharing what was reportedly his autopsy report showing trauma but giving no cause of.
I'm just here reaching out. I need justice for my son.
Nearly 2 years ago, Monica Lee's son, Damian Cameron, while in the custody of Rankin County deputies. Family members say 2 deputies entered their home on Foot Drive, struggled with him in a bedroom, and one later held his knee on the back of Cameron's neck before driving away with him.
I want justice. I want the 2 officers held accountable, Ryan Bailey held accountable, because in my heart, he might not meant anything to them, but that was my child. And I think I deserve justice for him.
National activist organization Community X is joining the family's fight. They want the release of dashcam video and public records of the investigation from Rankin County and MBI.
Why is it that only the police officers and the deputies and the sheriff and everyone within Rankin County PD were interviewed, but not the family? And then you conclude to say that there's insufficient evidence.
We haven't seen them since the next morning after they left and they made a mess in the yard trying to flee, I guess you can call it. They came back and threw dirt in our yard to cover up the mud tracks that they left, and that was it.
An autopsy provided by the family indicated swelling to Cameron's face, traumatic wounds to his hands, with the bottom of his feet cut from toe to heel. No cause was included. Did not indict the 2 Rankin County deputies. The family is calling on the Department of Justice to investigate. Rosalind Anderson, 3 on your side.
All right, peace and blessings, ladies and gentlemen. All praises to the Most High. Yet another story coming out of.
Now, let's see who. Now we understand that one of these officers were on the goon squad. Who is the goon squad that one of these officers? Let me get the link for the second story.
Civil rights advocate.
Hold on. Let me get the link to this story. All of these links are going to be in my description box under Mississippi Medical Examiner. Because all of this is important. All of these stories are connected to this crooked-ass Mississippi Medical Examiner. So we hear that one of these cops who was connected to this death of Damon Cameron is also connected to the Goon Squad. Who is the Mississippi Goon Squad, you may ask? If you don't remember the story about the Mississippi Goon Squad, let's get into the Mississippi Goon Squad. Let's get into the Goon Squad. Here we go. Let's get into them. Here, they're talking about them down here. Here we go. Here's the Goon Squad. Is it them? I think this is them right here. Yes, this is them right here. Good old boys.
It's time for another mugshot.
This is a good old boys right here.
Of the Rankin County Death Squad, or Goon Squad, the Torture Cops. Here we have Christian Dedman. Boy, these mugshots have been hard to come by. Those cops are involved in some sort of protection or something. But if you see here, it says no copy. He did a lot. You're about to hear some really, really awful things. Christian Dedman, at the end of this almost 2-hour torture session, Christian Dedman, being the lead narcotics investigator and everything, is the one who volunteered to plant drugs, meth, so they could come up with the story it was a drug raid. Earlier, when they had gotten there, he started saying, "Where's the drugs? Where's the drugs?" He was going to set it up the whole time, and then shot a hole in the wall through the house with his service weapon. Now,
this is what happened in the house where the two guys, one was shot in the mouth, and he's saying that he was going to set it up as a drug raid all the time. He was going to say, "Where's the drugs? Where's the drug?" This is what he's talking about. What they were busted for the assault on these two men. He was going to say all the time, "Where's the drugs? Where's the drugs?" This is what finally got the Goons squad busted.
To the beginning, whenever he was told about being involved with a white woman, that investigator and everything is the one who volunteered to plant drugs, meth, so they could come up with the story it was a drug raid. Earlier, when they had gotten there, he started saying, "Where's the drugs? Where's the drugs?" He was going to set it up the whole time, and then shot a hole in the wall through the house with his service weapon. Now, back to the beginning. Whenever he was told about being involved with a white woman, he texted, "Are y'all available for a mission?" Then he texted, "No bad mugshots." That means all the damage done to the black men they were about to see would not be on the face, so they could easily lie about it. Because remember, police lie, police lie. When there was a toy found that they violated the men with, he slapped the men in the face with it off the barrel of a weapon and tried to violate them. We're going to leave that part out.
So, no bad mug shots, meaning we can beat them up, but don't hit them in the face because we're going to arrest them, but we don't want to have no bad mug shots. Now they find a dildo and they violate them sexually, violate them. So what does that say about these creatures? What does that say about these creatures who find a dildo and they violate these men?
Then, at some point, while Hunter Elward held down Parkins and Jenkins, Christian Dedman poured milk, chocolate syrup, alcohol.
Y'all, it was incredibly awful. Sick puppies. It was part of the waterboarding.
He was outside and he shot his weapon. All this trying to intimidate the guys. When he said he would be the one to plant the drugs and they're all huddled up, Michael Porty Jenkins lay there bleeding out. They were counting on him not living with their plan. Even grandmothers know how to do propaganda. Check out some of these Facebook posts. He is with Sheriff Brian Bailey when he received the top cop. This did day 12. Now, Christian Dedman is in jail, and he's going to be there for a long time.
Top cop.
In all my time and years.
Top cop. Let's go back. And see some more of.
It's time for another mug.
Shall we go back and see some more of these. What were they called again? They weren't called the Death Squad. They were called, what were they called again? What were they called again? He fucked me up when he called them that. What did they call them again? Oh God. Excuse me, I dropped off. Hold on. I'm back. I apologize. Hey, Very Carrie. Thank you, Max. I appreciate you. If you did not hear me, okay. I apologize. I don't know how I dropped out. Okay. Let's go Nolan Wells' funeral. Let me see where I can get it from. Don Lemon is showing it. I don't want to go to his channel. I'm sure I can find it somewhere else. Let me let's share the funeral. Here we go.
I'm going to read out of Colossians chapter 4. Colossians chapter 4, verse 2 says this: continue steadfastly in prayer, being watchful in it with thanksgiving.
Amen.
Come on, let's give it up for Pastor Drew this morning. At this time, we're going to call on Truth of God Elevation Worship Choir that they come at this time and share. Amen. The choir come at this time so they can share. That is fairly here. Like I said, please come at this time.
Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. He's been my fourth man in the fire, time after time. Born of his spirit, washed in his blood, and what he did for me on Calvary is more than enough. Oh, I'll trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. I'll trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail.
Seriously.
Perfect submission. All is at rest. I know the author of tomorrow has ordered my steps. Oh, this is my story. This is my song. Praising my risen King and Savior all the day long. Oh, I'll trust in God, my Savior, the one
Yeah.
who will never fail. He will never fail. I'll trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never, he'll never, never fail. He'll fail. He will never fail. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. That's why I'll trust him. That's why I'll trust him. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. That's why I'll trust him. That's why this is my story. This is my song. Praising my Savior all the day long. Oh, this is my story. This is my story. This is my song. Praising my Savior all the day. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. That's why I'll trust him. That blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine. Oh, herald salvation, purchased by God, born of his Spirit, washed in his I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. I sought the Lord, he heard, and he answered. That's why I'll trust him. That's why I'll trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never, 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 never fail. He will never fail. I'll trust in God, my one and only Savior. He will
Really thanking the Reverend Al Sharpton, who certainly does not need no introduction. So at this time, we will hear from the president and founder of the National Election Network, the host of Politic Nation on MSNBC Now. The MS Now, let's hear from Reverend Al Sharpton at this time.
First, let us pray. Dear God, we come this morning as humble as we know how. We come to celebrate the life of this young man, Nolan Xavier Wells. We come with a painful acknowledgement of you allowed him to return home at a young age. We can't question what you do, but we can ask for the strength and power to be given us to go through this and understand the meaning of this and to seek what is required of this at this hour. Look on his family, his mother, his father, his siblings, and all of his blood relatives that long after the cameras are gone, long after the crowds stop coming by, they will bear the burden of an empty chair in the house. They will bear the burden of memories that will not ever leave them, and give them the strength to find some meaning and give them the memory of the joys that he brought them, and wipe away their tears from their eyes so that they can see and be what he would want them to be at this hour. We don't have words or anything we could give, but you have the strength and the power to hold them up. And we ask for that strength today. And look down here in Mississippi today and let us pursue justice. Whatever the situations are that led to this, let every stone be rolled back and every veil be torn asunder. And let truth pop out of the ground like a flower, and let justice flow down like a water, and mercy like a mighty stream. These blessings we ask in your name. Amen. Let me first give honor to the pastor who has been so wonderful in allowing us to be here today, Senior Pastor Pagel and Executive Pastor Brownsville. Reverend R.D. Holmes, who heads National Action Network in Tallahassee, came all the way from Tallahassee, Florida, and to some of those, there you are, I'm looking for you, you did the scripture. Some of those that came to just give strength to the family. We honored, flew all the way from New York with me this morning. Spike Lee is with us. And the one and only T.O. Terrell Owens wanted to be here with the family. In fact, if you look to your right, everybody look to your right, shake hands with that person because you are Elmer and Christian's special guest. Everybody, shake hands with the person to your right. So you can't say you were not special from the family. Everybody here. Before I start the eulogy, I want us to hear from the mother and father of Nolan, because they are the ones that bear the burden, the pain, and the will to go forward to make his name stand for what it should stand for. And I want us to hear their words. Many of us have different emotions, but no one's emotion should override the emotions of the mother and father. We are here to stand with them. This is their child. And you can't be more angry or hurt or burdened than them. So don't outrun them. Let us stand and uphold them at this hour of grief. Let me ask them to come and give a few words. The mother and father, Elmore and Christine.
First, I want to give all thanks and honor and glory to God for choosing Elmore and me to be Nolan's parents. We thank you, Lord, for the beautiful 18 years that you blessed us with him. Thank you for the joy he brought not only to our family, but also to his friends and everyone in the community whose lives he touched. Nolan had such a gentle, calming spirit about him. He had a way of making people feel seen, welcome, and valued. He could lift your confidence with just a few words and make you feel like you belonged. If you ever had the privilege of meeting our son Nolan or calling him a friend, then you experienced a glimpse of God's love through him. He was both protective and nurturing. He often told us that one day he wanted to have 3 daughters that he would name Sophia, Charlotte, and Olivia. He had a deep love for the Lord and an unwavering faith that was evident in the way he lived his life. As much as our hearts are broken, we find peace in knowing that our son is resting in the arms of the Lord. We will miss everything about him, from his quiet nature to the corny jokes, his gentle smile, the way he made everyone around him feel comfortable, loved, and at ease. Your absence has left an emptiness that can never truly be filled. A piece of our hearts will always be missing. Nolan, your father and I are incredibly proud of you. We've always been proud of you, of the young man you were, and we will always be proud of the legacy of love, kindness, and faith that you have left behind. In a world that can often feel dark, be like Nolan. Be the light that brightens the lives of those around you. Be the warmth for those who may be feeling the coldness of the world. Love deeply, protect fiercely, and welcome others with kindness. And remain faithful knowing that God is always with you. Lastly, I ask that each of you keep Nolan's memory alive. Hold him close in your hearts. Share his stories and never stop saying his name. As long as we continue to remember him, his light will continue to shine through us all. Nolan, we love you. We'll continue to fight for you. Yes. And until we meet again, and thank you all for coming. Thank you.
You guys gotta excuse me. I might be kind of all over the place a little bit. First of all, I want to say out of all my kids, Nolan was the one that would crawl backwards on the regular. Like babies crawl forward, he would crawl backwards. And he had this crazy haircut that I just, I don't know. You had to see it to know him. But I want to start off by saying how proud I am of you, my son. You grew up to be a very young man that everyone enjoyed to be around. The constant lectures from me about having character, self-respect, self-discipline, and perseverance really hit home with you at an early age. These were the things that I had to live through to really be able to pass down to you and your siblings. I remember when you first asked to play basketball, and I admit I was kind of worried because you never picked up a basketball, you never shot one. We didn't have a actual basketball goal. The only thing we had was that Walmart special, the little plastic one that everybody breaks in the first few days. But on that first day of tryouts, you shocked me and your mom. And just to make a long story short, you, Jalen, and Javon won y'all first championship together. Middle school was even more exciting because you were not just making a name for yourself on the football field, the basketball court, and the baseball diamond, but you were also laying the groundwork for your little brother Elmore. I nicknamed you Mr. Cool Hands because it seemed like you was catching a touchdown every game. You wanted to be the best. So I poured all my knowledge into you that I could by taking you to the gym to work out, taking you to the beach to do drills in the sand, teaching you how to watch film, how to study your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. And you carried these teachings all the way through high school and had an amazing run. Also during that time, you made a lot of friends. You helped a lot of people and became well liked by many. It really warmed me and your mother's heart when we would get a phone call or an email from a teacher talking about something that you did for a fellow student. All the teachers love Nolan. The day you came home from college, you came in the room and you asked me about training. You would always ask us or always tell us about things that you want to do for us. When you signed with a school, you want to do this and take me and your mother there. And I would always tell you that, son, you need to take it one day at a time. During this time, you trained, you worked out. The bond with your younger siblings grew stronger because they looked up to you for motivation, especially your younger brother, which played the same position that you did. You guys' competition, Cannon, Nolan loved you, and he wanted you to do just as good as he did. Ethan, the same way. Even though you weren't a receiver, he wanted you to do great things. Carly, Jaden, with you guys being the oldest, he wanted the best for you guys. And I know that he would have did anything he could to make you guys happy. I just want to say thank you all for coming out. Thank you all for coming out and celebrating our son. Nolan meant a lot to a lot of people. And today it just shows us how much he meant to the community, to the country, and to the world. Thank you guys again for coming out. We appreciate it.
Can we have all of his sisters and brothers to stand? Give the family your love. James Wellborn is here, the father of Sonia Massey. We appreciate him being here. When I was called about what happened to Nolan, and as the days went on, the parents came to our Harlem headquarters of National Action Network and told the story as they knew it at that time. Attorney Ben Crump, who I call the Attorney General of Black America, began looking into this situation. And since then, every day, I have thought about what this means and what it could mean. And a lot of what this could mean, it could be the healing or it could be the poking of the wound. That's going to be decided by what we do. The senior pastor of this church had the courage of his faith to open the doors of this church and let this family funeralize him, even though he knows that some, I'm sure, in the city would wonder why he would even do that. And the dividing of our children of God is something that we have to get over. One of the things that I'm glad to see is that there are people of all races at this funeral. And there are people of all ages. All whites are not a racist, and all blacks are not angry. Somewhere in the middle, we've got to meet and find what is just and fair. And that is why we want to celebrate Nolan, and at the same time say we want a full and thorough investigation. We don't want nothing sugar-coated either way. But for an 18-year-old young man to no longer be with us, we want answers. Not biased either way, just answers. And I think that for the family, the closure can come if there is justice. We will see where it goes. Some have prejudged. I do not think that it is appropriate for either side of opinions to prevail without a backup and fair investigation. We cannot say it was racist, but we cannot say it was not racist. So let's not judge either way until all the evidence is in. And in that light, let me say this, and I'm going to take a brief text and I'll move on. There are those that are so full of hate that they would send hate messages to the house of these parents. They sent one that Christine shared with Attorney Crump and I, and it accused her and Elmer of just stirring trouble and accused the lawyers, Attorney Crump and I, oh, they just want money. First of all, I don't get any money in any of what we do. Most of the cases that you have seen us do, we help to pay the funerals and all of that, and never ask for a dime back, even if they got settlements. But since Mississippi's so special, I'm not only saying we don't want nothing, I want to say right here now, and I'm inspired by who accused us of that I want to put up from National Action Network and me I want to offer a reward of $50,000 to anybody I want to put a reward up for $50,000 for anybody that could give the information that will lead to an arrest and a conviction in the case of what happened. He was not on that island by himself. Somebody saw something and knows something. So I didn't come to make money. I came to give money. Stand up and tell the truth. Whatever it is, good or bad, we're not going to prejudge it, but we cannot end it until we know all the facts. So all you got to do is reach out to Attorney Crump's office, and National Action Network could do that if it leads to an arrest and conviction. And I guarantee you, you'll have it before the sun goes down. I want to thank Tyler Perry, who has paid for the funeral. We didn't call him. He called me and said, I want to pay for that. I want to thank Byron Allen and others that have contributed, some that don't even want their name called. I was thinking as a scripture in Genesis, the 4th chapter, that passage that starts at the 2nd verse said, and again she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a worker of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought unto the Lord an offering of fruit of the ground. And Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock, and their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering. But for Cain and his offering, he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his face fell. The Lord said to Cain, why art thou angry? And why has your face fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. Its desire is contrary to you, but you must rule over it. Cain spoke to Abel, his brother. And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, where is Abel, your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And the Lord said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. May God add a blessing to the reading of his word. The story of what we have faced in America is a question that started in the first book of the Bible with the first sibling. Am I my brother's keeper? Am I my brother's keeper? Or will we, out of some emotions, some anger, some jealousy, some envy, maybe some bigotry, decide rather than deal with building up the beauty that God put in us, that we will harm our brother and that we will harm our sister, and through some malice try to hide it? But the Bible says that the victim's blood cried from the ground. I hear this morning Nolan's blood crying from the ground. Am I my brother's keeper? Or am I the keeper of some secret, some information that you could give and won't stand up? But the blood's gonna haunt you. Those in law enforcement, your job is to follow the oath, not to follow the preference of what goes down. There are those that want me to condemn people before we know whether they're right or wrong. Now, yes, there's some questions around this, and this is not a rally. This is a praise and worship service, and we'll deal with those questions. But, you know, it's interesting. I exercise every morning. I tore my something in my knee about 2 weeks ago. And they told me when they did the x-ray, Reverend, that I had torn my meniscus. And I had to go to get some surgery. And they said when I went to get surgery, they said, well, wait a minute, your doctor has to give us your history so we don't get the wrong thing to deal with your surgery. So the medication you may have and the what you have to do to recoup and the exercise you have, we got to base that on your medical history. Well, the reason why what's happened to Nolan under unquestioned, unanswered questions, gone, phone and keys found 2 days later. You don't tell nobody you had the phone or the keys. When you confronted, you first tell another story. Then when they finally get the phone and the keys, there are things erased from the phone. There's just too many unanswered questions. Somebody saying that he told us he was leaving the island. So I don't know an 18-year-old person, black, white, or undecided, that gives somebody their phone. I'm a lot older than 18. I wouldn't trust Crump with my phone. So we just raising the questions. Where is my brother? He went out with y'all. He came back not with the where is my brother? And because of the background, like they asked me before they give me surgery, they went to my medical history. So the reason why a lot of people in the nation are looking at this Nolan situation is that we've looked at history in Mississippi. Some of us remember what happened in Mississippi. And because of what happened in Mississippi, doesn't mean it's guilty today, but before we can medicate and heal today, we got to look at your history. Because history will decide, can you handle the medication? I look back into history, and I noticed that Emmett Till happened here. All the way to Medgar Evers happened here. Based on the history, we got to be able to dig deep. We can't have people in law enforcement saying there was no foul play before an investigation. We got to look at the history. Now, I down, and that could be controversial, but don't get me wrong. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I grew up in a section called Brownsville. I first had, my parents had a nice home in Queens, nice middle-class home. And Daddy left, and Mom had to move to a tenement in Brownsville. I didn't grow up in Fort Greene like Spike Lee. They were middle class. We was poor. We weren't even poor. We was poor. And we had, Spike don't know nothing about this, but we had roaches. And I remember I went one night and I went in the kitchen. Sister had gone to bed, mother had gone to bed. I looked in the kitchen and I saw these roaches all over the kitchen. And I'm looking for the Raid. Some of y'all grew up like me, know what Raid is. I'm looking for the Raid to spray the roaches. I ran and woke up my sister. And I said, there's roaches all over the kitchen. She said, leave me. I said, get up, you gotta help me. There's roaches all over the kitchen. She kind of stumbled and come down the hall and hit the switch and fixing her eyes. And when she looked, she said, ain't no roaches in here. I said, no, they were right here. She said, you woke me up, I don't see no roaches. She went back to bed. She was angry, didn't want to hear from me. I went back again and looked in the kitchen. Roaches everywhere. I went back and grabbed again. I said, come on, come on. You got to see it. I'm not kidding. She stumbled in. She cut the light on. Roaches was gone. So I'm now in the little hallway trying to figure this out. And I figured it out, that when you cut the light on, the roaches run. I did not come to Mississippi to cause no trouble. I come to cut the light on. And if we cut the lights on, you're going to see roaches start running all over. It's time to cut the light on. It's time to get rid of our differences. It's time to let love rule over hate. It's time for a new Mississippi. It's time for a new coming together. It's time for us to stand together no matter who's wrong. God will make a way for his children. That's why God can use this occasion to make blacks and whites in a state with a bad history say in Nolan's name, we're going to come together and we're going to find out the truth here together. We're going to love together. We're going to make his name be the difference between those of the past. We're going to have some justice and some fairness no matter what it is. We're going to cut the light on. We're going to get rid of the roaches. Thank you and God bless. Before we leave, I must hear from where we go from here and the family as we pursue an open, impartial look at what happened to Nolan. May we hear from the Attorney General of Black America, Attorney Benjamin Crump.
Y'all give it up for Reverend Al Sharpton. What a message. What a message. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Now let's say it so his family will know they are not alone. Justice for Nolan Wells. Thank you. I stand before you with a plea for justice. I'm so grateful that Reverend Al Sharpton, America's civil rights leader, did not think it robbery to stand with Christine and Elmo and all of their family, to let them know that despite what some people may say or do that is so insensitive, so disrespectful, so inhumane, while you all are grieving the worst loss that any parent could have, that people from New York, people from Los Angeles, people from Chicago, Detroit, London, Paris, all over the world has been calling Nolan Wells' name. Justice for Nolan Wells. I am so very grateful, Reverend Al, Reverend Toon, that we have a great team of lawyers and investigators, because it's always a team effort. As I heard Elmo often talk about, T.O., Nolan was a great teammate. And everybody who's ever played on a team and who has been successful in their endeavor understands that you're only as good as your teammates are. So I want to just acknowledge Attorney Lisa Park, Attorney Eric Hertz, Attorney Gary Buffkin, Attorney Carlos Moore, Attorney Camila Moore, and all those great paralegals and investigators and activists. All the people who are encouraging people to call and give us information so we can get to the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. We want to thank you all. It matters. It matters. We're on a ferocious search for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. And so it is very important that you all understand our legal team. And we have these great co-counsels, but Reverend Al, we're all co-counsels. Anybody who's seeking the truth for what happened to Nolan Wells, I want you all to know that you all are our co-counsels. Amen? Y'all all our co-counsels. And on this legal team, we stand for truth, no matter who it implicates or exonerates. We stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or who it acquits. We stand for transparency, because we don't need law enforcement to narrate, because we want transparency, because we can see. We don't need them to tell us what they think. And that's why we need all of you to encourage people who were on Horn Island on July 4th. If you took a picture, if you have a video, if you have Snapchat, if you have anything, we are pleading on behalf of Elmo, and especially on behalf of Christine. As she said, any parent will want the answers as to what happened to their child. They went out on the boat came back, and Nolan washed up on the shore 2 days later dead. Wouldn't you want answers? Wouldn't you want transparency? Wouldn't you want the truth? Wouldn't you want justice? I mean, is that so much to ask? I think so much about Reverend Al and all these cases where we champion the cause for justice, whether it was any number of young people. I think about Trayvon Martin. I think about Michael Brown. I think about Breonna Taylor. I think about Botham Jones. I think about Stephon Clark. I think about Sonia Massey. I think about so many of our children that were taken from us in highly questionable circumstances. And all the time when Reverend Al and NAACP and leaders show up to say, hold on, we want answers. We want answers because we love our children just like you love your children. Our tears are just as painful as your tears. Our pain hurts just as much as your pain. So whatever you would do for your children, if they were on that boat on Horn Island on July 4th, we want you to do it for Nolan Wells. Whatever investigation you would give for your children, we want you to do it for Nolan Wells. Whatever searches you would do on people's phones for your children, we want you to do that for Nolan Wells. Do it for Nolan Wells. Because really, if we're thinking like co-counsels, understand that Nolan Wells was the son of Christine and Elmore, but he really was all of our sons. Because if something this tragic could happen to their son, it can happen to your children. So we all have to stand up together and say we're fighting for justice for Nolan Wells because he is our son too. And they want us to be quiet. Reverend Al, Reverend Holmes, they want us, Crump, won't y'all just go ahead and, we already told you it was no foul play. What do you keep making so much noise? Well, until we get answers, until we get to truth, until we get to justice, we're going to stand up and we're going to keep ringing the justice bells for Nolan Wells. We're going to ring the justice bells for Nolan Wells here in Mississippi. We're going to ring the justice bells for Nolan Wells in the United States of America. We're going to ring the justice bells for Nolan Wells all over the world because Nolan life mattered. Nolan's 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 life mattered. I was gonna, Christine, Elmo, can you all come up with this one last time? Y'all understand, really, we work with so many families. The reason we all got to stand on our feet and say Nolan life mattered, because as Reverend Al said, at some point, the cameras are gonna go away, the crowds are gonna go away, the government investigation gonna go away, and they're gonna feel so alone, as if nobody cared, that nobody felt that Nolan's life mattered. So I want you to stand to your feet and let them know that Nolan life matters. Nolan life matters. Nolan's 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 life matters. Let me say to Christine and Elmo, before we do the prayer of committal and escort the family out, I just got a text, Christine and Elmo, you know that Tyler Perry said he would pay for the funeral. He must be watching because he said, I'm gonna match you and put up $50,000 more. So we putting up $100,000 for anybody that'll come forward. We just want the truth, that's all. We just want the truth. And we want to thank Tyler Perry. He must have been watching. Want to thank Colin Kaepernick, who paid for Colin Kaepernick, a real giant in our community, shouldn't be disrespected by anybody. But I'll leave that for when I get back to Harlem. But thank you, Colin, for what he did for this family. I'm going to ask Reverend R.B. Holmes to give us the prayer of committal, and then we will have the pallbearers, and we will do the recessional. Now may God, in his providential care, bless, keep, and strengthen this mother and father and family, ashes to ashes and dust to dust, looking forward to the resurrection when Noah will rise again. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Amen.
Excuse me, we need everyone to remain seated. We need everyone to remain seated as we escort the family out. Please, we need everyone to remain seated as we escort out the family. If you're not a family, please remain seated. Thank you.
So an emotional service there. You have been watching funeral services for 18-year-old Nolan Wells, the service taking place for just about the last hour. And we heard there from attorney for the family, Ben Crump, and also Reverend Al Sharpton, who is well known for his activities concerning civil rights. And he delivered the eulogy, and it was an impassioned eulogy, a call for justice. The attorney, Ben Crump, he led cheers essentially as part of the service. And that said, justice for Nolan Wells. He repeated it over and over. Justice for Nolan Wells. He also repeated, Nolan's life mattered. That's what Ben Crump said over and over during his portion of the service, where he led remarks. And also, we heard from Reverend Al Sharpton, and the biggest newsworthy point to take out of this funeral service here is the Reverend Al Sharpton saying he would give $50,000 to anyone who would come forward with any information that would lead to an arrest and a conviction in the case of Nolan Wells if they had valid information of something that caused his death. Of course, Nolan Wells died now 2 weeks ago. It's a story we have followed well. The national media has followed, and there's been widespread speculation on social media as far as what happened to him on July 4th when he went to Horn Island with a group of friends on a boat and never came back. His body was found 2 weeks ago in the early morning hours of July 6th after an extensive search in the water around Horn Island and the Mississippi Sound. Concerning that $50,000 reward at the end of the service, Al Sharpton also said that Tyler Perry would offer another $50,000. So essentially, $100,000 is being offered with anyone with information concerning the death of Nolan Wells if it led to an arrest and a conviction concerning his death. We also heard from his parents, his mother, Nolan Wells' mother. She described her son as protective and nurturing. She also said she was proud of his legacy that he leaves of love, kindness, and faith. While his father also had emotional words talking about the memories of his son playing sports. He said that he helped many other students at school, and he also helped his siblings and encouraged his younger siblings, especially on the athletic fields. Nolan Wells was a standout high school football player at Ocean Springs, and he was going into his sophomore year of college at Southwest Community College, where he was also a football player. But as we know, there are many unanswered questions still surrounding his death as we see his casket being taken out of the church there in Ocean Springs. A lot of the crowd has come out. Let's take a quick listen here to see if we can pick up anything that's happening outside the church right now. So really a somber moment there as his body is about to be loaded into the hearse. And there is a celebration of life get together that's about to happen in the next few hours at the Jackson County Fairgrounds. We will have coverage of that later tonight. That celebration happening later was for invited guests only. And a large crowd gathered here at the church there in Ocean Springs to see this funeral service. And that is a difficult moment, as you could imagine, the family seeing their son's body being loaded into the hearse there in the casket. And it was an emotional service there. You certainly could relate to that with the loss of an 18-year-old young man who had, from everything that we've seen, was a standout young person in both school and athletics as well. But there was a clear message in this that there were unanswered questions into the investigation, and the family and the attorneys and activists working in cooperation with the family, they want to see this investigation continue, and they want more to come out of it, as we have really not heard much from the investigation so far, being led by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. We'll see what happens from here as we go forward. And we are expecting a news conference also from Attorney Ben Crump and the Reverend Al Sharpton in the next few minutes. We will have continuing coverage of the information we learn going forward throughout the day. Thanks for joining us here on WLOX. You have been watching the funeral services for Nolan Wells.
All right. Thank you for joining me. And thank you guys for who were guys who were respectful in the chat, who were able to be respectful in the chat. As you see, Al Sharpton has donated $50 for the arrest and prosecution of anyone who was associated with the death of Nolan Wells, and Tyler Perry also has donated $50,000 for the successful prosecution of anyone who is prosecuted for any participation with the death of Nolan Wells. So I just wanted to circle back on something that I had been meaning to mention. As we know, Colin Kaepernick was blackballed from the NBA for taking the knee in support of Black Lives Matter protesting police brutality. He took the knee to support Black Lives Matter, and subsequently lost his career. Um, he was on the 49ers team, and I don't know if it was lost on any of you. We know that Black people put Jay-Z on the map. There would be no Jay-Z if it had not been Black supporters who put Jay-Z drug dealing, selling ass on the map. So if you are not aware, Jay-Z has really fell off. Now, Jay-Z has surrounded himself and has uh, cornered up with a whole white fan base, with whole white business partners, and all of this. I am a billionaire. I don't associate. I don't know. Black people. I only rub elbows and shoulders with white people now. I don't do this, that, and the other. I am only associated with white people now. But strangely enough, you know, most concerts sell out with Black people, with white people now. Most rap concert, you rarely see any Black people in the concerts because the tickets are so expensive that the audience that put rappers on, they cannot even afford the tickets because they go to rich white people who have never put these artists on. But strangely enough, Jay-Z put on a concert and his tickets did not sell. These white people who Jay-Z claimed to only rub shoulders with, they did not buy out his concert tickets. So what happened? They sold his concert tickets to vendors to then try to resell his tickets, and the tickets still weren't selling. The tickets prices went down and down and down. They instead of selling for the thousands, his tickets went down to the hundreds and to the tens, and then they started giving the tickets away. And then for 3 days, there was not a whole lot of white tickets in the white people in the audience. They were actually Black people. His core people were in the audience, and they paid a couple of hundreds or less than $100 to actually be at his show. They wasn't even looking to buy the tickets because they thought that like, hey, this is Jay-Z. The tickets are going to be way above my price point. Jay-Z couldn't sell his tickets because the white audience, who he would usually be his audience, wasn't checking for him. Hold on one second. Oh my God, I apologize for that long break. Let's get into some more information. Let's pray for Nolan Wells' family. I don't know if the press conference has started. Let's see if there is a press conference for Nolan Wells. Let me see. Let's see if the press conference has started. No, no, there is no new press conference. No. If there is a new press conference, I will bring you the press conference. But let's get into the things that are going on in our politics that we that I wanted to bring you today. There is a lot of interesting things that are going war that I wanted to talk about. What are the things that I wanted to talk about with this war? Let me. Where are we? What are the things I wanted to talk about? Here we are. Let me get to the things that I wanted to share with you guys today. There is a lot. Here we are. Where are we? Generals are warning about our lack of munitions. Like I told you earlier, now the generals are, sharing secretly sharing that the U.S. is running out of munitions and that our military has no real plan to get out of this war, as our stockpile of oil is a damn near empty. Our strategic stockpile of oil is damn near dry. What we have been using as Donald Trump has gone on this folly of war and trying to pretend like everything is okay. Okay, so here we go.
To escalate this catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran, and as more American soldiers are dying and being seriously injured, top military officials are giving massive red flags and warning signs through leaks to major media outlets in the United States. And these top officials, who are still speaking on background, meaning they're not giving their names, but they're giving quotes and data and information, are saying the United States simply lacks the military equipment to fight this war, that the United States has run low on munitions, on Patriot and THAAD interceptors, that the United States does not have ground troops capable of invading Keshem Island or on the coast of Iran, and that any escalation is going to be completely devastating. And these top military officials are also leaking that Iran is clobbering these American military bases, and the U.S. is getting hit hard. And I think one of the things these top military officials are deeply worried about, the risk that their troops are in right now, who are positioned in these various bases in the Middle East, and also this military equipment of the United States, whether it's the Strata tankers, the C-17s, the MQ-9 Reaper drones, the Apaches, the other helicopters that are out there, the early detection warning systems. Iran is striking with a unbelievable precision these targets in the Middle East. And one of the notable things is that what we're learning from these anonymous sources, but they're top officials, and also by looking at just the open source intelligence data that's out there, the U.S. is moving some of its most valuable assets out of the Arab nations and moving them in Ben Gurion Airport in Israel and in other facilities in Israel, because Israel is protected by the Iron Dome. The Arab nations, whether it's Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, etc., they believed they were getting the security umbrella from the United States. Heck, they were doing the quid pro quos with Donald Trump, and they thought, hey, aren't you going to then help us out? No, no, no. And they're watching as Israel has the protection, but Iran is able to pick off these bases that are right there and target not just the bases, but as the United States strikes desalination facilities in Iran, power plants in Iran, as the United States kills like the equivalent of like Coast Guard and civilian police in Iran, and just civilians in general in Iran. Iran has been hitting desalination facilities in Kuwait, power plants in Kuwait, the Babco petroleum facility in Bahrain, oil facilities in Iraq, major infrastructure in these Arab nations, and they're getting crushed. And then what Iran is doing is they're putting out these messages through the IRGC to unite the Muslim communities and saying, look, we're doing this because your leadership, the princes and the kings, have thrown you, the Muslim community, under the bus in favor of Trump and in favor of the United States. And look what you're left with. And Iran is then
You should see how Iran is pummeling this base. Oh, I think it was in Jordan. And they are screaming and they are running all over this base, and you hear them saying, "Oh my God, they're everywhere!" As these bombs are raining down on this military base. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that for you. Is it? Where is that? I think it's. Where is it? Where is it? I think it's in Sabby Sabs. I think I saw that on Sabby Sabs. Let me see if I can find that for you. If you guys don't watch Sabby Sabs, treat yourself. I think I saw that on Sabby Sabs. Yes. And they are arresting our media like crazy. Let me see. Oh, excuse me. Yes, it was Sabby Sabs last night. Mark Blumenthal. They arrest Mark They detain Mark Blumenthal, and they subpoenaed his. They wanted to extract all of his information from his camera and all of his information from his cameras, his electronic devices, after he went to film in Iran. To give you news that you can use. I think she is the one who showed the carnage that is actually going on in Iran. I think, yes. Is this? No. I think it's after this. Is it after this? I think it is Sabby Sabs that is showing the carnage in Iran. Is this it? Is this it? Hold on. Yes, I think this is it. Hold on. Let's share this.
Said we have to hit Iran hard. In response, my response was no, you don't. You can easily
quickly replenish those stocks. One can possibly see
Iran is. That's why they came after Max Blumenthal.
Let me share.
They have now entered some of these U.S. Soldiers. This was breaking news on Saturday. Listen to.
Or vowing, quote, unforgettable lessons for the American enemy.
Here we go. Let me share this with you. Oh, I am sharing it with you. Okay. If you haven't watched Sappy Sabs, go over there. This link is going to be in my description box. You will like to read this. You would like to see her report on Max Blumenthal as well. How our Trump administration, the Trump administration went to reporters of the New York Times. They went to their house. They didn't just send. They just didn't send warrants to the New York Times offices. No, they went to the reporters' houses for reporting that the airplane that they begged to get from Qatar was not equipped enough to fly from, where was it? From Turkey. It wasn't safely equipped to fly from Turkey because Trump was so afraid that Iran was going to kill him if he flew on the 747 that he begged to get from Turkey. That he wanted to get equipped to use as Air Force One, but it wasn't safe to fly in that jet because it wasn't fully equipped as our real Air Force One, the one that was so old. So when the New York Times reported on it, he wanted to have these reporters arrested for allegedly giving away state secrets, for actually telling the truth, that he was afraid to fly in that begged for Air Force One. So now Max Blumenthal was also arrested, also held by a Custom and Border Patrol for giving away, for telling the truth about what is going on in Iran. That the strikes and the war crimes that are going on in Iran. The stuff that the for-profit media is not telling you. This is what your government is busy doing while telling you that we are winning this war. So, but not telling you what Iran is doing, right? While telling you that Iran is out of missiles and all of this bullshit that they're feeding you about Iran. Now, this is about the 2 U.S. troops are killed and one is missing. Now it has gone up to 4 U.S. Troops are killed. But this is the story that I want you to see that Sabby Sabs was reporting on yesterday. This link will be in my description box under Sabby Sabs reports.
The escalation in this war coming as both sides now say the ceasefire negotiated in mid-June is over.
And let's all remember who was the reason the ceasefire came to an end. That was the U.S. Once again, not following the rules of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, ultimately, you're seeing Americans are dying because of this war. Iranians are dying because of this war. And then also there's the economic, price to pay that everyone's having to deal with, which is the oil issue because of this war. Now, I want to show you what Pete Hegseth said about the soldiers that died. Godspeed, heroes. Their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve. Key word here is sacrifice. Ladies and gentlemen,
they don't care
to our troops being killed in Jordan.
Badly wounded in yesterday's attacks, they had to be medically evacuated to hospitals, but the military says they have since been discharged. In total, some 427 U.S. service members have now been wounded and 16 have lost their lives in the Iran war.
Notice how the number is different depending on who you listen to. What was important that they said here was that, look, they can't stop this. They can't beat Iran. The U.S. government is trapped. And I'm going to show you what happened on Sunday, because Iran has been firing back. Kuwait, sucks to be you.
Kuwait,
member of the Iranian National Security Council. Kuwait,
Kuwait. This is where they fucked up Kuwait. I want you to see what happened in Kuwait. Yeah, this is what I want you to see.
Kuwait should know that its situation will not return to normal after this war ends. We consider the attacks carried out from the Kuwaiti territory as direct attacks, and you should know that we will respond to them in a special way. Kuwait? You see this?
Jesus, they're everywhere. They're sweeping the whole base. She's gonna replay it. That fool is screaming, Jesus, they're everywhere. They're sweeping the whole base. But they want you to believe that Iran can't do anything to anyone.
Bro, let's go back. I'm going to turn it up so you can hear what the guy is saying, because he's saying they're everywhere. Okay, listen to what he's saying. He's saying they're everywhere. Guys, you see all of these coming down at once? Look at this.
Get out of there! Move! They're everywhere! They're sweeping the whole base!
Move! They're everywhere. Jesus, they're sweeping the whole base. But your media is not telling you any of this. Your for-profit media is not telling you any of these things. So this is something that I want to tell you. If you're not going over there and watching Sabby Sab, the link is in my description box under Sabby Sab. You may want to go to some places that is giving you media that is not for profit and just giving you out dribbles of bullshit. So there is that. So there is that. And remember when we first started the Trump regimes first got in power, who were they fighting? Whom were they on a signal that unsecured chat striking against? They were striking against the Houthis, giving away times and logistics about their strikes, and having to turn around ships so quickly that two aircraft carriers so quickly that two fighter planes fell off the aircraft carriers into the sea. Those nimwits that's in the Trump administration that we lost to fighter jets. They were fighting the Houthis back then. And why were they fighting the Houthis? Because the Houthis were trying to prevent a passage of cargo ships going in supplying Israel. Because Israel was committing a genocide against the Palestinians. That's what they were doing back then. But what did your president say when they stopped fighting the Houthis? He said that the Houthis said that they weren't going to strike us anymore. So okay, we're going to stop us. We're going to believe the Houthis, and we're done striking the Houthis. You mean to tell me we had our whole military out there, and the Houthis were such horrible people, and that they were using the Daddy's Home AI to strike the Houthis when they went home went home. They were using that GoDaddy AI, the same thing that is the Israeli were using when they went home from the war fighting back to their homes, that they used that AI to follow them home where they knew they were going to be with their wife and kids, and then struck them there to ensure that they would get their wives and kids. You know, that same intelligence that they use to strike the one of the heads of the Houthis, that Pete Kegbreath said that, yeah, he just went into his girlfriend's house. That same shit that they bragged about, that, and we didn't know what Daddy's Home was at the time, that Pete Kegbreath said that, oh yeah, he just went into his girlfriend's house. We are using the same AI that they were using to create genocide in Palestine. We had already been using that AI. So your president said that the Houthis said we're done fighting. And so your president said, oh, okay, we believe the Houthis, and the Houthis said that they are done fighting. So all of a sudden, these people who Pete Kegbreath said were so horrible people and all of this, oh, okay, we're done. All of that extra shit that they told you was of no consequence. And we're just done. We're just done fighting. You remember how that fighting suddenly stopped? You remember how it was of no consequence that the Houthis were a puppet of the Iranian regime? You notice how when they quit fighting the Houthis earlier in this Trump term, they no longer cared that the Houthis were a puppet of the Iranian regime when they stopped fighting them earlier on. And now, once again, the Houthis, they are a puppet of the Iranian regime. You can't take these people seriously. You can't take these people seriously because they care about absolutely nothing. They want to keep this war going because they're the Trump children are profiting off of being defense contractors. That's why this war is going to keep going. Because the Trump Jr. and Beavis and Buttheads are defense contractors. That's why this war is keep going. Period. Point blank. Okay. So what else did I want to share with you? Nothing means anything to these people, but getting over on the stupid Trump voters and profiteering. A judge has blocked the Warner Brothers Paramount deal. Thank God. It was a setup. Breaking news. A girl says she saw what really happened with Nolan Wells. Hmm. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. Let's stay where we are right now. Let's stay where we are right now. Let's see where we are. Where are we right now? Where are we right now? These stories don't match. Let me share this with you. Now, you remember I was sharing with you about Elon Musk and this X and this trillionaire and all of this bullshit about Elon Musk being the next trillionaire and all of this blah 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 blah. All of that was bullshit. I told you all of that was bullshit. And now it seems like Elon Musk is looking for a handout. Elon Musk, the biggest government.
This is your headline.
The U.S. biggest government whore is looking for a bailout from whom? From whom else? The U.S. government. Did y'all know that? Did you guys know that Elon Musk is looking for another government handout? I know y'all not going to act like y'all don't know that Elon Musk is looking for one of the largest government handout in history. Where is this? Where is this? Which one is it? Here it is, right here.
All right, there's a lot going on right now as SpaceX is crashing, the bros are crying, and Musk and co are seeking a bailout. So let me show you guys what's going on. So this is your headline first from Blue.
See, so while Elon Musk sits around and pretend like he is the most intelligent person in the world, and everybody else is just sucking the teeth of the government. The reason why he doesn't want any government programs is because he wants all of the government, your tax dollars, to go to him and his failing projects, his failing or frailing projects that he has no brain power in creating himself, that he either steals or tricks the engineers who actually create these projects. The man who creates nothing himself, but purchases or steal from other inventors. Let's be real clear on this. The U.S. government has bought or bailed out or subsidized every project of Elon Musk, and he's asking for another bailout while we're supposed to be so impressed and tout him as the world's first trillionaire. Now he's looking for a bailout, as they have rearranged and made every trick available to make sure that your 401k and your retirement funds can be bled out into buying shares into his company until you are broke.
SpaceX slump
have no
out
retirement funds or 401k funds left to retire with. They have changed all the retirement and 401k rules that could bankrupt you to prop up Elon Musk's funds. Let's be real clear.
Trillion in market value from peak. So basically this thing is crashing like crazy, right? And this just came out from the Wall Street Journal just a few minutes ago. SpaceX in talks, right? So please help me out. Please bail me out to provide computing power for Pentagon's AI push. Great. Elon Musk company would sell military billions of dollars worth of data center capacity for running AI models. So essentially, if you don't know, Elon Musk is the biggest corporate welfare queen on the planet. This is the discussion today, right? Do we want to bail out SpaceX? Do you want your tax dollars to go to Elon and the bros for AI, right? And then this is sort of then why Hegseth is like, hey, we need 1.5 trillion for the military. It's going to protect you all. Where's the money going? I'm showing you. This is how the game is played. This is why you pay attention to this stuff. And it's ridiculous because it's all based on a bunch of hot air. So for example, this is one of the bros, Peter. Peter says, Elon's claim that SpaceX will be worth more than Earth sounds insane until you realize that all owned material wealth on Earth is about 600 trillion and that every valuable resource on Earth.
So now make this make sense. They're trying to tell you that what Elon Musk is creating is going to be worth more than everything on Earth. They are trying to push this bullshit that what Elon is creating. So Elon is bigger than God. Elon is bigger than God, I tell you. He's the new God. He's bigger than God. You must believe in Elon. To just make sure that they themselves have some proximity to wealth and power. They're trying to tell you to get you to invest your money so they can pull the rug under you and have you to be another dumbass out here setting them up to be rich, to set up Elon Musk to retain his billions of dollars. He's God, I tell you. To buy into this bullshit. All of this is bullshit. And it seems like your president is finally getting concerned about this AI bubble. We're going to get into that as well. I have been telling you this for a long, long time about this AI bubble. And it sounds like your president and your treasury is finally getting concerned about this AI bubble. You know, you have a lot of unicorn Negroes running around here with jobs, talking about how they use AI for their jobs. You have a lot of dumb motherfuckers talking about how they cheat on their jobs using AI. Now, I wonder if these dumb unicorn Negroes are going to be surprised when they when their jobs come back and play their YouTube videos saying that they cheated on their jobs using AI, and that is going to be the thing that is used to take their jobs away from them. I'm just curious. I'm curious about are they going to be surprised when they lose their jobs when it is documented that this is not your work, this is the work of AI, because unicorn Negroes think that they are so intelligent as they telling you how stupid that they are, that they need to cheat to get ahead, as they are telling you on a public platform. I wonder, are they going to be shocked and amazed that they are no longer needed in the job that they are employed with, that they cheat with AI? I'm just very curious. Let's continue.
Earth exists in near infinite quantities in space. Okay. Elon then says, I said SpaceX will be worth more than Earth if we achieve our goals. Obviously true. This is what the whacked out people talk about, right?
I said SpaceX will be more than Earth if we achieve our goals. Obviously true. Really, bitch? Okay. Really, bitch?
These people are obviously whacked out, and again, they're after your tax dollars. They want a bailout. So then you got the bros talking about,
but he wants a bailout.
Okay, at what price does SpaceX become a generational buy, right? Determining as the stock is down 35%. Okay, great. Farzad then talking about if you're shorting the stock, right? Why would anybody short the stock? That's from Farzad, right? Gigantic rockets. Elon Musk says the survival probability of firms who maintain a significant short position in SpaceX over time is very low. So he's again attacking the short sellers, I guess. All right. So this is Elon Musk's robots, right? And this is Optimus. This is like at a Tesla event. You can see what it is. And you're going to see Elon dancing to.
But see, the thing about these, when these events, when they have these Elon Musk robots come out, the thing that they don't prove that there is not someone who is on hands operating Elon Musk robots. That's the one thing that they have not been able to prove. Now, there is a difference when they are able to prove that there's no one operating the Elon Musk robots, and the Elon Musk robots operate slower. They're clumsy. They operate clumsier, and they aren't able to perform tasks. And they always tell you, oh, well, we're working on that. And then they come out with this alleged new model. And then all of a sudden the model is dancing around and doing flips. But they cannot tell you that there is not someone with a that's not in some back room on a control panel actually controlling these new robots that they put out. That's the thing with this fucking cretin that wants you to believe the hype behind his bullshit.
And you know, always tries to tell you that like these are the best robots ever, and everyone's gonna have robot buddy, and I guess we're all gonna buy Tesla bots. That's according to Elon, and there's Elon celebrating there. Yeah, robots, robot girlfriends, everything. Right there's Elon. Okay, great. So let me show you this. This is Jason, one of the bros. He says it's happening, folks. Things accelerated more in the last 30 days from a dozen players in the last year. Open source models are compounding. Frontier models are refining. When open source hits robotics, self-driving life sciences, things are going to get wild. And effectively what the Jason dude is talking about, there's this new model called Kimi K3. It's coming from China. And this thing here, Arena AI, they rated it as being #1, basically very, very good. Okay. So you can see it right there, and that's freaking everyone out. Then you got Jason guy saying, we've achieved AGI. Really? Okay. The communists are making murder bots. Okay. Tokens are plummeting 90% a year. MMA bots will be 10x more capable in under 5 years. So we're talking about MMA fighting with robots. Let's take a look at this. This is what's going on in China.
是不会又晕了吧？
正面的倒地
！Oh my god！
但斗牛士很快进行了还击，
梅开三度，这是
双方势均力敌。
哎，这个飞踢要中了！哎，我感觉斗牛士的头，
他晕了，他晕了，
他晕了！
斗牛士受到重创，
哦，
摇头晃脑中啊，
不会打，不会爆
可能
装备吧？
真的要丢了！
哦！
斗牛士还能坚持吗？
斗牛士他还
真的是太顽强了，
他还在努力。
斗牛士他还在坚持。
Okay, enough
但
of
我觉得
that.
这个要需要。
I did tell my wife though, true story. I was like, if you start giving these robots like weapons and stuff, man, then you're starting to get in crazy land. But then you're also getting like crazy land plus entertainment. So, I mean, honest with you guys. But do I want that world? Probably not. We've seen this movie before, which is Terminator. So there's that. Like it's absurd and scary all at the same time. So the point being, though, China's well ahead of Tesla. You can see it right there. It's obvious.
Physical robots, I call Optimus the infinite money glitch because you can use them to make more Optimuses. Yeah, you still like humanoid robots will improve as will basically be three exponentials. Three things that are growing exponentially multiplied by each other, yes, recursively. So you're going to have you have exponential increase in digital intelligence, exponential increase in the chip capability, the AI chip capability, and exponential increase in the electromagnetic.
So whoever calls Elon a genius, you can write in the comments. Does this sound like the works of a genius to you? Basically, he's saying, was it robots are going to making robots and everything's going to go exponentially, right? According to Elon. Listen to this. This is pretty interesting. They're talking about, okay, what's going on with this new model from China?
Connie, I hope I got that right. You guys put out great work, and I'm glad you can join us, Armand. First, let's help the audience understand, because one of the big debates here is the difference between open source and frontier models.
Now, if you didn't know, Elon Musk is suing Sam Altman because they came in together to create open source AI because allegedly Elon Musk wanted open source AI to be a non-profit, and then Sam Altman changed his mind. And so Elon Musk is sitting up suing Sam Altman because Sam Altman changed open source AI to a for-profit AI company. And he's sitting up in court right now talking about how AI should be nonprofit, as he sitting up in court talking about why AI should be nonprofit, as he has a for-profit AI himself, Grok, sitting up in Memphis, Tennessee, poisoning a whole Black community. Let that sink in. Elon Musk.
Yep. Thanks, Charles. And thank you for having me. So the way that I would think about the difference between open source and frontier is basically, if you're building a piece of software, you can either sell the piece of software behind a gate and charge people for the usage, or you can just put the blueprints online for free. And open source is doing the latter. So all of the leading American labs are putting their models behind a gate. You have to pay, and they charge a very large commission for that. So they have profit per token, whereas the open source, they're just putting the blueprints online.
Have you tested this K3 yet?
Yes. So I have an army of some of the best software engineers in the world behind me. We work with some of the biggest companies in the world on implementing AI. And we don't know what the best model is by month and week. We know what it is by hour and minute. So we have been testing this all day. We have been testing all the models, and it's very, very good.
Okay, so this is the chart that they're looking at then. And so basically it says Claude, Fable. So that's like the new Anthropic one, comes in at 275. This new Kimi one that one's talking about today, that basically it's very, very good, comes in at 94 cents. So from just a cost perspective, if it's like the best and it's the cheaper ones, I mean, it's a clear winner at the moment, right? And it is true, this thing is a horse race going back and forth, but you can see like that's where it is right now, right? How much does this stuff cost? How good is it going?
China is going to beat us in AI. We can't have China. We got to pay all this a price for data centers because China is going to beat us. China is beating us.
Be and what's the value?
Source models and why we care, because this sounds wonky. Open source models are cheaper. So if I'm a tech CFO and I have a finite budget, and I can do with a cheap Chinese model for half the price what my Anthropic or my OpenAI model can do, I might do that because it's cheaper and it saves me models. So let's get into it. At the World AI Conference taking place in Shanghai, Moonshot said that their Kimi K3 model is...
Look how dry and how dry her mouth is to tell the absolute truth. If I could do it cheaper, I just may do it. Bitch, you can do it cheaper with the Chinese model, bitch. She had such a hard time saying the actual truth. That these AI, American AI fraudsters are blowing smoke up your ass. And this imaginary high American stock market is nothing but what I've been telling you for months. A bunch of billionaires doing a circle jerk of bullshit, trying to make you believe that this stock market is a real thing. A bunch of bullshit. This American economy is a failure, and you will soon understand it.
Is as good as OpenAI and Anthropic. Open Router says that these Chinese AI models are now using 60% of weekly token market share by U.S. companies. So that is proof, in part, that U.S. companies, as they're managing their budget, are thinking about how do I allocate some of the cheap money to these cheap open source models.
You get the idea. And that's the discussion over on Fox where they're kind of freaking out about it. But this is the reality. What if you can get a better product for cheaper, right? Another way to phrase it, like, hey, if you ever let Chinese cars into the US market, it'll absolutely destroy Tesla, Ford, Chevy, etc. It's just the reality. And the way they try to play it off over at Fox is, oh, the product's no good, it's no good. But when they're giving you numbers like, yo, American companies are making the choice, like they're going to choose what makes sense for them.
If you're in the AI trade, you need to be braced for volatility. Mm-hmm. And that is something that I think some investors are familiar with, some investors are not. But Taylor, you call this a horse race. A horse race, you're going to see one horse ahead. Another horse is going to pull ahead. The race is long. Mm-hmm. And so if you can't handle the fact that there's competition out there, because whether it's coming domestically here from other companies against themselves, or it's coming from another country, there's always going to be competition. And so you're going to see possibly China gain an edge or be nipping at our heels. But then you'll see the American companies pull ahead. And if that's not volatility...
China can't get our chips. We have the best chips and we can't give them to China. We can't give our chips to China. Oh, we need what? Oh, we're going to trade chips with China. We need what? Oh, we're going to trade chips with China. You know, the things that I said we couldn't. Oh, yeah, we're going to trade chips with China. And we're going to act like it never happened. Who would buy something at 93 cents and buy the same thing at $2 and what was that, $2.13, or you buy at 93 cents and you could get something better for 93 cents? Are you just going to pay $2.70 something cents for something far inferior? Okay. Yeah, there's always going to be competition, but I'm not going to pay more for something less for something far less inferior, bitch. Are you fucking crazy? Oh yes, yeah. There's always going to be competition. Yeah, there's always going to be a competition. But I'm going to pay the higher price for the U.S. made bullshit than pay 93 cents for a superior Chinese model. You stupid hoe. Go ahead.
Or something that you can handle, then you really shouldn't be in this trade. Overall, because of the idea that this is developing and they're going to compete against each other in this way, I'm not really worried about it, especially when the SOX has moved.
So that's Fox trying to tell you not to worry. But I'll just say this. Their behavior today was actually pretty interesting. It felt like they were panicking to me. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that one. But, the competition is real. And you're going to get this in multiple product categories. Again, it's not just AI, it's in multiple product categories. This was the headline then from the Wall Street Journal. China's moonshot AI adds more fuel to Wall Street's chip sell-off. It is a real concern because what if it turns out all of these companies in the USA are just running too expensive and too hot? Now, regarding the Trumpies, they want a piece of the action, right? That's what they're interested in. The White House is dictating access to frontier AI models, shifting power from tech giants, sources say. So then it just says that the Trump administration is taking more control over AI releases and dictating access to models. So they want a piece of the pie, right? Pay for protection kind of stuff, pay to play. You can take a look at also what the Trump people are up to. Trump media pitched $100,000 monthly fee for fast feed on the president's.
So, of course they do. Now, your president also says, since nobody's saying anything about all the insider trading that I'm doing, I'm gonna give you access to my insider trading live social posts. Hey, you pay me $100,000 and you're gonna get my live social post 10 or 15 minutes before the rest of the world gets them. So you get to do your insider trading 15 or 20 minutes before the rest of the people who are doing insider trading can do their insider trading. How about that? And all it'll cost you is $100,000, and you can get your insider trading information before the rest of the world get their insider trading information. Huh? Sounds like a deal? They're not complaining about everybody knows I'm doing insider trading on the post that I made, and it seems like the world is happy about it. So hey, let me open it up to everyone. Okay. You can find this link in my description box under billionaire bailouts. I've been telling you about this AI bubble. Is there some more information? He has been on this financial bullshit that Elon Musk has been up to for quite a while. Let me see. Just failed to launch.
There's that red arrow down. No launch today. Sorry, guys. This is Elon himself. He says some of the engines didn't start, triggering an automatic launch abort. Now offloading propellant.
I don't give a fuck about his failing to launch bullshit. He's a failure within himself. Let me get to. They just failed to launch. Elon begs for a bailout. Let me. America just lost the AI economy. Here we go.
While Spain won the World Cup, and it's weird. When you actually look at the reverse angle, you can see the whole exchange. So there's Trump.
Now, here we have this this idiot refuses to get off of the FIFA's stage. I think it was France or whoever. I don't give a fuck. Whoever won the FIFA tournament, whoever beat Argentina's racist ass, and here come this babbling idiot Trump up on the stage and refuses to get off the stage, and here come his boy the FIFA president tries to get him off of the stage, and he remains on the stage.
So this is a meme going around, and it honestly captures the insane timeline that we're on. It says, "Is everyone having a good time?" And that's Trump. He's got his big boy pants on, and he's like in the photo with Spain, who just won the World Cup, right? FIFA World Cup 2026 champions. You're like, what is Trump doing
Spain
in this photo? It's weird, right? Well, it turns out that's what happened in real life. This is actually coming from the White House just an hour ago. President Donald J. Trump presents the World Cup trophy to Spain, and Trump's just kind of hanging out in the photo while Spain won the World Cup. And it's weird. When you actually look at the reverse angle, you can see the whole exchange. So there's Trump. I think that's the FIFA guy. Infantino, they give the trophy. And you're supposed to go back to the podium, basically, right? Go left, right? Let's exit stage left. He even reaches out his hand. Come on, we're going back this way. Where are you going? They're trying to take a picture because they just won the World Cup. Okay, so
he
congratulations.
Pushed that
congratulations.
motherfucker on. Like, get the fuck
now,
on.
Come back, get out. He runs across the stage.
Your hand.
You can see this, and they're trying to pull Trump out of the picture. This is like the perfect metaphor of of our world right now. They're literally like, dude, get out of the picture. Dude, get out of the picture, right? And then he finally goes. And that's why people are making fun of him. It's like really weird. So that's where we're at right now. And then you're wondering, okay, so why hasn't Trump said anything about Iran? Because he doesn't care. He only cares about his photo ops. You literally saw it right there live. It also says, this is from Bloomberg this morning, Trump is silent so far on Iran strategy as U.S. death toll hits 17. So the war is escalating. Inflation is spiking, as you know. And essentially right now we're bombing again. This was just an hour ago, right? 1 hour ago from CENTCOM. CENTCOM began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran at 7 p.m. Eastern time today for the 9th consecutive night. And we just talked about in the last video, it was 8, now it's 9. The strikes will continue degrading Iranian military capabilities used to attack commercial vessels and civilian mariners, transiting the Strait of Hormuz. That's coming from them, but I thought we already destroyed everything. That's what Trump told us time and time again. So there's that. Again, 9 consecutive nights now. This is then the official photos. If you're curious, this is what Fox is posting. So you can see Trump there just kind of hanging out, doing Trumpy stuff. And now oil's going up. Also from Bloomberg, oil climbs on Middle East tensions, dollar gains, markets wrap. Last I checked, oil is now above 90. I wouldn't be shocked that sometimes this week it hits above 100. I just wouldn't be shocked right now. As of recording, the futures are above 90. And that's on Brent. So I also want to show you guys what's going on in the economy. Elon Musk is like, wow, you know what? We're going robots, guys. From Elon Musk, way more than $1 billion. Talking about robots. He's got his buddy Peter, I guess he's been talking about lately. A population of 1 billion builders is coming, referring to robots. And then Peter and Musk is tweeting out here, the faster we reach better intelligence, the faster we reach abundance, and the faster we stop having to fight over anything at all. Huh. And then Musk is tweeting out videos of his AI girlfriends. Seriously, that's their world. AI girlfriends, 1 billion builder robot things, and I guess their solution to all their problems is more robots, more AI, and then we're all going to be rich. They refer to that as abundance. That's their plan.
But then how they going to have all of these babies if you just going to have AI girlfriends? What about all of the reproducing these babies? So all of the reproducing these babies are just going to be reproduced AI babies? Is the reproducing all of the children? Is it going to be now robot children? because we do know that the reproduction of actual children is on the low because the sperm count in male has been so impacted by the amount of plastics that are in the bodies of humans due to the EPA regulations being so low that plastics in the bodies and in the prostates of males and females has the sperm count so low in men that there are hardly any birth, and it is only expected to get worse. So where's all the babies coming from? Where are all these kids coming from?
Everybody's making this push for humanoid robots. I think they might have a 5-year lifespan and then they'll fail miserably, maybe 10.
Yeah.
You mean the device? You mean the companies or the device or the individual
physical
hardware?
robots
or both?
Both.
Okay.
Right? Because I think everybody defaults to, well, we live in a human world and humanoids will take the place of humans for various functions, particularly in the home. And I think there's just no chance. I think if you look at warehouses and what Amazon does, they're not humanoid robots carrying boxes. They're robots that are designed to fit the environment. And I think, I've heard people say, well, a house is a house, you need a humanoid. I think houses are going to be redesigned completely so that whatever the optimal robot is that allows it to simplify the house, that's where houses will go. So I'll give you an example. If we had robots that looked more like spiders that could, but had the ability to carry and lift things, whatever, more like ants, I guess, maybe, right? And you could create a house where the pantry and the refrigerator and the washing machines were hidden behind the garage, if you even have a garage. And that way you could redesign it so all the living space was for people, because that the robots aren't going to be full-formed humanoids. They're going to be whatever the optimal shape is, and they're kind of co-designed. You design the house to fit the robot, and you design the robot to fit the house.
And I thought that was kind of an interesting discussion, and I'd like to get different points of view on this from Cuban. And I can actually confirm this. So here in Korea, all of the newer designs of places are, how can I say, like designed for increased living space. And they'll do things like, for example, say in the kitchen area, you'll put a little shelf kind of on the floor, that's called shelf or cubby, I guess, on the floor to put your robot vacuum, basically. Because these days we have one and you may have one. That's the thing. And he was mentioned also to hide the refrigerator, hide the dishwasher, this kind of stuff. Yeah, places already do that here in Korea. Actually, in France, I know they do that for sure, because we were there and some of the places like this, it all kind of blends into the wall. And I remember like, where the heck is the washing machine, right? It's actually all there. It's just to hide it more. So you can look at more space efficient kind of designs. Mentioned Amazon, right? I agree with that. Sometimes for these kind of companies, you just need an arm, this kind of stuff, right? You don't necessarily need a humanoid robot. So the stuff that Musk always talks about is just like completely whacked out. He's got these weird delusional fantasies of stuff. But regardless of which way we go with robotics and
drugs will do that to you. Drugs will do that to you.
Technology, in this example, AI, is jumping ahead, leapfrogging ahead of the US. So Kimi is saying they got so many, again, the new AI we're talking about in the last couple of videos, I guess they got so many requests, they're overwhelmed. It says Kimi K3 has received far more love than we expected, and our GPUs are feeling it. Over the past 48 hours, demand has pushed close to the limits of our current capacity. Wow. To protect the experience of existing subscribers, we're temporarily pausing new subscriptions and prioritizing compute for current members. Existing subscribed users are not affected. So basically, there's definitely a lot of demand. They're coming in a lot cheaper. Everyone's looking to experiment on this stuff. It is a wild west out there. And listen to one description of it here.
Did a Chinese open weight model just overthrow GPT 5.6 and Fable 5? Well, if you've been anywhere near YouTube or Twitter in the last 24 hours, then you have been bombarded with these charts showing Kimi K3 performing just as well, if not better, than the best Anthropic and OpenAI has to offer, all while doing it at a fraction of the price.
Right, and that's the key right there. It's coming out pretty good. It's coming out a lot cheaper. Now, it's got a couple of things on this list. One is the Kimi K3, right? The other one is the Fable. Then you got GPT, Opus, and the Sonnet. The Fable is Anthropic's one, and they're doing some really interesting things with who can use Fable and who can't. Listen to a little bit of this here.
Fable 5 is the single greatest AI model ever released, and in 2 days, it will be gone. That's right. As of the time of this recording, on July 19th, Fable 5 will move to API pricing, which will make it completely unaffordable for the average person. You have exactly 2 more days to make the most out of this incredible technology.
Okay, so this is what's going on. Basically, if you want to use the Fable and this Anthropic one, it basically they're burning cash for you to use it because it uses more resources than what they're charging you. And that is actually, and it goes along with the Kimi thing, goes along with essentially this business models of these companies, their cash burn. Would they ever be profitable? I mean, that's what we're waiting to see. But at this moment, if energy prices are high, the components to build your data centers are also high, and no one wants this stuff, man. This is where we're faced with our current economy.
I see red across the screen. Look at, ooh, that's ugly. Dow Industrial is down 500. NASDAQ is down nearly 600 points. Okay, we got a big sell-off in technology this morning.
That's what they're talking about. They sell off because all this spend on your AI, all this spend on your data centers, it's unsustainable. That's the best way to say it. Unsustainable. If you pile the market with cash burn companies, it's unsustainable. Or you tell companies, for example, this is a Microsoft guy, says, guys, the world is so compute constrained, so not enough data centers supposedly. I honestly don't understand how anyone can think otherwise. Almost nobody is seriously using AI today, and we're already hitting capacity. Everything is a bottleneck. Land for data centers, permits, electricity, grid connections, chips, construction, cooling. Demand is growing faster than supply, and expanding supply is insanely expensive. Okay, this kind of sounds unsustainable to me. In this game, the best positioned companies are the ones with massive net income from non-AI products. Okay, I get it. I'm with you so far. So your Googles or your Amazons or Microsoft, they make money outside of AI. I get that. But then if you use all your profits to build AI and it ends up not being profitable and it's all a cash burn, that's where you get into roadblocks, right? Big speed bump roadblock ahead wall, you could say. They can fund hundreds of billions. See, it's a lot of money. In CapEx, while everyone else has to raise money just to stay in the race. The thing is, though, it's a little bit disincentive of this, though, is disingenuous of this, though, is that your Google, your Amazon, your Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, SpaceX, they're all issuing bonds. They see borrowing money to fund this AI. I think it's all based on debt. And again, what if this stuff doesn't pan out?
I think what you have with IBM is kind of a temporary speed bump that's a result of some of these prices for different parts of that supply chain getting completely out of whack. Alex Karp said it last week, and I tend to agree with him. The people that are going to are making money right now are your chip makers and your software application layers. All right, and
so certainly someone's making money, right? And so that's why they had a bunch of stocks, like all the ones that are green. So Taiwan Semi announced today is accelerating Arizona factory build out to capitalize on the AI mega trend. So get in while it's hot, right? Even in Korea, they're talking about this stuff as well. This is in our news. I mean, it's all related because these chip companies, they have stuff that everybody wants. But again, this is all based on debt. And again, what if the profits don't turn out? Then that slows down everything. You'll see a ripple. SK chief warns AI memory shortage could turn geopolitical. And then you also have this, which is really interesting, which would be a major competition to Elon Musk and the gang. Again, this is a fight right now for money. Hyundai, okay, so they acquired Boston Dynamics, if you don't know. I guess the Hyundai CEO is getting more of this stuff. Hyundai Motor chief to raise Boston Dynamics stake, fueling NASDAQ IPO prospect. So I wonder if Boston Dynamics is then going to start going IPO, trying to get that money while it's still hot. This is sort of where we're at.
So that's going to shift dramatically as this whole sort of business cycle in this AI builds out. IBM is unfortunately a casualty this morning. It doesn't seem like this is a long-term problem, more of a temporary speed bump given the state of the markets right now. And to add a layer on top of that.
So there you have it about this AI bubble bullshit. AI bubble bullshit. AI bubble bullshit. Let's get back. Let's get back to things that I want to talk to you about on today. Did you hear about come on. Come on. Come on. Why can't I get to you?
Right to vote, you probably
Let's talk about something a little funny. Did y'all see those that old woman with her capri pants and her loafers get arrested in Miami? Did y'all see that? And her heavy chain got arrested in Miami. Oh, that wasn't a woman. That was the Tate brothers. Did y'all see the Tate brothers get arrested in Miami? Now, I find it peculiar. Remember when the Tate brothers were flown to Miami, and even the deplorable governor Ron DeSantis had the good mind to tell the Tate brothers that you are not welcome here. Get the fuck out of Miami. Ron DeSantis had the good mind to throw the Tate brothers out of Miami. And your president was in a meeting, and somebody went to your president and whispered in his ear. I believe it was none other than the deplorable Marco Rubio. Whispered in his ear and let him know that the Tate brothers had landed in Miami, because the Tate brothers were where were they in? They were in Romania. And they were unable to fly because they were on trial for essaying and graping of some charges, and holding the women's passports. So in making these women do some vile and things. So they were being held on charges, and then miraculously. They were allowed to leave Romania under some agreement with 4547, strangely enough. And then, strangely enough, these two brothers who were on some sex aid charges boarded a aircraft. Not just any aircraft, a private jet. And they wound up in the United States of America. And strangely enough, they started palling around with people like Paolo Zampoli. You know, the same Paolo Zampoli who is a special envoy to the President of the United States. You know, the same Paolo Zampoli who has called, who is, who Amanda what is her name? Amanda what is her name? The friend of Melania Trump believes called the friend of Melania Trump believes Polio. What is this? What is the name? Zampoli. Wait a minute. The friend of Melania Trump has had a baby with Paolo Zampoli, and she believed that he called ICE on her because they have broken up, and she believes that Paolo Zampoli called ICE on her and had her deported, and she was held in a ICE detention center, and Melania Trump did nothing to help her, and she developed a case of lice all over her body, and she lost her son, and she believed that Melania, who she threatened and told Melania, I know where all of the information lies, and you bitch, you better be careful because I know all of the information. Now, these Tate brothers, when they were captured this weekend and arrested in Miami, this is the Paolo Zampoli that they were hanging around with. This same Paolo Zampoli that escorted JD Vance to Hungary, and Usha Vance with her pregnant belly. He had a modeling agency, and they were ushering women around the world. These underage girls, shall I say? I won't call them women. I will call them girls.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate.
Let's talk about these Tates. Did y'all know about the Tates? Let's talk about the Tates, shall we? Let's talk about the Tates. And isn't it funny how water seek the same level? Now these Tates, why are they arrested again? It seems like the Tates were facing charges in Great Britain as well. Now, one of the charges that they are facing in Great Britain has to do with a child, some SA charge of some great brutality having to do with a child. Some of these charges have to do with women, but there is a specific charge that has to actually do with a child being greatly brutalized. But why is it that your president gets a whisper in his ear from none other than Marco Rubio that the Tate brothers are back in town? And then when a reporter asks him about the Tate brothers being back in town, he acts as if he knows nothing about it. And how is it that Barron Trump pals around with the Tate brothers and is such great friends with the Tate brothers? And your president acts as if he knows, he doesn't even know who the Tate brothers are. Let's get into this. This will be in my description box under distasteful Tate brothers.
Landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people.
All right, everybody, this is getting weirder and weirder, and it seems like the Trump family is more involved in the Andrew and Tristan Tate situation than any of us could have imagined. Less than a day after Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate were arrested in Miami and are due to be extradited to the United Kingdom over rape charges, sex trafficking charges, and child pornography charges, less than one day after, we already have a lot of new clips and recordings and old dug up tweets that connect the Trump family to Andrew Tate. But it's worse than that. The Trump family, Donald Trump, mainly Barron Trump, and it seems like some of the Trump sons, were surgically helping Andrew Tate evade any sort of responsibility. There is reporting that shows that the Trump family bailed out the Tate brothers, and they are now being charged with child pornography, rape, and sex trafficking. These are the types of people that the Trump family uses their power to help. On screen now is the video that went very viral yesterday. I already made an entire video about Andrew Tate, about the awful clothes that he has on. Somebody commented that.
Now, this is one of the guys who is allowed to instruct Barron Trump how to treat a woman badly, because this is the content of what he puts out to these manosphere guys, is how to smut women out and have them do sexual favors to give cash to men. This is his advice. This man who is wearing capri pants and a tight shirt with a bad built body, built like a 40-year-old middle-aged bitch with capri pants on and loafers, is giving this type of advice to young men. And I want you to notice that the first time, one of these statements that he gives out the first time that he is allowed to leave Romania, he's going to say something about Donald Trump, and this is when Donald Trump first get elected. He's going to say something about he is one of the reasons why Trump has got elected, because he bought his fan base out to vote for Trump, and he is going to have to go visit Trump because Trump owes him. He's going to say Trump owes him. So he is well aware that he has some pay to play with Trump. And surely enough, when he is put on flight restrictions in Romania, strangely enough, he is allowed to fly out of Romania on a private jet to America. But let's continue. I'll let you see this for yourself.
Any adult man who wears loafers with no socks should be arrested on site anyways. I thought that was a funny comment. In an otherwise dark story, if you appreciate these videos and you appreciate these updates, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We're going to walk you through everything. Just for a quick reminder, Andrew and Tristan Tate are two manosphere influencers who have given advice to millions of young men to treat women in disgusting ways. And I guess it reflects in their own personal behavior, their crimes, their alleged child pornography, rape, and sex trafficking charges that they've admitted to on camera. They've admitted to these things on camera in the past, so it was only a matter of time. Yet the Trump family still defended them. Andrew Tate even said in 2024, about 2 years ago, after he was being investigated originally, that he's very close with the Trump family. I know them well, he says. I spoke to Barron. Even Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Alina Habba, said she was a big fan of Andrew Tate. Watch these clips right here.
And I'm very close to the Trump family. I know them well, and I spoke to Barron after the incident, and I look forward to, once I am free, being with Donald Trump in person and reminding him that he's a bulletproof badass.
Oh my God. I guess they do have a lot in common. This is the type of people that... These are the types of people that the Trump family uses their power and connections to help lift up and evade responsibility.
This is the attorney for President Trump.
Now, there you have Benny Johnson of the alleged gay Zionist. That's what they call him. The alleged married gay Zionist who is entertaining him. And you will see Alina Habba, who was put in as the Attorney General of New Jersey, the unqualified attorney who worked in parking garages, who would not give up her seat after she was red carded by both of the senators for the state, after the judges in New Jersey said that she was unqualified. After her time limit was up, she still refused to leave the seat until Cory Booker and the other senator of New Jersey either red card or blue card her out of the seat. What is this attorney, this failed attorney for your personal attorney for Donald Trump, gonna say to this man who she knew was already up on charges for essaying women? Let's hear from President Trump's personal attorney, who has no morals or scruples.
Somebody who has been a fighter for the America First Party. Her name is Alina Habba, and she joins us live right now.
Hi.
Hello, Alina.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan. This is who was sitting. This who was sitting in New Jersey, who refused to give up the seat as the Attorney General of New Jersey, the personal attorney of Donald Trump, refused to give up this seat, unqualified. Hi, nice to meet you. This is a bitch who is flirting with a accused SAer. Look at this.
Formal charges against Andrew Tate include rape, human trafficking of minors, sexual intercourse with a minor.
And Alina Habba said she was a big fan of and
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice to meet you.
Formal charges against Andrew Tate include rape, human trafficking of minors, sexual intercourse with a minor.
And Alina Habba said she was a big fan of Andrew Tate. For some more context, Lev Parnas posted this thread that I thought was rather brilliant. It's a breakdown of how Andrew and Tristan Tate spent their days before getting arrested. Again, if you appreciate these videos, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We live and we breathe on independent media, getting these stories out, breaking this news, fighting back against this right-wing lunacy that is infesting our algorithm. So again, subscribe below. This says, Andrew and Tristan Tate spent the days before their arrest partying in Washington, D.C. as guests of a man named Paolo Zempoli, Donald Trump's U.S. Special Envoy for Global Partnerships and a longtime friend of Trump and Melania. Zampoli is the former modeling executive who says he brought Melania to the United States and introduced her to Donald Trump. His name has also surfaced repeatedly in reporting surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's modeling world connections. And there's more. Zampoli previously acknowledged contacting a senior ICE official about Amanda Ungaro, the mother of his child, during a bitter custody dispute. She was later taken into immigration custody and deported, although Zampoli denies that he asked ICE to detain her. Now that we learned that the Tate brothers, facing rape and sex trafficking charges in Britain, were being welcomed and entertained in Washington by a Trump admin envoy shortly before they were arrested, this raises some very serious questions. Who invited them? Who did they meet with? And why were they being embraced by someone so close to Trump's inner circle? Not even just his inner circle. His own son is close with this guy.
And I'm very close to the Trump family. I know them well. And I spoke to Barron after the incident. And I look forward to, once I am free, being with Donald Trump in person and reminding him that he's a bulletproof vest.
The people that you use your power to protect, I feel like it says a lot about you. It reflects poorly on you when the Trump family is constantly helping out anybody in the Epstein files, helping out people like Matt Gaetz. Trump was going to make Matt Gaetz our attorney general. Remember, he tried to do that. Same thing with Andrew and Tristan Tate. They have reportedly directly helped Andrew and Tristan Tate. As a side note, this story is also going viral. Tulsi Gabbard's brother charged after allegedly trying to lure children to Waikiki hotel room. This is effing insane. Batarti Gabbard, 55, was charged with second-degree custodial interference after the July 12th stranger danger incident at Waikiki hotel pool, according to police. Honolulu police allege that Gabbard, not Tulsi, but Gabbard's brother, Batarti Gabbard, approached several children, including a 9-year-old boy, asked for their names, wrote them in a notebook, and offered them money and gum if they would accompany him to his hotel room. Lord have mercy. Let's go back to the Andrew and Tristan Tate situation because it's getting worse and worse. Here's a breakdown by Bedfordshire Police. I think this is a really good breakdown of all of the charges.
I'm Assistant Chief Constable Karina Thomas, lead for the Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire and Hertfordshire Major Crime Unit. In 2024, the CPS authorised 21 charges against Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate following our investigation into allegations of sexual offences dating back to 2012. Following the initial charges being authorised, we have continued to investigate further offences reported to both Bedfordshire Police and Hertfordshire Constabulary. As a result, 38 new charges in total have now been authorised against Andrew and Tristan Tate, bringing the total number of charges faced to 59. The charges relate to 7 victims spanning a period from 2010 to 2017. Our officers have worked closely with the CPS and both national and international law enforcement agencies as part of this complex investigation. I can now confirm that officers from the United States have arrested both Andrew and Tristan Tate in relation to this matter, and they are being detained pending ongoing legal proceedings. We understand the interest that this case will generate, but we would urge the public not to speculate and to allow the legal process to be carried out correctly.
Of course, all of the MAGA Andrew Tate supporters are already out trying to defend him, but it's interesting. I found a bunch of tweets that Andrew Tate had sent, kind of just connecting himself to the Trump admin. The Tates will be free, he said in 2025. The Tates will be free. Trump is the president. The good old days are back and they will be better than ever. What are the good old days? What Tulsi Gabbard's brother and what the Tate brothers are doing? Is that the good old days in their mind? There's also the fact that Andrew and Tristan Tate did an interview with one of Donald Trump's cabinet members just days before they were arrested. Totally bizarre interview, says Karen Piper, where a serial rapist and child pornographer chats with Trump's special envoy about the wonders of Uzbekistan. And it's Andrew Tate, ex-Paolo Zampoli, the same person we were talking about in the Lev Parnas post. And they're just like chopping it up like they're friendly. Trump admin officials chopping it up with Andrew Tate. You might as well have Epstein himself there at this point if you're just going to be doing this. To continue, Andrew Tate just posted 2 minutes ago, the UK can try, but it can't actually stop me from tweeting. He's just a despicable douchebag who's always going to be trying to generate attention. But it's weird how close he is to the entire Trump administration.
Hey.
Hello, Alina.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice
Big
to meet
fan.
you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
America, not just Trump. And I agree with everything you just said. And I think that your anger is the same that President Trump has for our country. And the time is now for us to stop being wimps. I think that's exactly the right sentiment. And I also have to say that I sympathize with you because I think you go through a lot of the same, show me the person, I'll find the crime that President Trump has gone through.
I sympathize with you. I think you go through the same lot of this. Show me the person, I'll show you the crime that Trump goes through. This is who was your president gave a position as the attorney general in New Jersey. And no wonder Benny Johnson has damn near zero subscribers now. This clown show. A person who is arrested right now for having intercourse with a child. These degenerates on your screen, except for Adam Mokler. These degenerates who props up the degenerates like themselves that lie to you to keep Trump in office. These deplorable people.
Through and
Wow, what an absolutely shitty lawyer, shitty prosecutor if she's going to be saying that Andrew Tate is just, being persecuted. And this is what these right-wingers do. They try to play into this narrative that they're being persecuted by the government, the matrix, the deep states. Well, it's Republicans in power. The entire Trump admin is in power. It's not the deep state anymore. See, Andrew Tate said Trump was not supposed to win the 2016 U.S. presidential election. He was not meant to be the president of the USA. Elon Musk was not supposed to champion free speech. Elon Musk was meant to bow down to the U.S. deep state interests. And then he said, I was not supposed to go as viral as I did. He sends this long, borderline manic post where he's basically saying that the Matrix is trying to come down on him. Dude, you quite literally have raped, abused, hurt and trapped women. A lot of the allegations that initially came out said that he would lure women to Romania under the guise of falling in love with them. He would fall in love with them, he would buy them things, lure them there, then steal their passport and make them do camera sex work repeatedly and not let them leave, and then actually take about 70% of the cut. But he told them he was only taking 30% of the cut. I'm pretty sure that's just being a scammer, stealing, and very illegal. So he has this weird persecution complex. But it's weird because the Trump administration was the same admin that actually helped him get out of trouble in 2025. You're not being cooked by the Matrix, you're being helped by the deep state. The deep state is helping the Tate brothers, and the deep state is the Trump admin. Listen to this. Days before Donald J. Trump's return to the White House, Andrew Tate got some good news. Mr. Tate and his brother Tristan, swaggering influencers in the so-called manosphere, had been under criminal investigation in Romania since 2022, accused of coercing women into pornography. Andrew was also accused of rape and having sex with and beating a 15-year-old. The brothers, American and British citizens, had been barred from leaving Romania while prosecutors built their case. Now, in a January 14 text message, Mr. Tate indicated that help was on the way. Quote, I had word from the Trump admin that they're on top of things, Mr. Tate wrote to someone close to him in a message reviewed by the New York Times. I've been told I'll be free soon, but Trump needs to see me in Miami, he said. The next month, an extraordinary order came down from the highest levels of the Romanian government, a Times investigation found. The prosecutors were told to find a compromise with the Tates. Despite their misgivings, they lifted the travel restrictions, a move that Romania's prime minister thought would appease the Trump administration. Wow. The Trump admin used their direct personal power in order to get Barron Trump's sex trafficking, raping friend out of trouble. We're massively back, a grinning Tate announced in a video recorded for his followers on February 27th as a private plane whisked the brothers to Florida. Their arrival in the United States opened a rare rift among conservatives and raised suspicions over whether the White House had intervened. The Times found that support from the admin had played a crucial role. Andrew Tate has been warping and distorting and poisoning the minds of young people all across this country, and Barron Trump is somebody who apparently helped us. Andrew also nurtured relationships with Donald Trump Jr. and his younger brother Barron, as we heard earlier on the video.
Spoke to Barron after the incident. And
so he spoke to Barron, this is about a year or two back, after being originally investigated. What is happening here? Like father, like son, both Barron Trump and Donald Trump want to help cover up for sex trafficking pimps and weirdos. After Trump's re-elections, some of Tate's supporters ascended into the new administration, like Richard Grenell. People were lobbying for Donald Trump to help him, and it looks like he did. I want to play for you this final video of Andrew Tate caught on video, saying some disgusting things. And this is likely going to get this YouTube video suppressed or demonetized. It doesn't matter. This is worth spreading. It's worth showing you. Listen to this.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Why am I like that? Why?
Whilst we were having sex, he put his hand on my throat and strangled me until I lost consciousness. But he was still having sex with me when I kind of came back around again.
I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet. Sometimes you forget exactly how lucky you were to get by me.
All right, that's enough. This dude is clearly an ego narcissist, and I'm glad that he has been arrested. You know what's interesting? I found this clip of Donald Trump meeting with the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer about a year back and talking to him, and then he gets asked about the Tate brothers in this clip.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to keep that one.
You're going to keep that one.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them? And if so,
I know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already did.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
Just like Donald Trump knows nothing about the pardons he signed for CZ, the founder of Binance, like he knows nothing about the 3,000 stocks trades that have been made in his name since the beginning of this year, perfectly lining up with certain announcements that he makes on his Truth Social. It's all despicable. It's very clearly coordinated, and I'm going to leave it there. If you appreciate these videos, drop a like, subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We live and breathe on independent media all day, every day, and we can't do it without y'all. So subscribe below. I love you all. Peace out.
Good evening.
From New York, I'm Chris Hayes.
Okay, let's move forward. That is in my description box. This is something else I would like to share you. Trump secretly preparing for
The AI bubble is by far the
to crash the economy. If you did not know, now let's get into how your government is preparing for AI to crash the economy. This is on status quo. Let's get into this.
an AI bubble pop could mean for the U.S. economy. And spoiler alert, it's not good. I'm JT Siskowski with Status Quo. This report on this report comes from Notus. This is their headline. Treasury has an internal report warning about the dangers of an AI bubble. Publicly, the Trump administration is bullish about AI. Privately, some of its analysts are weighing AI against the dot-com bust. A draft report inside the Treasury Department is set to warn of the risks posed by the artificial intelligence market, likening key aspects of it to the dot-com bubble that upended the U.S. economy when it burst in the early 2000s. The document, the existence and contents of which have not been previously reported but was obtained by Notus, is a significant departure from the Trump administration's public tone, which has focused on encouraging unrelenting investment to unlock exponential growth. Because that is the neoliberal Republican playbook. It is investment, private investment above all else. Government needs to be.
This is in my description box under AI bubble scares the government.
In endless service to that private market, regardless of the dangers in which it puts the U.S. economy and by extension, the U.S. worker. And those workers are quite exposed, though you will have to read between the lines here. And these are workers who are already exposed to the dangers posed by AI and its ability to upend the U.S. economy. Career Treasury analysts found that AI firms are more deeply entrenched in the U.S. economy than their dot-com predecessors and pose significant risks to the entire system if financial conditions change, productivity goals are missed, or various choke points stymie growth. A downturn in the AI market would send shockwaves throughout the entire economic system, the analysts wrote. And let's not sugarcoat things. There are some just behemoths of AI companies out there right now, right? If you pay attention to the stock market news at all, you will hear of this Mag 7 or Magnificent 7. These are 7 companies that really drive much of the action on the stock market and many of its gains and losses. Should not come as any surprise that many of those companies have their feet dangled in AI if they are not fully submerged in it, like companies like NVIDIA are. And there are some warnings about the size of this bubble beyond this report. This is a quote that was put in Bloomberg. The AI bubble is by far the biggest stock market bubble that mankind has ever seen, both in scale and scope, in terms of the leverage that's in there, and in terms of the sheer excessive exuberance that's driven valuations. Paul Gamble's co-founder and managing partner.
So while Elon Musk is talking about what this AI is going to be the biggest thing on bigger than Earth itself, no, the only thing this AI is going to be bigger than Earth itself. This AI bubble is going to be the biggest financial fail than anything we have felt financially on Earth. That's the biggest thing that AI is really poised to be. The biggest financial failing that we have felt before on Earth.
Of MBMG Group said on Bloomberg Television, quote, "But we don't think the markets have actually thrown in the towel yet. It's got a lot further to go before it gets to chipwreck at some point. We think that's inevitable." So you're already talking about the biggest bubble that the world has ever seen in its history. And some analysts are saying it's going to go a hell of a lot higher than this before it comes crashing down. And here, the Trump administration on its internal report, I think, ends up being overly optimistic or contradictory, because even though the report, as I just read from the Noda story, says that, hey, you know, this is a massive bubble that could potentially, I mean, that is much bigger than the dot-com bubble of the 2000s. The report goes on to say, not as big of a deal. The report concluded that the AI bubbles popping would lead to less of an immediate crash than the U.S. economy experienced with dot-coms in the early 2000s. But the analysts predicted that companies would cut back, investors would lose confidence, and the economy would grow more slowly should the industry falter. Stock markets, private credit markets, companies financing data center buildouts, cloud providers, chip manufacturers, and utilities would all feel the effect, according to the report. So when they talk about that fallout, they're saying those in power will not feel the impacts as much as they did the dot-com bubble. So who is going to feel that impact? It's going to be you and me. All of those entities that I just read off at some stage affect American workers, particularly companies financing data center buildouts, cloud providers, chip manufacturers. These are all jobs, a lot of them blue-collar jobs that rely on the economy continuing to churn. And we have brought you story after story here at Status Quo about how much the U.S. economy is really only reliant on two sectors at this point. To a smaller degree, it is healthcare and caring for our aging population. But on a much bigger scale, it is this AI build-out. And if you eliminated those two sectors or pretended that they didn't exist for a moment, you would see that there was actual net job loss in the United States over the last many months. A lot of economic activity has been driven purely by those sectors. So you get to a point where huge portions of the U.S. economy are effectively in a recession, and the overall U.S. economy gets to pretend like everything is A-OK because just those two sectors are growing, and that's primarily AI. So that bubble popping, absolutely awful. So how is the Treasury Department responding to all of this? Well, to get the real full effect of the response, I turn to an administration mouthpiece, and that would be the New York Post here, Murdoch-owned media, to the rescue for the Trump administration. Treasury Department rips draft report warning of AI bubble. A Treasury spokesperson told the Post on Tuesday that it rejects the draft. However, the draft was written by a low-level staffer and does not reflect the Treasury Department's views, the spokesperson said. Yes, because normally these reports are written by, the Treasury Secretary himself? No, you always get staffers to do it. What a convenient scapegoat to be able to find their Treasury in order to try and reassure institutional investors that the U.S. economy is not teetering on the cliff of something truly terrifying. The official position of the Treasury, of the Secretary and the U.S. Treasury is that artificial intelligence will be a key driver of America's new golden age, the spokesperson said. AI has the potential to deliver unprecedented productivity gains, expand economic opportunity, and empower American workers and businesses. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. AI, it's only going to have us grow here in the United States. There is nothing to be concerned about. Returning here to Note Us, where they say AI investors are taking risks so significant that much of the financial system now rests upon AI meeting expectations for productivity gains and profitability. And that's a key point right there. The idea that these AI companies and this bubble.
As we see that they have already started shutting down some AI because they don't see how they can make continue to spending the amount of money that they are spending on AI and make a profit. Let's continue.
Is now completely reliant on this technology delivering on the vision that it has set out for America, for American workers, and really replacing large portions of this American workforce. As we're beginning to see here, and we've been reporting here at Status Quo, that's not necessarily the case. Here is a headline from Forbes. AI costs more than the people it replaced. Something odd is happening in the tech world right now. The technology that was supposed to make human labor obsolete is, at this moment, more expensive than the humans it was meant to replace. Uber's chief technology officer recently disclosed that the company burned through its entire 2026 AI coding budget in 4 months. By March,
we talked about Uber a couple of weeks ago.
84% of Uber's engineers had adopted Claude Code, and roughly 70% of committed code now originates with AI. The usage was enormous. The corresponding value was murkier. Uber's chief operating officer and president, Andrew McDonald, conceded publicly that the token usage didn't seem to correlate directly with useful features shipped to users. Uber is not an outlier. Microsoft, which has invested approximately $13 billion in OpenAI and writes up to 30% of its own code with generative AI, instructed engineers in a major division to stop using an AI coding assistant because the bills became untenable. One unnamed company, per Axios, ran up a $500 million Claude bill in a single month after management forgot to set a usage cap. These are structural miscalculations about what intelligence costs when you purchase it by the syllable. So AI is not delivering, even in its highly subsidized state right now. And I can tell you more about that in just a second. But even in this best case scenario for these AI companies, it is apparently not offering value to its end customers by allowing them to actually be more efficient businesses, more cost efficient, be able to ship more products. In fact, it's actually costing their end customers more. And these AI businesses right now are horrendously subsidized. And what I mean by that is, one, through government spending to try and boost this industry, but then also through venture capital. A lot of venture capitalists and vulture capitalists are throwing money at anything with AI in the title right now, hoping to catch in on this craze and profit off of it. If that money ever dries up, the federal government ever decides that it can no longer afford to prop up this industry, then this technology is only going to get more expensive as the companies that provide it have to increase their rates to make up for those loss of subsidies. And that only makes the bubble that much more fragile. And we'll continue to cover what happens with the bubble here on Status Quo because we are focused on issues.
There we go. There we go. They wanted to pump this up and act like this is something that needed in China. We can't let China beat us. All of this is pomp and circumstance to prop up millionaires and billionaires. While in the meantime, what they are not covering is that Marco Rubio is running around the world being a tyrant and trying to designate people on the left, people on the left as some type of designated terrorist to the United States. Marco Rubio puts the world on notice against the rise of far left political terrorism. Did you know about this? Let me share this with you first. Marco Rubio, the same Marco Rubio who is walking around talking about having to save Cuba from communist Cuba, is walking around trying to designate anybody who says anything about Trump's agenda, trying to designate you as some type of enemy of the state. You didn't know about that? Of course you didn't know about that, because your for-profit media ignores things like that, things that you should know about, that this president is out here trying to designate American citizens as enemy combatants. Let's get into this, shall we? Let me share this with you. And I'll let you hear from their own mouth. After a political terrorism event, U.S. named 43 Americans plus groups. Marco Rubio reports on Cuban subversions and named Zoran Mandani, Hassan Parker, Ben Cohen, plus origins like DSA and Amazon labor unions. What? Wow. This is a new one. I haven't even read this one. I was trying to read you another one. I didn't know he has named all of these people as terrorist unions. Okay. This is a new one. Now here's Marco Rubio. This is new. A new State Department report on Cuba's campaign of subversion against the United States is a virtual government blacklist against left-wing Americans and groups linked to last week's Rubio-led summit on political terrorism. The report is unusually candid about the government's targets. Many of the most significant upheavals in recent American political history, from the George Floyd riots to the rise of Antifa to the explosion of pro-terrorist activism on American college campuses, can be linked to, in some way, shape, or form, to Cuban influence, the report says. Make that make sense. From George Floyd have absolutely nothing to do with Cuban. But according to Cuban Marco Rubio, George Floyd activism can be linked in some way, shape, or form to Cuban influence, the report says. So, this is bullshit, because the people who are protesting against George Floyd give zero fucks about this bullshit you talking about in Cuba. As for these supposed American agents of Cuba, as for who these supposed American agents of Cuba are, the report is remarkably explicit. It names people like Ben Cohen of Ben and Jerry's ice cream fame, Mayor Zoran Mandani, and Karen Bass. Oh, that's the mayor of Los Angeles. Media figures like Amy Goodman and Hassan Piker, and organizations like the Democrat Socialists of America and the Amazon Labor Union. Lord have mercy. The implication is clear. Secretary of State Marco Rubio thinks there should be a modern day blacklist of the political left in America. In fact, the report explicitly mentions the blacklist McCarthy era investigations and prosecutions of the 1950s and their effectiveness at dismembering the Communist Party USA. The 100-page report titled Cuba, the Capital of the 21st Century Communism, was released this morning. Ain't that a bitch? The entire section of the report, the link to the report is right here. The entire section of the report, numbering over 3 pages long, is dedicated to the Democratic Socialists of America. The Democratic Socialists of America, DSA, serves as a particularly potent illustration of the ideology victory of Cuba's effort to position itself as the spiritual capital of the third worldist radicalism, the report says. This represents a significant advance for the Cuban influence operation. Havana no longer needs to rely solely on intelligence penetration or assist cultivation to exert influence over the United States. Though the report concedes that the DSA was not shaped by the direct, tangible influence of the Cuban government, and that it has organic ideological I can't say that word. Ideological commitments. It insists that none of it is to say a group has no ties to the Cuban regime and its influence network. Instead, the report points to the group delegations to Cuba as evidence of Cuban influence. For more than 6 decades, the Cuban regime has been the leading sponsor of radical leftism and third worldism in the United States, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a post on X, Twitter, linking to the report. Whatever you think of the DSA, it is hardly fringe. It claims as members of prominent politicians like New York Mayor Zoran Mandami, and has helped to nominate dozens of politicians like him to office in recent years. Senator Bernie Sanders identifies as a Democrat socialist, having himself popularized the term, as do a representative Alexander Ocasio-Cortez and Rashid Tlaib, who are card-carrying members, as well as Mandami. What does that have to do with Cuba? What the fuck does that have to do with Cuba and their politics? The Cuban report followed last week Rubio's led international summit on political terrorism. The summit, as I reported, introduced the new term far left terrorism. This is what I came here to report to you. Far left terrorism, abbreviated FLT, a term it never really defined. A White House press release summarizing the event said that far left extremism will be treated with the same seriousness as and ferocity as the world has long reserved for jihadists and terrorism. So what he is saying, that this new made-up term of far-left terrorism will now be treated the same way and with the same serious and ferocity as jihadists and terrorism has been treated. This new made-up far-left terrorism will be now treated as the jihadists and terrorism has long been treated. Speaking at the summit, Rubio vowed that a further new terrorist designation for left-wing groups would be coming soon. Jeremy Levin, the Undersecretary of State of Foreign Assistance, linked last week up political terrorism summit to today's Cuba report, saying on X, for 7 decades, the Cuban regime has been behind both the ideological underpinnings of the third worldism and subversive organizing structures of the new radical left political terrorists that Secretary Rubio called out with clarity last week. But virtually all the summit could do to substantiate the supposed scourge of political terrorism was to focus on groups that are almost comically dated, like the 70s era Symbionese Liberation Army, or the Weather Underground. The summit was vague about what are equivalent groups today. Today's Cuba report, however, names names in an obvious attempt to stigmatize American citizens who are very much politically active today. In some cases, these are even sitting politicians, from Congresswoman Maxine Waters to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. I read the 100-page report and continued references to at least 43 contemporary American groups and individuals, which the report identifies as follows. Ali Suzanne, the president of the National Lawyers Guild, who participated in the Narisa American Convoy, who the report notes praised Venezuela 2024 election. Amazon Labor Union, a labor union founded by Christian Smalls that participated in the 2026 Nostra America Convoy to Cuba. Antifa, a decentralized group of self-described anti-fascist political activists, and Sisha's daughter, a Chicago-based Black Lives Matter abolitionist offshoot that trains young activists in the radical spirit of Antisha Shakur, Association for Investment in Popular Action Committees, AIPAC, a California-based umbrella nonprofit that funds left-wing media and delegations to Cuba and Venezuela. Bass Karen, the current mayor of Los Angeles and former congresswoman who was what is this? Vincero Brigade organizer in the 1970s. Benjamin Medina, Susan Benjamin, a co-founder of Code Pink and Global Exchange, who previously lived in Cuba and frequently organizes solidarity efforts for the regime. Black Alliances for Peace. You notice there's a lot of Black people on this list. An activist group that maps U.S. military bases and police training facilities as targets for radical agitation. There's a lot of Black people on this list. If you didn't notice, I noticed. Black Lives Matter, BLM, including Global Network Foundation, Grassroots, and At School, a sprawling radical justice network whose leaders and offshoots express solidarity with the Cuban regime and radical figures like Ashanta Shakur. There's a lot of Black entities included on this. Boudon Chesser, a former district attorney of San Francisco, son of Weather Underground member Kathy Boudon. A Changing Frequency, a Black queer feminist-led abolitionist project aiming to disrupt what it calls medical industrial complex. Wow. You know, the medical industrial complex that Robert F. Kennedy denied that even existed. When talking about the number of Black women who died in childbirth that he did not even acknowledge. Oh, okay. That's why these things exist. Claudia Jones School, a Washington, D.C. based organization, organizing collective that conducts popular education and pro-Cuba lobbying. Code Pink Women of Peace, a left-wing protest group that describes itself as anti-war and organized solidarity delegations to Cuba. Cohen Ben, a co-founder of Ben and Jerry, who attended the wedding of Neville Roy Shingham and Jody Evans. Claudia De La Cruz, the co-founder of the People Forum, IFCO, executive director of 2024 presidential candidate for the Party of Socialism and Libertation. Manolo de los Sotos, the co-founder and head of the People Reform, who the report says maintain deep relationships with the Cuban regime elites. A Democrat Socialist of America, DSA, a major socialist political organization that formally advocates for the Cuban regime and organized official delegations to the island. Eve Ensler, a prominent playwright who attended the wedding of Neville Roy Singham and Jody Evans. Who are these people? And why is the attendance of their wedding putting them on a fucking list, a blacklist? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? That people are getting a blacklist in America for attending a wedding by anchor baby Marco Rubio. The fuck is going on? Flatbush, Equality for Flatbush, a Brooklyn-based Black Lives Matter abolitionist group fighting gentrification, police, and ICE. Jody Evans, the co-founder of Code Pink, who married billionaire Neville Roy Shingham, and heavily praised anti-American foreign states. Where am I? George Floyd, a man whose 2020 death sparked a nationwide uprising that were celebrated and supported by the Cuba regime. So how is they got George Floyd on the list? George Floyd is dead, and they got him on the list. Do they know that George Floyd is dead? Alicia Garza, the co-founder of Black Lives Matters, who credited Ashista Shakur as a key influence in her original work. Amy Goodman. Oh, Amy Goodman from Democracy Now!, the host of Democracy Now!, who the report noted attended the wedding of leftist billionaire Neville Roy Shingham and Jody Evans. God damn, they got Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! On the list. Haitian women of Haitian refugees, an activist group led by Black women that organized to defend Black migrants and stop deportation. Ishra Haishri, a campus activist and daughter of Ilhan Omar, who was suspended from Barnard College for organizing anti-Israel encampment before traveling to Cuba. So Ilhan Omar's daughter was suspended from Barnard College for organizing an anti-Israeli encampment. So therefore, she's on a government watch list. IFCO, Pastor for Peace. Lord have mercy. How long? This is what Marco Rubio is doing. Guilt by association, at its finest. But what exactly are they guilty of? What the report shows isn't that any of these people are knowingly taking directions from a foreign power, only that they disagree with the U.S. government on Cuba policy, or at most agree with Cuba. Their views can be wrong, aggressively or offensively wrong even, but it's their goddamn right as an American to hold them. Mm. Witness for Peace Solidarity Collective, an organization that runs recruiting U.S. Solidarity delegation. How does George Floyd have anything to do with Cuba? George Floyd, a man whose 2020 death sparked nationwide uprisings that were celebrated and supported by the Cuban regime. What does he have to do with anything? Why is he on the list? This is your government. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I put this on the list, because see, this isn't even what I initially wanted. Your government is after you. Let me see. What am I gonna put this on this? And y'all think that Rubio is a nut job. This is under Rubio is a nut job. This is what this is under. Because Rubio is out here carrying the water for 45, 47. See, I didn't come here for this today. What I came here is to... no, here's something else. I did not come here for this one either. Rubio WMD scandal is a far left Rubio's Saucy, come here. Rubio's WMD scandal is far left terrorism. U.S. targets anti-tech pro-Iranian and anti-Semitic networks with new three-letter designation. Rubio is on one. Okay. Tomorrow, Marco Rubio will open a summit unveiling a new designation, branding his political opponents as terrorists. Documents leaked to me reveal. The unveil would happen on the opening day of the over 60 nations summit, which I report on here, called the Ministerial of the Resurgence of Political Terrorism. This is what I came to report to you. That this summit is happening at a time when the Iran war is literally exploding, and while so much else in the world seems to be on fire, it is baffling a way for the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor to spend his precious time. Welcome to the war on FLT, short for Far Left Terrorism, a new acronym appearing in the State Department documents about the summit, which I obtained. The three-letter acronym for an imaginary threat that could be radioactive to politicians' presidential ambitions. Sound familiar? This generation's WMD, and is going to haunt him. Rubio, who fancied himself a deep thinker and is already being anointed as the experienced middle of the road alternative to JD Vance, is reveling in his true stripes, Trump's flunky. Oblivious and lost in the sauce of his bureaucracy and ideological hotbox. Far left is hard enough to define. Who decides what's far? But to add terrorism takes it to another level of crazy. Not that Rubio cares. This summit will introduce a new visa policy under which states target far left terrorists and other aligned groups, not just for violence against actual people, but also economic sabotage, including against public and private property. A phrase broad enough to cover broken windows or a boycott, which means if you boycott something, that they can actually hurt you financially for boycotting something. They can take your property away from you if you are determined that you have executed a boycott against something, a far left boycott. You have successfully executed a boycott on a business. They can claim and take your property away from you. This is what they are. This is what your government under Marco Rubio is setting up. Are you clear on this? Are we clear on this? Okay. Rubio has spent a decade cultivating an image of the responsible statesman, 14 years on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the grown-up steadying a chaotic administration. The FLT designation is a good place to watch that image dissolve. The State Department is being turned into another clown car, and Rubio seems happy to be the driver. The states talking points drop any pretense that this is a politically neutral endeavor. Officials are instructed to rely on the following talking points per the leaked documents. We go where the threat is. Political terrorism is resurgent, and far-left terrorism specifically poses a unique and distinctive threat today. Addressing and defeating that is the focus of the ministerial. It should be minstrel. Ministerial. Ministerial. It should be minstrel. Minstrel show. I'm just going to call it minstrel. The United States has observed a concerning convergence between violent far left and anarchist networks and other violent extremist actors, including violent pro-Iranian. When have you seen any violent pro-Iranian anything happening in the United States? These are just talking points that they have put. Anybody be specific about anything pro-Iranian, anything that you've seen happening in the United States? But now we have this word salad about we have seen violent pro-Iranian something happening in the United States. So now if anything happens in the United States, they are going to label it, hey, this is violent pro-Iranian something. Whatever they choose to say is violent pro-Iranian something. There's nothing violent pro-Iranian anything happening in the United States. But now that they have put a false premise of anything violent pro-Iranian happening in the United States, they have put the terminology out here. So they're going to match whatever they choose to match to the terminology that they have put out here, with nothing that is happening in the United States to match this terminology. But hey, the terminology has been put out here, so surely we can find something that fits this terminology that we choose to put out here. And we're not supposed to see this. We're supposed to pretend like, I saw some of that. I saw some of that far vote. I saw some of that pro-Iranian anarchist stuff happening. I saw some of that anti-Semitism, pro-Iranian shit happening the other day. Because they know that the Trump voter, they know that the MAGA voter is stupid. They know they can pull that shit over the MAGA voter. All of this far leftist violence that they talk about. You know what they call that in any other language? They call that your constitutional right. You know that stuff that they call leftist violence. Your right to protest your government. Those are your constitutional rights. But they have labeled that to far leftist violence. They have relabeled that as domestic terrorism. Notice how strange that is? But I digress. This is what I wanted to tell you about. I wanted to tell you about that. The United States has observed concerning a convergence between a violent far left and anarchist networks and other violent extreme actors, including violent pro-Iranian and anti-Semitic networks, as well as militant anti-tech, and terrorist movements. Anti-tech. You mean you against these data centers? You dare protest these data centers being built in your community, ruining your community, bringing up your water bill, your electricity bill, humming in your community all the time. You're anti-tech. How dare you? You're a eco-terrorist. You're a part of the eco-terrorist movement, and you're a part of a trend, and you're being monitored closely. This is a trend that we are monitoring closely and are engaging partners to address. Your government is monitoring you closely and engaging partners like, who are their partners? Palantir and all of these drone companies. They're monitoring partners to address. The minstrel will focus world attention on the resurgence of political terrorism and bring together United States and foreign partners to address the terrorist actors, particularly far left terrorist networks and operating across Europe, Asia, and the Western Hemisphere and beyond. Now, it focuses on improving coordination and information sharing. Don't y'all remember that there was talk about your military joining and being combined with Israel? Israel, the same military that use lavender, the Palantir apparatus that goes that has drones that follows people home and take their lives at their homes, that that use Palantir, that use lavender in daddy's home, that follows people to their homes and take their lives and the lives of their families at home. You remember that they were talking about combining our military with Israeli military, and now they're talking about they're going to combine our intelligence with their intelligence under the guise that they're trying to make sure that we are safe against all of these left-leaning terrorist intentions that we have on the left. Are you people paying attention to what Marco Rubio over the State Department is telling you? It focuses on improving coordination and information sharing and particular law enforcement cooperation to counter political terrorism, including violent far-left attacks on law enforcement, critical infrastructure, and political figures and state institutions. Political terrorism is resurgent, particularly along far-left terrorist networks that have grown more sophisticated. The leverage, for example, Marco Rubio, for example, what far-left terrorism in particular has been set off in the United States that would garner this type of attention? For example, none. But this is what Marco Rubio is presenting to the nation. If you didn't know, why isn't your media telling you about this? Why isn't your for-profit media talking to you about any of this? Okay. Hold on. Let me this link will also be in my description box. Let me drop this in my description box, because y'all act like I never told you about MSPM7. Y'all don't remember me talking to you about NSPM7? Where did I when did I start talking to you about NSPM7? Who was the one who first reported to you about NSPM7? It was right here with Ken Klippenstein, who gave you the drop on NSPM7, which told you that your government was going to start declaring you and your rights as a United States citizen as terrorist activities. Yes, it's right here. Ken Klippenstein told you that your government was going to determine that you were a terrorist. Let me find this. So if you have not brushed up on all of this and all of the ways that your government has been looking for a long time, when did this NSPM7 come out? I think it came out sometime. That I know it was last year. It was definitely. Go over to Ken Klippenstein. I reported on this. It is your duty to do your homework. It is your duty to do your homework. The link is in my description box. I can't do everything for you. The link to Ken Klippenstein is in my description box. It is under the subtitle. What is the title? It is under Mike Rubio is a nut job. So I'll go over there and check out Ken Klippenstein, because your government, why do you think that they have all of these detention centers that they are building up? Why do you think that they have all of these y'all thought that y'all thought that was for them other people. Y'all thought that was for I find that hilarious. That y'all thought that all these warehouses that they were that could hold 18 and 15,000 people. Y'all thought that was for the undocumented. So y'all thought that y'all was safe. But y'all didn't know. Y'all didn't pay attention to what your own government is saying about you. Let's pay attention to what your government is saying about you out loud. But your for-profit media is not covering it. So shut up and listen for a chance. Shut up and listen to what a whole motherfucking anchor baby has the audacity to say about you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us here today. I'm very honored that this distinguished group of people that have traveled from around the world to be a part of this important conversation. We're grateful to you. I also want to thank members of the President's team and cabinet that are here today. Our FBI Director, Kash Patel, who's here with us. Thank you. Our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, has joined us as well. You'll hear shortly from Stephen Miller, the President's Deputy Chief of Staff and one of his top advisors on Homeland Security issues as well. And of course, our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is here. But again, I want to thank all of you that are here today. I want to thank the whole team here at the State Department as well for putting this together. It truly is an unprecedented event on an unprecedented issue, moment, I should say, in our history. So let me start by saying that the most essential duty of the state, the first responsibility, frankly, of any government of any kind, is the protection of its people. It's the protection of its country. This is a sacred obligation that should transcend all political and all ideological divisions. It is why, for example, we have militaries. It's why we have intelligence agencies. It's why counterterrorism bureaus exist, why police forces exist. Keeping our people safe is the reason why every country represented here has all of these things. We are all very well acquainted, as of now, of course, by now, with what has been described as traditional terrorist threats. For 25 years, the term counterterrorism, at least in the West, has meant first and foremost the fight against radical Islamist extremism. And there's a very poignant reason for that. On the 11th of September, in the year of 2001, 19 men murdered 3,000 people here in my country. Then that same enemy struck Europe, murdering nearly 200 commuters aboard trains in Madrid in 2004, and 52 more aboard London buses and the underground in the following year. The entire architecture of Western counterterrorism was rebuilt from the studs around the singular traumatic event. That made sense at the time. Our job was to keep our people safe, and the realm of terrorism, the specter of global jihad, was the premier threat to their safety. And so we went to work, and we assembled a global coalition, working with many of the friends that are represented here in this room today. And we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. We killed al-Baghdadi and al-Zawahiri and bin Laden, and we built intelligence and law enforcement systems capable of anticipating and stopping attacks before the public even hears about them. Every country represented here today has disrupted a terrorist threat at some point emanating from this source. Jihadist attacks and plots in the United States are down by 2/3 since ISIS's peak. The number of people killed by jihadist terrorism in Europe dropped by roughly 97% from the year 2015 to the year 2024. In other words, to a very great extent, our counterterrorism strategy has worked. The threat has not disappeared, of course. It will continue to exist, particularly so long as we tolerate immigration systems that imports these threats directly into our respective homelands. But this threat has been severely diminished. The world looks very different today because of it. For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics, in spite of the fact that in this room today, there are representatives from across the political spectrum, we will hear this kind of organized violence and terror will be dismissed. It will be dismissed as a partisan fiction. A whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi group was a nefarious and murderous act of evil. It is. But a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism. Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just. That's the implication of how they treat it. For years, this extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talked about political violence and extremism. It was repeated again and again until it was accepted as the neutral and objective baseline so entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image, maybe you all recall this, of a news anchor from a very prominent agency, a news anchor, standing in a neighborhood, consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself. That era has to end. The coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here today because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view of the world. You came here. You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died, executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter, the lights went out in Berlin, the longest blackout in the city since the Second World War, sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militants.
Shit. They lucky that Ted Cruz wasn't there fishing. More people would have died when the lights went out and it was freezing cold, and Ted Cruz would have been in Mexico. Let's continue.
Thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real. And
where they at in D.C. at the Capitol, or where there police officers were beaten? Wait a minute. I thought you were somewhere else. Are they somewhere where you were talking about where there were riots? You were talking about the George Floyd riots. You were talking about where there was no peace in the street, but you decided to bring up George Floyd all the way back in. But you couldn't talk about what happened in 2020 when there were riots in the actual Capitol. You couldn't bring up something most recent where you were actually sitting and had to run for cover yourself. You couldn't bring that to the forefront of your mind. You had to go all the way back to George Floyd, and you couldn't think about where there was no peaceful transfer of presidential power. You had to go back all the way back to George Floyd, because it's peaceful. It's peaceful when white folks do it. Oh, okay. Fuck you.
it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is, none of this that I've just described is new. Far left political terrorism is not a recent day modern novelty. It is not a fiction manufactured by conservative politicians. For most of the modern era, it was in fact the dominant form of political violence. Every one of our friends here from the nations of the Western Hemisphere remember the decades of kidnappings and bombings and assassinations and executions, the violent terror.
We remember January 6th too. That came after George Floyd. You don't remember that though. You don't remember that. That what they call that in the United States. All of this about Peru. He went across the world to talk about left-wing violence that many of us have no idea, are not familiar with. To crack down on left-wing violence, to call the left in the United States of America terrorists for operating inside of your constitutional rights. This is what the Secretary of State is doing. And who is he bringing up to bolster his claim? None other than the hate-filled white nationalist Stephen Miller will follow him with a batty ass, a hate-filled white nationalist speech.
Death with axes and machetes. You remember the tens of thousands of Marxist guerrillas trained to kill.
We don't remember this. No,
in Castro's terrorist camps.
No, we don't
all of you here
that.
from Europe remember.
No, we don't remember.
You remember the machine gun massacres of Italy's Red Brigades, which held the five-time prime minister captive for 55 days before subjecting him to a revolutionary so-called.
What they got to do with us and how we live our life? Huh? What's your point? Let's move on. What's your point?
Now, a healthcare executive executed in cold blood in the streets.
How many people did his policies help get their claims denied, get their treatment denied? What's your point? What we supposed to do? What we supposed to do? Did you examine the number of people that were unable to get their health needs addressed because of his policy? What we supposed to do about this? Huh? That was an act of murder. What we supposed to do about an act of murder? Huh? That's the police job. What we supposed to do about this? What we supposed to do about an act of murder?
Multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president, and the murder of the greatest assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like,
So just because the shooter was a transgender, that makes it different than any other shooter opening up on a school. So you don't talk about none of the other white boys that opened up on schools. So the only shooter that opened up on schools that you will refuse to talk about, all the rest of these white boys that have continued to open up on schools, but you decide to talk about the one white trans person that opened up on school only because that person is a trans person. But you're going to ignore all the rest of these crazy white boys that have been opening up on schools and shooting up schools for decades because they straight white boys. Oh, that's what we doing now. As your military is giving gender affirming shots to people in the military, if they need more testosterone, is that what we doing now? The fuck out of my face.
where is your God now? A healthcare executive executed in cold blood.
So, we supposed to give a fuck about a murder that happened because these people are CEOs? So we supposed to walk around and give a fuck about every CEO that is executed. What makes his murder different than anybody else murder? Because he had the ability to affect life and death in his hands, and his hands affected death, gave out death more than it gave out life. When he had the ability to affect life and death, he ensured that more people died at the hands of him and his fucking decisions that he made as a healthcare executive, and we supposed to give a fuck about him? Are you fucking crazy?
In the streets.
He set up an algorithm that denied people more than it approved the care that their own doctor recommended. The doctors that work for the health care facility that he employed at his health care company. And we supposed to give a fuck that he set up an algorithm that automatically denied their care rather than approve the care that the doctors that also work for the healthcare company recommended? Are you fucking kidding me? The fuck out of my face.
Nation attempts on a sitting president, and the murder of, cloaked in the language of equality and justice and liberation, perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge. This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who...
Okay, now here we go with this bullshit white supremacist shit. It's a revolt against the worst against the best. The worst against the best. The ones who cannot do, the ones that cannot build, the ones who cannot do anything. And you look at the people at the top of the ladder who have the most, who do the least, who have not built anything. What has Elon Musk built, created, produced? Absolutely nothing. What has he stole and bought? Everything that he has. What has he had subsidized by your tax dollars? Absolutely everything. But you have Marco Rubio trying to put down the American workers, who have put all of these billionaires on top. But they are trying to talk about the American workers are the ones who cannot produce, have not created anything. They have created everything. They have created the wealth of this nation. We have created it all. But you look at these worthless people, these grimy people, these people that will do anything for a dollar that is thrown into their campaign to come and sit out and tell you lies. These bootlickers that will do anything for these rich people to support them, to come out and lie to you and to have you to believe the bullshit that they are telling you. The audacity.
Cannot create, who cannot, and the father of 2 young children shot and killed while speaking to a crowd of students. This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can. This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperialists or communist or anarchist or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice, and liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people who are only filled with ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. Through violence and through terror, they once again seek to impose their ugliness on all of us. The old dogma was wrong. The old dogma was wrong. None of this is driven by idealism. It is not utopian. In fact, it is the opposite. One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice.
So now here's the new story. Greed is good, and everything is perfect and well. And if you don't like greed, it's because you're mad and you're angry. And if you don't like how the world has turned out, you're just angry, and you should love the way the world is upside down, and the regular man, working man, can't get ahead, and how the world is unfair, and you have to work 3 jobs to continue to be poor. So if you don't like the way it is your fault. So you are the problem. So we're gonna try to play this upside down bullshit. And we're going to bring out these politicians to try to rationalize this dumb bullshit. We're going to try to play this upside down game. And we're going to try to get him to come out here and speak this unrational shit and say it with a rational tone and make you believe that it's all in your head. This is the way it has always been. We're going to try to get him to say some irrational shit and say it in a rational tone to make you believe that the irrational shit is rational. Feed you a lot of bullshit. But I want you to understand what you're about to hear is a whole lot of bullshit. And Marco Rubio is getting a whole lot of money and a whole lot of perks to feed you a whole lot of bullshit to tell you why you should continue to work hard to stay fucking poor and broke and not get ahead in life. But why he don't have to work hard and he is expected to get ahead in life if he do continue to do the right thing by rich people. He will get ahead in life. What you will never do by working hard.
That's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The world it envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exception, drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul. The world it envisions is a world without courage, a world without creativity or ambition, a world without heroes or glory or great causes to strive towards, a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things. And the world communism envisions is a world without God. For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them, it's an unbearable humiliation, a reminder of what they cannot do, and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy. They attack pipelines, they attack railroads, they attack power grids and laboratories, the physical embodied symbols of power and invention and achievement. This is.
Wasn't Trump over there attacking the water systems in Iran? Shut the fuck up, stupid.
The nature of the terrorism we face today. They despise the West because the West is great. This is an international conference because we are facing a transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected.
You're attacking American citizens. Shut the fuck up. The link is in my description box. Who follows this butt plug? None other than the white nationalist Stephen Miller.
Good morning, distinguished leaders and guests. It's good to see so many familiar faces. And thank you, of course, to Secretary of State Rubio for organizing this conference and for leading this initiative. Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive, in our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify,
NSPM 7 to disrupt, identify,
defund,
debank,
arrest and prosecute
these
political terrorists that are operating.
These alleged political terrorists, and your for-profit media still is not reporting on this. And your government official is going across the world talking about calling you left-wing terrorists under these vague descriptions of left-wing terrorists. And these are the things that they plan to do to you. With this white nationalist out here talking about
operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government. And we've seen
these left wings seek to overthrow our government as these Proud Boys, these oath keepers, these people who try to overthrow overthrow our elections all got pardons the first day of this administration. As they tried to overthrow the peaceful transfer of power. They got pardoned and commutations the first day of Trump's administration. Let that sink in. And these left-wing terrorists, they're trying to overthrow our government because they won't bend the knee and turn over all of their election rolls to Trump, which is against the law. So therefore, they're trying to overthrow our government because they won't allow election data to be given to be federalized because that's against the law. So they are trying to overthrow our government. Let that make sense. Is he going to give any examples of how these alleged left-wing terrorists are trying to do? No, he's not going to do any examples. He's just going to sit up here and pontificate a bunch of lies and bullshit.
This has taken place many times in many places
For
throughout
example,
the years. And Secretary,
for example, give us any examples. For example. For example, when it happened,
Rubio has provided you and understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government. And we've seen this has taken place many times in many places throughout the years, and Secretary Rubio has provided you many examples.
No, Secretary Rubio provided absolutely nothing. The same thing you're doing. Secretary Rubio provided you many examples. Yeah, in other countries. But you're talking about America. Secretary Rubio provided a whole lot of shit that happened in a whole lot of other countries. You're talking about America. Provide us some examples.
Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering. It only can travel in one direction. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms, inflicting immense pain, humiliation, suffering in order to establish complete and total control.
This is someone who just talked about NSPN 7. Let that sink in as I find NSPN 7.
Through psychological and physical and actual terror. And we have to understand that that is the scope and the extent of the threat that we face. And as Secretary Rubio also pointed out, this is an international network. Antifa, as an example, operates in dozens of countries all throughout the world. They share common networks of funding, and organization, and information sharing. And so all of our intelligence agencies and law enforcement entities should be collaborating and coordinating and working together in order to root out these organizations. One of the hallmarks of left-wing violence and terrorism is its completely pretextual and disingenuous appeal to civil liberties in an effort to shield its own violence. This is the tactic that the left always uses to try to protect itself from facing criminal punishment. It is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf ears. When the leftist, who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protest that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that some injustice has been perpetrated against him. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization. if the left is allowed to use the real or actual threat of violence to destabilize our institutions, then those institutions cannot and will not succeed. So here in the United States, for example, we saw in the recent past clear threats of violence against our Supreme Court to try to shape how they rule on upcoming.
Where? When? Be specific. When Donald Trump was talking shit about the Supreme Court, what threats were made against the Supreme Court? What threats were made against the Supreme Court?
Decisions. The leftist does this with the full desire, intent, and understanding that the threat of violence against a...
What threat of violence were made against the Supreme Court? Anybody? Anybody in the chat? Speak out. There were none. There were no threats made against the Supreme Court. There were a whole lot of displeasure and hate speech made against the Supreme Court from Donald Trump after their decisions were made. There was no threats made against the Supreme Court by the left. This is a bullshit and a lie from a bullshitter and a liar. Let's be real clear. So all of this threats from the left. All of this narrative is made up on lies.
Public figure or their family is meant to, in the recent past, clear threats of violence against our Supreme Court to try to shape how they rule on upcoming decisions. The leftist does this with the full desire, intent, and...
Now, I will say this. Amy Coney Barrett and Elena Kagan. Amy Coney Barrett is a conservative, and Elena Kagan is a left-leaning justice. They both testified before Congress about personal threats that they had gotten, but these were not threats that were actually released like to the public or made publicly. So if you want to hear, well, I didn't even go over to hear about what they addressed to Congress, but they did address some threats that they had personally gotten. So I will say that. Now, Amy Coney Barrett is a conservative judge, and Elena Kagan is a more Democrat leaning judge. Let's be real clear on that.
Understanding that the threat of violence against a public figure or their family is meant to cow them into behaving or acting or conducting themselves differently. We had the combination of a violent left-wing organization threatening our nation's highest court, and the federal government and the Department of Justice turning a blind eye to it. Those are the conditions in which this kind of violence can fester as a cancer and ultimately destroy a society. Nothing that we do works if the threat of violence and terror goes on unchecked. Our political systems don't work, our judicial systems don't work, our legal systems don't work, our jury trials don't work. And at the same time, we have to understand there's a real threat that those who are not themselves terrorists, but who support left-wing violence, will create the conditions that allow that violence to go on without any meaningful inhibition. So to be specific, we've seen in some of our nation's cities in America, like Washington, D.C. and New York City, something, again, it's an American term, but it's known as jury nullification. This is when a person is obviously guilty of a crime, but the juror, because they're ideologically sympathetic to the perpetrator, will not sentence them to the crime which they've obviously committed. We've seen in the United States, again and again, individuals who are part of left-wing organizations who've committed assaults against
This man cannot be serious.
ICE officers or federal law enforcement who've been brought to court where clear evidence has been presented against them that the jury has refused to convict for purely political reasons. When you've reached that point, it demonstrates how deeply the cancer has begun to infest your society, where people have created an internal rationalization structure to justify unsanctioned violence against the state and state actors to achieve a political end. We have to use every lawful and legitimate tool that we have to demonstrate that justice will be served and delivered. And
So this man who says that, we see that regardless of what we have presented in court, we have juries that will not rule honorably. So therefore, we must go above and beyond and give the right judgment. So now we see that we had all of these rioters, all of these people who smeared feces in the Capitol, who pissed and shitted all in the Capitol, who wanted to prevent the peaceful exchange of the government. And we see all of these people get convicted, or some of them just pled guilty to the crimes. And so they're serving their time. So it is the government's job to then go in and change their pleas. So because Stephen Miller decides that they have gotten the wrong sentences. They pled guilty to the wrong thing when they should have pled innocent. But what about the people who have gotten off? What about the people who were not tried? So will your government then go in and say, oh no, the jury found you innocent, but your government is going to come in and find you guilty? No. The jury found you innocent. Oh no, the DA said there is no case, but the government is going to put you in jail. We're gonna put a case on you. Oh, and we're not gonna even just put a case on you. We're gonna send you straight to jail. Is this what Stephen Miller is talking about? Because we know in the case of the January 6th defendant, they vacated all of their convictions and all of their guilty pleas. So are they going to turn around and just start convicting people, prosecuting and convicting people who the jury found that were not guilty as well? Huh? I'm curious. Don't think they won't. Do not think they won't. Do not think you're not hearing him say what he is saying. If he's saying that the jury got it wrong one way, do not think you're not hearing this man say that they will go in and change a innocent verdict to a guilty verdict.
To prove efforts to achieve a political end. We have to use every lawful and legitimate tool that we have to demonstrate that justice will be served and
we have to use every tool to demonstrate. Every tool to demonstrate.
Delivered, and to prove that these kinds of tactics and techniques will ultimately fail.
To prove that these tactics will fail. We're going to prove that you cannot do anything because whatever you do, it's going to fail. Yeah. We're going to have to go back to that old Mississippi type of way of trying cases.
If the leftist learns and observes that their violence and criminal activity helps and ultimately succeeds in achieving their desired political end, they will be endlessly emboldened. Here in the United States, we've seen a growing and deeply alarming increase in attempted assassinations against public figures. Most notably, of course, the multiple assassination attempts against President Trump.
So we know we have not seen that. We know that one of the assassinations against Trump was in fact a registered Republican. We know that even most of the people don't even bother to talk about the Butler, Pennsylvania person because they believe that was a fake bullshit. We also know that people are not even believing that bullet hit him. There is no evidence that he had anything hit him on his ear. A lot of people are not believing any of this bullshit. So let's continue.
The successful assassination attempt against Charlie Kirk, many others. This is a fatal cancer to civil.
Charlie Kirk is not an elected official. Charlie Kirk is a nobody that y'all propped up to try to make us give a fuck. Charlie Kirk is a motherfucking racist that y'all propped up to make us feel, not to make a racist feel like he was more important than he was, because y'all saw that you could use him to get young white voters to come out and vote for Donald Trump. And you, since they were so young, you thought that you could lock these young racists in to the Republican Party for decades to come. And you're so upset about it that you're afraid that you could lose these dumb, loose mind white voters if they actually get some real information in their heads, because you know you have nothing to offer them like jobs or a future. So therefore, they may get some information in their minds, and therefore, they may go somewhere and gain something and some knowledge and some wisdom, and see that you don't give a fuck about them in their future, because that trollop, Erica Kirk, had the audacity to tell them to go out there and get married and have as many babies as you can, even if you can't afford them. A bitch who don't spend no time with her own babies because she's so busy trolloping all over the country for Turning Point USA, as she gets billions of dollars and don't spend no time with her own fucking kids. The fuck out of my face with this dumb shit.
Civilization. And the greatest risk that we have is that our institutions have grown too soft and too cowardly to be able to defend themselves against a mortal threat. If your civilization is your home, you must defend it with the same passion and force as if an enemy intruder is inside your own house where your family lives. That is the level of dedication and urgency that is required. And the greatest threat is that even though there are far more of us, there are far more people who believe in order and civilization and liberty and the rule of law, is that if we are softer than those who seek to end us, then the smaller but more radical minority will succeed. It is easy to dismiss what I'm saying and to say, surely it cannot be that bad, it cannot be that dire. But again, I point to the examples in our own country where, for example, our Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which has been duly statutory authorized to carry out routine enforcements of immigration law, has been subjected to an over 8,000% increase in violent assaults. These are not one-off episodes. This is repeat, systemic, organized, funded insurrection and armed resistance against the federal government. There was a sniper from a sniper's nest who, using an assault rifle, tried to shoot ICE officers in Dallas, Texas. These are the episodes that we're talking about, where we have had repeated, direct, violent attacks on federal law enforcement in order to veto the ballot box with violence. And the leftist justifies this violence to himself by saying that they alone are the arbiters of what is right or wrong. Not the law, not history, not civilization, not public opinion, certainly not God. The leftist assumes for himself judge, jury, executioner. But let's not pretend for a moment that these radical leftists, these terrorists, are operating from a place of sincere political conviction. Sure, there are plenty of useful idiots that they use who may believe these discredited ideologies. The leftist is fundamentally motivated by envy, by hatred, by jealousy. The leftist looks at what is beautiful and what is good and what is natural and is filled with envy and hatred. The leftist looks at a perfect family with the perfect life and a perfect job and perfect kids that goes to church every Sunday and is filled with a feeling of inadequacy and jealousy, and they covet, and they turn those emotions ultimately into a desire to subjugate, to oppress, and to inflict pain and suffering. It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who were assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person. Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerism. Why is that? Why? You look at two photographs and you see a normal American street, you see an Antifa protest. Why did the people that are violently demonstrating, why is there not one normal looking person among them? Every one of them, through the course of their life and their decisions, has scarred their body and their appearance in many different ways, to the point in which their outer appearance becomes a manifestation of their inner hatred. Trust your instincts. To all people and across all civilizations, you know what normal is. You know what beautiful is. You know what good is. You know that families are right. You know that children are precious and beautiful and must be protected. You know that the criminal and the junkie and the predator is a threat.
The predator is a threat. Says the one who is surrounded by a fucking administration that protects and is surrounded, not 6 degrees of separation of predators, a whole predatory administration. Let that sink in.
To normal, healthy living. This is so much deeper than issues about taxation and regulation, although they're incredibly important. It's about normal, healthy, ordered living. And the violent leftists, for these deep-seated reasons, going back to the earliest wisdom taught to us in the Bible about coveting. And I'm not talking about rich versus poor. I'm talking about a much deeper kind of coveting. Coveting people who are morally superior, who are superior in the simple truth.
Now, Lord, now I know we're not talking about moral superiority. Superiority. Moral superiority. Bitch, are you serious?
Full way they live their lives. People that they look at who are happy and ordered and peaceful and contributing to the communities.
I think we've done enough here. This link is in my description box. Avail yourself to it because I just wanted you to see the dumb shit, the bullshit. He talked about NSPN 7. He had the audacity to talk about talk about NSPN 7. I have given you a warning about the NSPN 7 that your government put out months and months and months ago. Last year, in fact, NSPN 7 was detailed by Ken Klippenstein. When was this? September 27th of 2025. Trump's NSPN 7 labels common belief as terrorism indicators. If you did not know that, now you know. And now they are in full swing of having indicators that indicate you as a left-wing terrorist. They are in full swing and trying to rationalize you, calling you a terrorist. If you didn't know what he's talking about, it came out last year. I'm going to put this in my description. There he is, with the mainstream media distracted by the made-for-TV drama of James Comey indictment, Trump has signed a little-noticed national security directive identifying anti-Christian and anti-American views as indicators of radical left violence, called National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. It's being referred to as NSPN 7 by administration insiders. This is the first time in America history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism. Trump's Homeland Security advisor, Stephen Miller, said, referring to the issuance, to the extent that the major media noticed the directive at all, they can even at all, they even C-SPAN incorrectly labeled it as an executive order, like this week designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Here is what C-SPAN had to say about it. President Trump signs executive order on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. We're looking at the funders. Trump signs executive order. This is C-SPAN. Okay. It is hard to overstate how much a different NSPN 7 is from the over 200 executive orders Trump has frenetically signed since coming back into office. An executive order publicly lays out the course of the day-to-day federal government operation, whereas a national security directive is a sweeping policy decree for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. National security directives are often secret, but in this case, the Trump administration chose to publish in NSPN 7 only the 7th since he's come into office. Previous national security directives have been controversial, even politically earth-shattering. In 1980, for example, President Jimmy Carter signed the top secret president's directive, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to revisit what happened in 1970. Similarly, George W. Bush signed a series of classified national security directives. NSPN 7 countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. President Trump directs the Justice Department, the FBI, and other national security agencies and departments to fight his version of political violence in America, retooling a network of joint terrorism task force to focus on leftist political violence in America. This vast counterterrorism army made up of federal, state, and local agencies would, as Trump aide Stephen Miller said, from the central hub of that effort. NSPN 7 directs a new national strategy to disrupt any individual or groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political acts. Did you hear what I said? even before they result in violent political acts. What does that mean? That means you do not have to commit a violent political act. That means pre-crime. You don't have to commit a crime. They're going to arrest you and say, well, you were going to commit a crime, so we prevented you from committing a crime. We caught you pre-crime. Yeah. Did you know that? Did you know that? Okay. If you didn't know, in other words, they're targeting pre-crimes. To reference the movie The Minority Report. The Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whom the NSPN 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators or violence. Now, the indicators are quite vague for some particular reason. These are the indicators: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support of the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Your government can call you a domestic terrorist under these vague indicators. Are we clear? Are we clear? The rules have been written up to hold you as a domestic terrorism and charge you for committing a crime or about to commit a crime under these vague conditions. Are we clear? The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment a political violence so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracies before they result in violent political acts. The directive states emphasis on mind. A pre-crime endeavor of preventing attacks before they happen is a core to the post 9/11 concept of counterterrorism itself. No longer satisfied to investigate acts of terrorism after the fact to bring terrorism to justice, but the Bush administration adopted a preemption overseas that lead to aerial assimilation by drones and special operations, kill missions. Domestically, it led to counterterrorism campaigns whose hallmark was excessive and illegal government surveillance and the use of undercover agents and confidential human sources to trap and entrap would-be terrorists. Now with Donald Trump directive retooling the counterterrorism apparatus to go after Americans at home, this means monitoring political activity or speech as a investigative method to discover radicalism, contrary to other national security documents. All during the post-war Watergate era, NSPN 7 doesn't even mention the First Amendment or the fundamental rights of Americans to organize and protest. So there is that. They don't even act as if you have. Like I said, these are your rights that they are trampling on, your First Amendment rights and your right to protest. The NSPM 7 acts as if those rights don't exist. The focus on speech is evident throughout NSPN 7. The directive says that political violence is the result of organized campaigns that often begins with the left, dehumanizing targets in anonymous chat forums, in personal meetings, social media, and even in educational institutions. It gives a sense of how broad this formulation is. Trump earlier designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group was accompanied by a White House fact sheet singling out people who celebrated Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, last December. And as you heard Marco Rubio bring out the death in that example when he was talking yesterday in that a little talk he had. He didn't bring any names out, but he did bring that death out. So this is also, you can read the rest of this. It will also be in the description box. So it just keeps piling and piling and piling on. I have definitely, anybody who comes to my chat knows that I have been talking about this. Oh God, please tell me I haven't. I have been talking about this since it was something to talk about. So I'm going to put this in my description box as well. Go over there and check it out. It is under let me see. Marco, what is it under? Let me find my description box. This is in my description box. Hold on. I have to find my description box. I closed the page. I'm going to play that the latest interview. Oh God. Hold on. I'm going to play that latest interview with the family, and then I'm going to skedaddle. Please don't tell me I didn't save all of my... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I don't have all my interviews. Oh, my God. How did I do that? How did I erase my links? Jesus Christ. Of all things to erase, how do I erase my links? Oh, God. Okay, this link is in my description box. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. This is a bad description box. NSPM 7. Oh, God. I can't believe I lost all of my links. I'm going to have to go through and collect all of my links again. That link is in the description box for sure. Now, let's go through and check out let's go through and check out Mandami has passed investigation. What investigation? What they need to invest Mandami for? What would they need to invest Mandami for? A best at what? A best at being a thief and a grifter? What is he best at? What would he be best at? Grifting money from the American public? What would he be best at? Okay. Nothing. Okay. I got nothing. Okay, so let me stop sharing my screen, and let me get to. Seems like Humpty Dumpty has bombed a Iran nuclear site. Let's see what Kyle Kalinske has to say. You know, I love me some Kyle Kalinske. Let's share this. This isn't where I initially was going, but let's see what we have to say about a nuclear site in Iran being struck. I hope you guys have put aside you some rations. I hope you have a solar powered generator because it is about to get real bad real quick. Because your president gives zero fucks about you. So let's get into this.
Revealing what he thinks his dad's biggest failure is. So we have all that and more. You guys know the deal, man. Everybody subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing. You can also support the show on Patreon. That link is below. You can also sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below as well. And go subscribe to Corin's World. We should be back live tonight. So come hang out with us live tonight, y'all. You do not want to miss it. All right, let's go ahead and jump in. So let me start with this. The U.S. base in Kuwait is on fire after Iranian strikes, reports of more explosions in Bahrain. So this is just one example, a little taste of what's been happening all weekend. Virtually every U.S. base in the Middle East getting burnt to a crisp and getting absolutely lit up by the IRGC. So here's one example. Look at the damage in the distance here. Look at this.
I told you they were fucking them those bases up in the Middle East. I showed you that earlier. Fucking those bases up. They're out of missiles. They have no more missiles. They have no more weapons. They're begging us for a ceasefire. Really, bitch? Oh, okay.
So we have massive strikes hitting U.S. bases. It looks like they're not only using drones, it looks like they're also using ballistic missiles. How about this one? Most insane footage to come out from the other night. Iranian missiles slamming U.S. soldiers at the Muwafaq al-Salti air base in Jordan. Take a look at this. This is an insane video of right when the impact happens. Jesus Christ. That's a massive explosion. One more time. Look at that. That's not a drone, y'all. This one is not a drone. This one is definitely not a drone. Okay, U.S. airstrikes are now being reported in nearly every major Iranian province adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz and Arabian Gulf. Retaliatory Iranian strikes are expected to be in the near term, and they were exactly that. Now, the other disturbing thing is if they're attacking all up and down the coast by the Strait of Hormuz, again, it looks like, to a layman's eye, they're prepping for something bigger. Other evidence of that would be the fact that they've been sending in these planes these military planes nonstop to the Middle East. There's a lot of troop movement that's been happening in the Middle East, a lot of plane movement that's been happening in the Middle East. And I just get the sense this is not the end. Like, these massive bombing raids are not the end of something. They're the beginning of something, and it's probably something horrific. They're probably planning something really big and really stupid that's going to backfire immediately. Okay, watch. U.S. C-RAM air defense systems are intercepting Iranian drones over Erbil in northern Iraq tonight. This video is also crazy. Take a look at this one. Here we go. I mean, that's crazy. That is absolutely insane. All right, Iran's foreign minister, Araghchi, came out and said there were extensive discussions over whether we should resume negotiations with the U.S. In the end, it was decided that we would enter negotiations primarily to establish proof that we had exhausted diplomatic options so that later no one could say, if only you had negotiated, there would have been no war. So, in other words, this is a top official in the IRGC saying, we know we can't trust Israel. We know we can't trust the U.S. We know there's a 0% chance they uphold their end of the bargain, their end of the deal. But we needed to make it proof beyond a reasonable doubt so that nobody in Iran could look at us and say, oh, you should have negotiated. You should have done something differently. In other words, we gave peace a chance. We gave the MOU a chance, knowing it would fail, so that then we'd be totally justified in what comes next. And by the way, Iran is prepared for all-out war. And they're basically daring the U.S. and daring Israel. Like, okay, you want to go down this path? Well, we're more than ready for it. All right, look at this. Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, says the following. The Great Satan's repeated violations of the Memorandum of Understanding signed between the President of Iran and the United States once again proved to everyone how worthless and unreliable the signature of the U.S. President is, and that bullying, hegemonic ambitions, and savagery are inseparable elements of the American way and doctrine. The Great Satan has once again revealed its true face without a mask, so that this dark experience of crime and bad faith will stand as yet another powerful testament to America's deceitfulness, irrationality, untrustworthiness, and wickedness. Now that the American enemy is seeking to ignite war and incur even heavier costs and greater disgrace, it should know that the beloved Iranian nation and the axis of resistance have unforgettable lessons in store for it. The bravery of the fighters of Islam and the courage of the people of Iran's southern region in recent days have already demonstrated examples of those lessons. Now, does that sound like somebody who's interested in a resolution to this at this moment?
Negative. Oh, okay. So, go over there and let's see if we have some more. Kyle Kalinske is so good. Let's see.
Strike hit Bandar Abbas residential area. One woman was killed, and a 1-year-old child suffered an amputation. And here's what this bridge looks like. Take a look at this here. Look at this. And I want to reiterate yet again that bombing bridges like this is a complete war crime. It's a war crime. This is specifically to go after civilians, terrorize civilians, and it's basically an admission that the U.S. it has been defeated when it comes to targeting, military equipment and targeting the military as such. They're clearly incapable of doing that because if they knew where all those sites were, they would be attacking those sites. But it turns out that Iran was so prepared for this war that basically all of their military equipment is underground. Okay, it's underground, it's protected. The U.S. doesn't know where it is. This is why we haven't been able to, for example, take out a lot of the hubs of the weaponry that's used to go after ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Like, if we knew where that was, we could bomb that, and then Iran can't threaten the Strait of Hormuz anymore. But they're so good at hiding it, and they're so good at putting it underground and away from intelligence being able to detect it, that as a result, the U.S. throws its hands up in the air and goes, I guess let's attack some schools.
Is your media telling you that? Your for-profit media?
All right, one more time, look. Oh my word. 40,000 foot quake wrecks least quake-prone Iran oil hub amid Pentagon strikes. Third monster earthquake under U.S. bombs. Okay, that's bizarre. That always makes me raise an eyebrow and go, well, what weapons exactly are they using that's leading to this reaction? Okay, Hormuz letter says, breaking. Iran is actively planning and seriously considering a ground incursion into Kuwait to seize U.S. military bases, including Camp Buring, Camp Arifjan, and Ali al-Salem Air Base, and then take 100 U.S. soldiers hostage before quickly transferring them to Iran. If the U.S. continues its military campaign against Iran, per prominent Iranian analyst Mahdi Khanalzadeh and former Iranian Foreign Minister Mottaki. Khanalzadeh adds, the city that should be evacuated is not Tehran, it is Doha, Manama, Abu Dhabi, and Kuwait, warning a flood of American blood will flow in the region, with Kuwait being considered one of Iran's principal options for the ground incursion. He says no political border will be safe, and that Iran would shift to a full-scale offensive if U.S. strikes continue. Khanalzadeh also warns joining the U.S. in a ground invasion is tantamount to a declaration of war upon Iran, with the Iranian land force prepared to punish any state that participates. So in other words, it sounds like Iran thinks a U.S. ground invasion is coming, and other Gulf Arab countries will be used in the process. Potentially even troops from these other countries will be used, or maybe the Kurds will be involved, or it'll be launched from Iraq, or it'll be launched from elsewhere, but others will be involved. And so Iran is warning, look, if you do that, all bets are off, and we're going to go to town on you. And that's why they say Iran is actively planning and considering a ground incursion into Kuwait to seize U.S. military bases. Like I said, guys, I wish that what we're seeing now is the end of this thing, but I get the sense it's just the beginning. I get the sense the forever war is here, and that this massive bombing raid, this 7-8 day bombing raid where they bomb for 7 hours straight that the U.S. has been doing, that is a harbinger of things to come. And if anything, they're just clearing the path for a potential ground invasion or to try to take Karg Island or any of the other oil-important islands. They have something big and stupid planned. I have no doubt about it. And so Iran is saying, look, we have tricks up our sleeve too, and if you want this thing to get ugly, this thing can get ugly. Breaking footage shows the moment Iran struck the Al Subaiya Kuwaiti power station and water desalination plant today, with the fire breaking out in the facility and severe damage caused to multiple electricity generation units. This is the second day an Iranian strike hit Kuwaiti power and water desalination plants. So again, videos like this, man, this is just absolutely chilling because people don't understand how we're on the brink of global catastrophe with stuff like this happening. Okay, take a look. Here we go.
محول الكهرباء يا لطيف محول الكهرباء اللي بس حريق
You need to understand that Iran has the capability to take out virtually all of the water that's used for the Gulf Arab states, which would render them basically uninhabitable overnight. The fact that they haven't taken out all of the water capacity for these Gulf Arab countries is literally just a testament to their restraint, because their schools have been bombed, their hospitals have been bombed, their power plants, their bridges, the entire coast where by the Strait of Hormuz, everything. And is 19 years old in Carlton, Texas. Of the 2 U.S. troops killed in the Iraq lifted to Germany, 3 to 5, also 15 other soldiers with serious life-threatening injuries, right way possible, and in a way that actually extracts a toll and a price from the enemy. Okay, so here we go. Desalination plants now being hit, power stations now being hit. Okay, look at this. A former U.S. Air Force pilot close to the U.S. Central Command says that at least 3 to 5 more soldiers on medical evacuation planes will probably not survive. There are also 15 other soldiers with serious life-threatening injuries whose fate remains unclear. As of right now, they've admitted, that's a big deal, they've admitted to 2 people killed. Again, I'll show you more on them in a second. 15 with life-threatening severe injuries that were airlifted to Germany. 3 to 5 on board the medevac who will probably not make it to Germany alive. Dozens of minor injuries and troops who took shrapnel and debris. More traumatic brain injuries than anyone currently knows. So understand, they are lying about the full extent of this thing, okay? Look at this. The names of the 2 U.S. troops killed in the Iranian ballistic missile strike on Jordan have been released. First, Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, 25 years old, Iwa Beach, Hawaii. and then Private Isabella Gonzalez, 19 years old, in Carrollton, Texas. In Carrollton, Texas. So here's Tyler, 25 years old. Here's Isabella, 19 years old. 19. As these kids, because that's what they are, as these kids were dying in the Middle East in a stupid war that should have never been started in the first place.
Your president was having a party, a black tie party, refused to make any comment, put a lid on any press asking him any questions. He put a lid on the press so they would not be able to ask him any questions because he knew this was going on. So he put a lid on the press so they couldn't come up to him and ask him any uncomfortable questions while Pete Kegbreath is talking about Godspeed and your resolve gives us hardened your what did Kegbreath say? While Kegbreath had the what did Kegbreath say? Let me find that crass remarks from Kegbreath. Let me find that. While Kegbreath crass remarks were, Godspeed's hero, their sacrifice only stiffens our resolve. That's what was said. But let me see what you have to say.
Donald Trump was fundraising at one of his golf courses and then desperately trying to get into the winning picture at the World Cup. Okay? As he was going around like a motherfucking Make-A-Wish kid, desperately trying to get money and adoration heaped on him, these kids were dying in an illegal war of aggression that he started for no fucking reason because he's such a dumbass that he got duped by modern-day Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu, into doing his fucking dirty work for him. What a sick, pathetic joke this is. By the way, let me say this as clearly as possible. Tyler and Isabella, who are now dead, 25-year-old and 19-year-old, who are now dead, it was not Iran that killed them. It's Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu that killed them. They may as well have held the gun directly to their head and pulled the trigger because they 100% would be alive if we didn't have insane, warmongering, bloodthirsty, idiotic psychopaths running this country and running Israel. They 100% would be alive. If Kamala Harris was president, they would not be dead. They 100% would be alive. What a sick, disgusting, pathetic joke this is that we're talking about here. Okay, Pentagon withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries in Iran, according to the New York Times. What a surprise. Hey, guys, here's a question. What the fuck else are they hiding from us? What the fuck else are they hiding from us? You tell me, y'all. You tell me. Okay, breaking. Trump has ordered U.S. CENTCOM to open the gates of hell upon Iran after U.S. casualties in Jordan. U.S. officials tell NPR. Another U.S. official tells CBS News tonight's U.S. attacks will be much more extensive and larger than previous nights. An early lid has just been issued at the White House. So that's great. The exact opposite of what he should do is what he's doing. We violate the MOU.
The early lid was put on the White House because he heard about those deaths, and he didn't want to comment on those deaths. Is my opinion. Let's see what else. Let me see. Let me see. I don't want that. I definitely don't want that. Hold on. There is something that I did want. there was this. This is what I wanted to show you. Let me share my screen with you.
Like for your family moving forward? Are there any foundations, scholarships, community initiatives, or causes you hope people will support?
Earlier, we did followed the funeral of Nolan Wells.
I wanted to ask you, what
this is the press conference.
does honoring Nolan's legacy look like for your family moving forward? Are there any foundations, scholarships, community initiatives, or causes you hope people will support in his memory?
Absolutely. This is actually something my cousin Keezy and I have briefly discussed. But of course, with everything that's going on, we want things to kind of cool down a little bit. My husband and I, honestly, we have not fully processed this. We have not fully grieved Nolan, but that is the plan, is to come up with some foundation, just to honor him, but also to United Cajun Navy. Big help, boots on the ground almost immediately after I spoke with Josh Gill. So, you know, we have to remember those types of organizations in our communities and utilize them, but also give back to them. So that is our hope, that we'll be able to give as much as we've been given during this time.
Yeah. Stephen Smith with the Associated Press. Is there any update to the independent autopsy that you guys requested?
Sure. And just on that last question, very good question. Christine and Elmore and Cliff Jones and Lisa Park at office, they talk frequently, and that's one of the things she stressed at the funeral service. She wanted to celebrate his life and define what his legacy will be. So we look forward to working to define his legacy. Nobody else is going to define his legacy but the people who knew him best. Yeah. As it relates to the independent autopsy, we are looking to have findings sooner rather than later. Obviously, you want stuff from the first autopsy because they had the body closer to time. We got the body almost 6 days later, Dr. Roger Mitchell. So there are limitations as to what he could do. So, you know, you do the best you can, but there are unanswered questions. So he's getting his report together. I believe it will be coming very soon. Yeah.
Let me take one. I'm gonna take three more. 1, 2, and we'll come back to you.
Janelle Griffith with People Magazine. I also want to extend my condolences and to thank you for allowing the media to come. I know you didn't have to allow us to be here. I just had two small questions, both related to cell phones. One of the things that came out of your meeting with the local DA was that you agreed you would both analyze Nolan's phone. I wanted to know when that might take place. And the other was that at the end of the last press conference, you said that, Ben, you said you wanted everybody's cell phones looked at. So that, to me, that meant the other young men that were with Nolan that day. Did you communicate that to the DA, and what did she say? If so, have they analyzed their phones? Do they plan to?
I did communicate that to the district attorney. Whether they're going to do that, that's a question that you have to ask them. But we thought that it's only fair, if we're going to look at Nolan's phone, we should look at the other people who were with Nolan that day. Because, again, we just want equal justice. We think that if Nolan was on that boat, roles were reversed, they would look at his phone. And so that is going to be important. We have not established a time yet of when we're going to do the mutual inspection of the cell phone. We have to do some technical things. We're getting our experts together, working with phone companies and so forth. But we hope to do that sooner rather than later. This was a big first step for the family getting through the day. So now we can get laser focused on all those things to finish this investigation.
Will Polson with WLOX. Ben, you had mentioned that it had been a couple of days, I think you had said 6 days, since after the state's autopsy was done before you were able to get access to the body. I know whenever it first came out, it was being flown to D.C. and then autopsy planned for that Friday. Can you confirm when that autopsy was done?
They had weather issues, so I do think they got the body Friday night or Saturday morning, around that time.
Is that the same day that the autopsy was?
I can't confirm that. I know they received the body, and I think they immediately went to it. It would be in the report the date they did the autopsy. Yes.
Miss Selena Charles, the Purpose for the People. You guys are supposed to be having a rally on the 26th. Is that still going to occur?
Well, I think that was the community, people who are activists who we're very grateful, standing up, demanding a fair and impartial investigation. And we want to say thank you to all the community leaders and activists standing up saying, no, we want a timeline. We want transparency. We want them to check cell phones. We want everything that you would have done had it been your child. So that's what they're going to be talking about on the 26th.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, that was short and sweet. Okay. Let me see. That was short. Is there anything else? We know about that. Let me see.
Andrew Tate appears to be completely and utterly fucked.
Is he?
He was just arrested in Miami.
We talked about that.
By U.S. Marshals, and it appears like the UK is trying to extradite him. But the laundry list of charges this time, y'all, is very long. It is a very long list. So let me show you here. Andrew and Tristan Tate charged in the UK as prosecutors seek their extradition from the U.S.
That's Barron's boy. That's Barron Trump's buddy. You know, isn't it funny how these type of people circled the drain around Trump and the Trump people?
Wes, 7 counts of rape, 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation, 3 counts of assault, occasion.
MAGA, why y'all so quiet? Isn't it funny that these people are in phone conversations with Barron Trump? Why Melania ain't rushing out to the microphone to say something about these people being in late night phone conversation with Barron Trump?
Actual bodily harm, 19 additional charges for offenses relating to indecent images of a child and extreme pornography. Uh-oh. That's a lot of charges. And my guess is they wouldn't have got to this point where they're being arrested by U.S. Marshals and extradited unless they really, really got the goods. Now, let's remember, the reason these guys are even in the United States to begin with is because the Trump regime allowed them to be. The Trump regime gave them special treatment and allowed them in, despite the fact they were facing different charges in another country. So,
Romania.
Game recognized game, pedo recognized pedo. We're talking about the Epstein criminals and the Tate criminals all like looking out for each other. It's like there's some fredophile radar that they all have, that they send out some.
Wait a minute. Isn't it funny that Erica Kirk has some issues with children in adoptions or missing children and something in Romania as well? Isn't that curious? Romania children going missing, Erica Kirk, accusations. Isn't that funny?
The fucking bat signal, and they're like, look, I'll protect you if you protect me. And that's exactly what was going on. The guy who's mentioned in the Epstein files more than anybody else on earth over 1 million times is also protecting basically the modern day Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Tate. Okay. All right, so let me give you some more here. Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate have been arrested in Miami by U.S. Marshal Service. Statement below from the UK's Crown Prosecution Service about additional charges being filed against the brothers. The Tate brothers are facing a total of 59 charges, 42 against Andrew Tate and 17 against Tristan Tate. So here is the video of them getting arrested. Let's watch.
Mr. Tate, would you mind signing? Hey, Tate.
Come back. Oh, shit. Now, by the way, I don't know if you saw it here, but there's one point where he's trying to like slip his cell phone to his bodyguard. And I don't think his bodyguard recognizes, but that's not a great indicator of what's on that phone now, is it? It's pretty big red flag. Also, people are mocking the shit out of his outfit. The fact that this guy is viewed in some circles as like the prime alpha male, and he's dressed like your Aunt Trudy. Like, what the fuck is this fit? Jesus Christ, you just ruined capris for everybody. Okay, what the fuck are those loafers you're wearing? And God, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I would say it's the gayest shirt I've ever seen, except that's completely and utterly unfair to gay people who usually have phenomenal style. Okay, like this is not good. This is not good, homie. What's that guy doing? Trying to take off his chains?
Back up wide. Let him get the fucking shot. Fuck. What's wrong with you? Got a motherfucking shot of a fucking.
Now let's remember, the Trump regime cannot pardon him for UK crimes. They also, by the way, wouldn't be able to pardon him if it was state crimes. Okay, because state crimes, you can't get a presidential pardon for state crimes. The president can only pardon federal crimes. Now, this isn't state charges, but he also can't pardon UK charges. It's kind of crazy we even have to talk about, like, hey, maybe our pedophile president will pardon this other pedophile. It's kind of insane that the first thing everybody thinks is, oh, yeah, he's got the pay-to-play scheme set up where you go to Mar-a-Lago, you give him $1 million, he'll pardon whoever the fuck you want. He's pardoned, like, billions of dollars worth of fraudsters who are just out there scamming people again. You know, he's considering pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. Diddy's probably on that list, right? A lot of people are looking like, damn, why does he keep pardoning these weird rapper people? Because they're paying him for the pardon. So, like, you know, that's the first thing you think of is, oh, this guy's going to get out of it because he's rich.
He pardoned Lil Boosie. Lil Boosie mad. Lil Boosie said, motherfucker, I had 6 bills. I gave you 6 bills. He said, bitch, you gotta have over $1 million. I don't give pardons. I don't even consider pardons for less than $1 million. Lil Boosie was like, motherfucker, I done set up $600,000 and you ain't even look my way. He said, you goddamn right. Motherfucker, I don't even sneeze in that direction for under $1 million. What the fuck wrong with you?
He's famous and because he knows how to play the game. But not now, because it's going to the UK.
You know which course is it? Are you able to pull it up since you're there? You got
Okay, enough of that shit. I don't even want to see this. Oh, shit. The link is in my description box. Rich man getting over as usual. A rich man always getting over. He was out of jail all of that time. He got over. Enjoy it while you can. It was good while it lasted, motherfucker. And it lasted way, way, way too long. You were supposed to have been in jail all of the time while you were in the United States. When you got out of jail when you were in Romania. Fuck you, motherfucker. That's all I gotta say about it. So I think that's all. I think that's all that I have for you guys today. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for all of my new subscribers. I apologize for all of the hang-ups that I had today. Thank you for watching me, subscribing, becoming a member, the super chats, the memberships. I appreciate you all. And come back tomorrow. I may or may not be here tomorrow. It seems like the war is really heating up. I hope you guys really hope you guys stock up on you some water supplies, some food supplies. This is really getting serious. Make sure you have a solar power generator. I think that it would be safe. Understand that if you live in the United States, our our reserve gas supply is at its bare minimal. And our media has not been keeping you abreast on anything. Everything has been going on as if everything is honky dory. But understand our reserve gas is at its bare minimal, and there is only one thing is going to happen. Either we're going to have to start paying a lot of money for gas, or we're going to have to start rationing gas, or both. So I hope you guys reserve some money, reserve some food, reserve some water, reserve some personal safety apparatuses, and be safe out there. Make sure you get you a solar generator, and make sure you reserve you some peace. So I'll see you, if not tomorrow, definitely on Wednesday. Thank you for joining me, and have a great remainder. So those troops still would have died in Jordan. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. It seems like I'm not sure. They're killing. They're striking all of the military bases all over the Middle East. So I can't tell one base from the other base. So basically, our military, if our military sitcom was telling us the truth, we would better know. But I don't think it's neither here nor there. I think that we need to get our military out of the Middle East, because we actually have no mission over there at all, and we never had any legitimate mission to be there in the first place. That's what I think. But I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day, and take care of yourselves. If I'm not here tomorrow, I will be here on Wednesday. I appreciate your support. Hit the like button, and thank you for being here. Bye bye.